Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
There it is right there. Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me okay. Like I said, I'm sending out a new headset. So let me know in the comment section if you can hear me okay. So since he was born and now he's getting older, I apologize for the long stay away from the from streaming. Life is what got in the way. So life, as unbelievable as it may sound, I do actually have a life outside of all this social media streaming. So hopefully you missed me. I certainly missed you. But a lot has happened within the Nigerian space, of course, and we try to catch up with just as much of it as we can. But before we do anything, click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Click on the like button. If you're increase the volume. Let me see if I can do that. Hold on. Is the volume increased now? Let me know if the volume has increased. I'm one of those Luddites. Do you know what a Luddite is, or a curmudgeon? It's some old school type person that refuses to get into the modern times. So when I buy all these gadgets, I refuse to read the literature. I'm just happy to put it together myself. And if it works to a sufficient level of function, then I just go with that. But I think I may have to read the literature on this one somewhat. But Apologies for the long hiatus, as I said. Uh, but good that you go to be in your company of that. The protocol still remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Do so. If you are watching in watch back, please still click on the like button. It's so important that you do, because that helps it helps to trigger the YouTube algorithm in favor of the platform. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe as well. And if you are especially watching rather in scroll through, because we're streaming in two different spaces. We're streaming both in landscape and in portrait. So if you are watching in portrait, especially click on like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. The dollar sign at the bottom of the stream is there for a purpose. So avail yourself of that purpose. Like, share, subscribe. Super chat towards the stream. And as you are coming in, please say hello so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So say hello as you're coming in. You know I have no friends, so be my friend for the time that the stream lasts for. Agbadorian, of course, always the first to say hello. That's Agbadorian right there. That is Gladys. Share your day. Is it show your day? So that's Gladys right there. Good to see you, Gladys. We have Jajon right there. Jajon. So that's Jajon right there, otherwise known as Nigerman. That's Ola Pumping right there. So that's Ola right there. 100%. That's Abdul Mumin right there, joining us probably still in Saudi Arabia. And that's Kolade right there. It says one man long life, Eku, odometa. So Eku odometa. So there it is right there. So thank you to all that. So a lot happening within the Nigerian space. So we'll try and cover just as much as we can. The stream that I am streaming now actually was the stream that I was intending to stream about 2 3 days ago. So just to document that space, and then we cascade into contemporaneous politics. A lot happening within the Nigerian dynamic. So just things are just moving at such a rapid pace. A whole raft of Tinubu first released 3 names to send to the Senate for ambassadorial positions. So Tinubu first released 3 names, 2 Yorubas and 1 Northerner, to occupy the ambassadorial seats in the United States, England, and I think France. The United States, the United Kingdom, and France. And then a whole raft of other names have now been released for the Senate to give consideration and assent to as ambassadors to all of the countries that we have relationships with. So one of the standout names out of the ministerial list is Reno Omokri. So now Reno Omokri now nominated to be good to see you, Esther. I think this might well be the first time that you are saying hello to us, Esther. So let's acknowledge your presence right there. Calling us from the coldness of Washington, D.C. I would like to be able to brag, but where I am is probably equally as cold. I'm in Dartford, Kent, in the United Kingdom. Uh, so now Reno Omokri, the standout name now, not especially because of the achievement, but because of the prominence of his name and where Reno occupies within the political landscape. So Reno Omokri now one of the standout names now of that ministerial list. So we'll pick it up from here as we then see then what the space is making of Reno Omokri now. And you know how much Reno you know how much Reno luxuriates in importance. So now him now having an ambassadorial position to his name, he would never let us hear the last of it. And this now gives him now the potency to go after the obedience space even more aggressively. Please make sure you're liking and you're subscribing as you are coming in. So Reno Omokri nominated as an ambassador. What are we making? Do we want to actually take it from a different space? Actually, we were going to take it from a Rice TV, but I think we I just spotted what's it called? Bubagaladima with Shewa Kimbaloye. So I think that might well be a better space to pick it from. Because Bubagadadima always a good copy for this sort of a thing. But let's see, where are we going? Uh, uh, all right.
Joining us now with stories trending around the world is, well, you know who, and she's in red. And red is the color of World AIDS Day, which is today. So this is Oji, yes. Complete in red color, yes. Even the lipstick is hot.
What's happening? You know I'm wearing red because it's Christmas. Isn't it beautiful to see?
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Actually, let me ask this question: is Ojope, is she a beautiful woman? You know, this is a question that has always conflicted me. You know how much I love that statuesque Igbo physique, the female ones. Everybody knows my admiration for Bianca Ojukwu, but Ojope looks similarly to Bianca Ojukwu, both in terms of their physiology and their facial structure. But would you say that? Let me know in the comment section. Would you concede that Ojope is a beautiful woman? I'm not quite sure. I think her cheekbones may be too high. But what do I know?
Day of December. You know what we do? Our eyes were always leading, right?
Yes. Red is the color of Christmas. Yes. So you've opened up the month of Christmas. Red from head to toe.
Yes. I always follow the dress code, don't I? Yes. Well, all right. Good morning, Dr. Amat. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I thought we should remind people of World AIDS Day.
World AIDS Day. Very important. Very important. Good morning, Ayomide. Good morning, Bimbai. How are you this morning?
Mama Christmas.
Yes.
We're coming to you for Christmas, so that you come wearing red.
Yes. We had a great show on Friday. All girls show. Bimbai was fantastic. Our international correspondent was fantastic. Adefemi Akinsoya, what's that smirk on your face?
All right. I don't think I have the time for that. Let's go to another platform. Let's pick it up actually from TVC. There are a lot more.
I think there's a consensus now, so it can only get better from here.
Certainly.
Sorry. And by the way, I decided to do this stream last minute, so apologies for the somewhat funky whatever it is that it is. But we'll take it from our TVC. I think TVC probably offers us a better copy of this. So let's take it from here.
Okay then. Our next story, make no mistake about it. The appointment of ambassadors is a slow and sometimes difficult process due to extensive security vetting. Of course, there's the delicate need to balance political appointments with career diplomats and the financial constraints we've been told was the cause of delay. The relieving news, as we sit here, is that the president has sent the names of 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate for confirmation. Days after he forwarded, days after the president had sent the names of 3 nominees initially, So a former INEC boss, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, is on the list. Former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode is there. Former Enugu Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, Reno Omokri, they're all on the list.
So that list already tells us that it's political patronage more than anything else. So and also the portfolio will tell us even more, but the list already tells us that it is political patronage more than anything else. So what qualifies Femi Fani-Kayode to be an ambassador? Femi Fani-Kayode is it comes across somewhat as mentally unbalanced anyway. So there is that, and he has no history in the diplomatic service. Ditto Mahmoud Yakubu, and ditto Reno Omokri and the rest of the names listed is more political patronage than anything else. And then the portfolios, of course, if you're having the anticipation, you have the anticipation that somebody like Mahmoud Yakubu will be sent to some Middle Eastern country, probably Saudi Arabia, because he's somewhat moderate and he's somewhat Islamic, so he can go be the face of Nigeria in the Middle East. But what portfolio would somebody like Reno Omokri get? That's the question. And what qualifies somebody like Femi Fani-Kayode to be an ambassador? That's the other question. So it's all a narrative of political patronage.
Nominees to the Senate for confirmation. Days after he forwarded, days after the president had sent the names of 3 nominees initially, you know. So a former INEC boss, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, is on the list. Former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode is there. Former Enugu Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, Reno Omokri. They're all on the list. In all, there are 15 career ambassadors and 17 non-career nominees. Led the work.
So that is to tell you there are 15 proper appointments, because if you're talking about career ambassadors, you are talking about people that have invested their lives in the diplomatic circles and they have built their career off the back of that. They've come out of that system and they're within that system. So they know about the foreign service, diplomatic service, etc. So 15 comes out of that, but 17 comes outside of even governance or anything to do with the foreign affairs. So 17 are political appointees and 15 are people that are actually fit for purpose. And this seems to be one of the Achilles heels of the Tinubu administration. It tends to appoint, we're seeing that especially in the security service, when a lot of the people occupying positions are not fit for purpose. It's just recently sacked Badaru now and appointed Christopher Musa. So why did he even appoint Badaru in the first instance is the thing. What is Batawale doing in the defense ministry when his name is linked with insurgency? So political patronage rather than fit for purpose seems to be the template of the Tinubu administration. Reno Omokri, Mahmoud Yakubu, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, Femi Fani-Kayode, these are the names of the diplomats that now diplomats. They are not career diplomats, so these are nominees. They are not even diplomats yet. These are the nominees that Tinubu is putting forward for the diplomatic service to be assented to by the parliament.
Comments?
Well, let me start by saying that it's better late than never. I think part of the problem, though I understand the financial constraints, but I think that it is wrong.
And by the way, in the comment sections, you can be giving portfolios to them where you'd like them sent to, especially the standout names. So which portfolio do you think is suited to Femi Fani-Kayode? Which country should it be sent to? Which portfolio do you think is suited to Reno Omokri? Which country do you think it should be sent to? Mahmoud Yakubu, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, or etc., etc. So pick a name and put a portfolio to it in the comment section.
Wrong for us not to have ambassadors. Part of the problem we're having in US now with President Trump is that there was no high-profile person on ground to be able to fight our case. So it's better late than never. Now we have the ambassadors. Secondly, I concede that is the prerogative of Mr. President to so appoint those that will be ambassadors. So I cannot, it is not in my place to decide who should be an ambassador. That's the prerogative of Mr. President. But I have reservations about 1 or 2 names on the list. But like I said, it's not my call. Because the president must have his.
All right, we'll get to his reservations at the moment, but let me just address this comment by Ogbeni right there. It says, "What man, why did you not just do a quick search on the standard for appointment of non-career ambassadors before starting the program? In some climes, they call them political ambassadors, etc." And then that tails off. No, they are to be politicians, businessmen, etc. It is not for professional diplomat. So if you have somebody heading the portfolio, because I don't I recoil from the idea that ambassadorial positions should be given as a political patronage. I recoil from it because it is a very important position, and ambassadorial. We can see what is happening in the United States now because we have no public voice of defense. The people that are trying to run the country down, they are running amok in the United States, and there is no counter narrative because we don't have a fit for purpose diplomat presenting a counter narrative to the American space. So that is how important an ambassador is. So, and it is of such importance that you would really ideally want a professional in that position rather than a political appointee. So, what does a political appointee know about the delicacies and the intricacies of intra-relationship that diplomacy brings? It doesn't understand any of these things now. It's just there to public face the country. And it's a profession, you know. The diplomatic corps is an actual real profession. It's like saying you appoint a politician to be a brain surgeon. He has no training for it.
Reasons.
Yeah.
For appointing the people so appointed. And though I have, like I said, one or two persons on that list, I have reservation about them being ambassadors. So now that they have been appointed, I hope that the National Assembly will do the needful so that they can go to those different countries and start representing Nigeria the way it should be. Oh, yeah. Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa, one of the most powerful countries in the world. We cannot afford not to have represent, because an ambassador is like the president. Yeah. It's like the head of state in that country. Yeah. That's why they have immunity.
An ambassador of Nigeria to Ghana is the first citizen of Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying, yes. He's the representative of the president there. Yeah. So he represents the Nigerian state. So it is important for us to have people on ground to be able, in the Committee of Nations, when they are discussing important things, we should have our representative there fighting our cause.
Mayor, I concede, to you regarding the reservations, but I'm sure you remember these names. Late Dr. Christopher Kolade, late Dr. Patrick Dele Cole, Bolaji Akemi. They were non-career.
Yes, ambassadors. Yes, but you see, for example,
I have to disagree. Bolaji Akiyemi actually came out of the foreign service. Let me see. Bolaji Akiyemi. He came out of the, if my memory serves, he came out of the, sorry, I'm just prominent Nigerian professor of political science, diplomat, and academic. So he actually came out of the diplomatic corps, and it says so let's just check Bolaji Akiyemi for a moment. Academic leadership: before his government service, he was a lecturer at the University of Ibadan, later Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. So somebody that was the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs is eminently qualified to be an ambassador. And then he was the Minister of Foreign, well, they call it External Affairs in those circumstances, but we call it Foreign Affairs now. So, I have to say I disagree with that guy right there in whatever it is that he just said. But let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Where were we?
The three names that the president was sent to as ambassadors, most of them highly educated, highly intelligent officers, very, very experienced. I don't have any problem with them. Because like I said,
they are not career ambassadors.
And they are not career ambassadors. That's what I'm saying. They are not career ambassadors. So if I said I have video with one or two, it's not as if because they are non-career ambassadors. Naturally, in that business, there must be career ambassadors, there will be non-career ambassadors, because there are politicians who also, like representative of state, that can represent you effectively well. You understand?
Yeah.
But like I said, it's the prerogative of Mr. President. He must have seen something in them, and he has access to a lot of information about them. And
what would Tinubu have seen in Femi Fani-Kayode that presents him over and above anyone else to be an ambassador? Because Femi Fani-Kayode is a public figure now, so we all know his antecedents broadly. We all know who he is. So there is nothing that Tinubu would have seen in Femi Fani-Kayode that especially stands him out as an ambassador over and above somebody that is a career diplomat. The only thing that stands Femi Fani-Kayode out is that he's a Tinubu acolyte, a Tinubu sympathizer, and a government defender. And his reward for all those spaces, ditto Reno Omokri. There is nothing in Reno Omokri's back history that suggests that he stands out. Maybe even Reno stands out a bit more than Femi Fani-Kayode, but it's all about people that stand by the government being rewarded with ambassadorial post, nothing else.
Will serve the Nigerian interest. So I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah. Because we have 109 missions abroad, 77 of them high commissions. Then we have the others. And so 109, the list is not an easy thing to vet.
Yeah,
if you understand.
You know, I had expected this list to be released a long time ago. Now we are under fire from the US, and people are saying if we had a resident ambassador,
makes
that place, maybe
sense.
The situation would have been better handled. And it is not in all cases that you can send a charge d'affaires or a staff in your.
You know, I can understand the economics of not wanting to, because there are some ridiculous countries that we have ambassadors in, which you wonder why we do. Why on earth would Nigeria have an ambassador in Somaliland? Of what purpose would that serve? Why on earth would Nigeria have an ambassador in Myanmar? What is the relationship between Nigeria and Myanmar, or what will ever be the? So there are certain countries that necessarily, and we need to prune down that list actually, and we only really need to send ambassadors to strategically important countries, which should not be more than 20. China, United States, United Kingdom, France, maybe the European Union, Saudi Arabia, countries like that, Russia, India, countries of strategic importance both to us and globally. This is where we should have ambassadors to. And then to all of these unnecessary countries, we should just have some of an out office there. We have a regional ambassadorial, like for the Southeast Asian countries, for instance. We should just have one nominal ambassadorial post, and then we should just have satellite offices in all of those countries that we feel we need a presence. We don't need an ambassador in every country. Why do we need an ambassador to Benin Republic? Why or even Namibia? Why does Nigeria need an ambassador in Namibia? To serve what purpose? To what end?
Embassy to go and handle such matters, because it could even be misunderstood to mean that you are disrespecting such a country. So I'm happy that in the end the president has done this. It's better late than never. Now it is a good mix. 17 non-career ambassadors, 15 career ambassadors. Yeah. And we have 4 women on the career ambassadors list and 6 women.
Please, like and subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you've not yet clicked on the like button, please click on the like button. I think we were just talking about the women representation right there. And women are very grossly underrepresented in Nigerian governance, by the way.
17 non-career ambassadors, 15 career ambassadors. Yeah. And we have 4 women on the career ambassadors list and 6 women on the non-career
So 10 out of the, is it 50 something numbers are women? And I think women constitute about 52% of the Nigerian population. So still that theme of underrepresentation carrying on in terms of the gender mix.
Ambassadors list. So in the end, 10 women, 10 women on this list. It's significant, but again, I hope that the subsequent list that the president will send, women will get even more representation. Yes, some people have been saying, oh, these people shouldn't have been there. In fact, the PDP said the people chosen largely do not have integrity, this and that. I don't know the people they have in mind, but I know that Femi Fani-Kayode won his case. There's no case submission.
Femi Fani-Kayode has no integrity. It's under the court with the EFCC. This guy now, Babatunde, is about to tell us that he has won his case with the EFCC. He also has problems with women. His language is curse, and it doesn't have language that is suited to the space. It's quite brash and quite curse in its use of verbiage. So it's totally unsuited to that post, both in terms of his public image and his public utterances. It's totally unsuited to be a representation of any country. Femi Fani-Kayode
succeeded. Was a victim of political victimization. The EFCC did not have a case against him. If they do Femi Fani-Kayode's case 1,000,000 times, Femi Fani-Kayode will win because they did not have any clasping evidence. No clasping evidence where a no case submission succeeds.
Okay.
That should tell you that the prosecution didn't really do any work. So those who are saying, oh, maybe it does not have integrity, but he won in court. However long that case lasted, Femi Fani-Kayode won. Reno Omokri, many people had suggested that, oh, he's doing all that work because he wanted to be considered for an appointment. In fact, some people thought he would come into the media team because at the point he was doing so much work, you would think that he was officially in the media team of the president. But the president has considered him now for him to be made an ambassador. He's a Nigerian eminently qualified for that role, and he's brilliant enough to acquit himself competently.
So he says he's eminently qualified, but what qualifies him? What is his antecedent in foreign relations that qualifies him? Because it's quite it's a specialist subject area, foreign diplomacy. So it says he's eminently qualified. What qualifies him? Yeah, never mind eminently or not. Even at a rudimentary level, what qualifies Reno Omokri to be an ambassador?
When invariably the Senate clears them and they get their posting. So there is no list that this president can come up with that some people will not be against. There's no way. Some said, oh, the INEC chairman shouldn't have been considered. He's a Nigerian. No INEC chairman brought innovations into INEC like Mahmoud Yakubu. Mahmoud Yakubu inherited the cadre. He upgraded it to Beavers. Beavers is much more advanced than the cadre. With the Beavers, you are not even you cannot. The era of multiple identity has been banished because you must your biometrics must match your face and everything before you can vote. So some of the things we blame INEC for, we should actually be blaming politicians who refuse to play by the rules. But it's everybody's whipping dog. Now he's been made, be nominated for ambassadorial role. People think he shouldn't have been there. Oh, it's a reward for the work that he did for the APC. Again, he's a Nigerian, a first-class historian, is qualified.
You know, it really irritates me when specialist professional areas are occupied by people that do not have the expertise in that subject area, and then the narrative then tells us that oh, they have transferable skills. So are you saying then that because Mahmoud Yakubu is a professor in political science or whatever he has his professorship in, are you saying that because Mahmoud Yakubu is a professor, you can then take him to a theater to go and operate on and do heart surgery? Can you tell him to do that? After all, it's prominent and eminent, you know. So there are certain professional spaces that we don't accord the respect of the professionalism and the knowledge base that area demands. Just because they describe it as an ambassador, every dog and his brother is now eminently qualified. The Mahmoud Yakubu that gave us Buhari when Atiku won an election, and it read it quite blatantly. Okay, let's say he did well in the last cycle of elections, but what about the previous one? When Atiku won an election and he gave it to Buhari, okay, he cleaned his name by doing a good election in 2023. But Mahmoud is no different from when Buhari appointed Burutai as the ambassador to was it Benin Republic then? After that guy has superintended the savaging of Nigerians for about 6 years solid. The guy that heightened the insecurity in Nigeria was rewarded with an ambassadorial position. The INEC chairman that brought us Buhari when Atiku won an election is rewarded with an ambassadorial position. And the talking heads of the APC, which is foremost preeminent Babajide Otichodu, is trying to now re-burnish the guy and paint black as white to us.
To be made an ambassador. When they made generals, service chiefs, ambassadors the other day, it wasn't as if those guys too were perfect. There were people who felt that, oh, they committed a lot of human rights infractions and all that, but they became ambassadors to our neighboring countries here. So this is the thing. And there are some ex-governors too that I saw on the list. Yes. Governor. Yes. Yeah. So the governor has found, as long as a person has not been convicted.
That's it.
You cannot say that he's a thief.
Yeah.
Wait until he's convicted. If he's convicted, he appeals, his appeal fails. Then you can say, but we actually call some people thieves when they are not. I still see people till tomorrow. I still see people call our vice president a Boko Haram member. Till tomorrow, people still call Senator Undume a Boko Haram member.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Undume went to court to clear his name. I may not approve of the way he talks anyhow, but I know that he's not Boko Haram member. If Boko Haram have a chance, they will slaughter Undume himself.
Yeah. They're very active in his
yeah, they're very active in his Goza local government now. That's where the Mandara Mountains are, and that is their place of refuge.
Okay.
But people are calling Undume Boko Haram member. How is he a Boko Haram member? But so this there's no list, as I said earlier. For me, my greater joy is that the president has done this list. It was bad enough that we were operating without those ambassadors. Even if we had 3, those critical countries, France, America, and UK, Britain, it would have been fine. But we didn't even have them for so long. Now look at all the problems that we are facing with America, for example. Nobody to fight for us, nobody to get there and get our message across to the man who says he wants to come into our country with guns are blazing. But if we afford to watch, if we afford to watch Israeli jets pound even hospitals, killing kids, women, and children, without saying anything.
Mayor, 30 seconds. Close your account here.
I know that things are difficult in this country. We have security challenges, but I believe that this government has the capacity to be able to solve that problem. And we are on the way to recovery. The steps being taken by these different people, South governors, Northern governors, all the meetings, collaboration, that's the way to go. We have to collaborate to be able to fight these people, making our country ungovernable, and state police is a must.
At least we remove the monster, the elephant from the room.
Yes, please.
BKO, we are done.
Yes, we hope that.
All right. So it's just a little snapshot to interact with that ambassadorial space. When we come back in the evening, we'll be talking about the appointment of Christopher Musa as the. We'll be talking about the appointment of Christopher Musa as the new chief of defense or whatever his new appointment. We'll be talking about that, and then we'll be talking about the northern governors now conceding that state police now is an inevitability. So we'll be talking about all that. But before we get to the latter session, let's carry on with this session. Baba joins us. So Baba, is this I think we're now in the third year, aren't we, of the Tinubu administration, and from next month now we're in election mode. So Igba Ilaro now is appointing ambassadors, but Reno Omokri, Femi Fanikayode is more job for the boys than anything else. Baba.
Yes, sir. Thank you, one man. Glad you are back on board. I salute you and my people in the comment area. I salute you also. And happy December, if I may say so, as we all look forward to Christmas season. Well, esteemed viewers, how are you today? Have you clicked the like button? If you haven't done so, please click right now. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so. And whilst at it, share the stream. Yes, woman, I enjoy your overlay and over enthusiasm of flogging the move. This is my personal opinion, actually, about ambassadorial appointments generally. I think with modern tools available to mankind today, they are not most important in foreign relations, as far as I'm concerned. The chief consul in every embassy, as of today, is more important even than an ambassador, because they are supposed to give out passports, assist citizens, and all the rest. And the ambassadorial positions are becoming more and more expensive. My opinion, you understand? Because as far as you have a foreign minister in place and also a minister of state in the foreign ministry, with all the gadgetry available to mankind today, you can control things. In those days when it started, somewhere around 500 BC, it's about from one king's court. It started in the Far East. Messengers, they are like messengers actually, carrying the messenger bags and going to another king's court, maybe in the Far East or Middle East, to deliver messages. And that's how it all started and evolved into modern times. So having said that, in today's world where we live in, they can dispatch somebody, an expert in a certain field, if the situation demands, within 10 hours maximum. Is by flight, is in that country with a special message directive to action whatever is happening at that moment in that particular country is assigned to, and it comes back to base, rather than have a resident, a permanent ambassador with all the accoutrements that goes with that position, the layout, parties, Independence Day celebration, and all the rest. There is nothing an ambassador would do that a consul cannot do. And if we need a higher authority, they can be dispatched with full complement of the president's aircraft and everything. So that is my own take. But for whatever is happening, those lists, for instance, there are some countries that are very important in today's world: USA, Germany, France, England. Those are commercially, and China also. And you can see that the first 3 ambassadors appointed are experts in their field. They are spies generally. One from national security, I think the other one from military intelligence, and I've forgotten where the other. They all have this background, and they are actually designated to go to the USA and all the. Though that is what this situation demands at the moment. And so they've put in square pegs in square holes, or round pegs in round holes for that. But for the others, for instance, like you said, well, you postulated, what's the use an ambassador to Myanmar, ambassador to let's say Aruba, for instance, and things like that. What we have to do there, you can't even actively point that place out on the map and things like that. So we don't have that kind of money to waste. Presently, we have more important things to do, in my own opinion. And like what happened in the US presently, you can see the president dispatched a special group of people who say, okay, you go attack this. A mistake has been done, quite all right. Maybe they did not actively look on that side. When before this, it happened on the blind side of Nigeria, because of the new order of the number 1 citizen of the world today, the kind of person he is, and his temperament, and his penchant for issuing threats and ruling the world by Twitter. So it's a different ball game entirely what we are facing, and by dispatching people there.
But Baba, I'd like you to speak on the because we're talking about political patronage, and we're talking about people that don't especially have the specialism being appointed into posts. So we can somewhat understand political patronage, but if you look at the quality of persons, it's do they meet the fit and proper test? Characters like Fani Kayode, Reno Omokri, and all of these sort of elements, do they meet the fit and proper test?
Well, in this context, because I know definitely what everybody's been talking about, particularly, is about FFK and Reno Omokri. And I rhetorically ask again,
And Mahmoud Yakubu as well.
and Mahmoud Yakubu, why are they not qualified? Why are they not qualified? Look, you talk about Professor Bolaji Akinyemi. He was, or he is rather, he's still living, God bless him, political science professor. Mahmoud is a political science professor. And if we are going to talk about ambassadorialship or politics general or ministerial position, who else will be a foundation, a recruit for the diplomatic distinct position other than graduates of political science? And if you talk about FFK, for instance, forget everything that surrounds him or anything, or Reno Omokri,
Because he went to Cambridge, Abby. He went to
because
Cambridge.
he is the scourge of the Obidients, and they have to come up hard and this thing. Yeah, of course, any Oxford or Cambridge graduate at the master's level is not just an ordinarily educated person. Let us face it, it's a fact. It's a fact. It's like somebody that attended Harvard, and you want to say, oh, it's not, or Princeton. It's not just somebody who attends one backyard university. They are well trained. I think in Oxford or in Cambridge, Oxford, I think, has about 29 colleges. It's a collegiate this thing. Same for Cambridge. So they had robust education. And besides that, pedigree matters. The pedigree matters. These two people they are trying to lampoon, they are from a very, very formidable family. They have very good family background. They are well educated, even though you may say they are not grounded. That's politics for you. Who you do the person you look as not grounded, I may look at that same person as well brought up. You understand? And they've served this government, whether we want to believe it or not. I mean, Reno Omokri has single-handedly done a good job for this president than everybody who happens to be in the PR department of in Aso Rock. He has done more than all of them combined together. It's not just an ordinary attack dog. He is mostly factual. Mostly factual. You may deny that from now till you are blue in the face. If it's a whiplash on the back of the Obidients. So if they are clamoring that they should not attend, let them. They are very used to it. Because before an ambassador if he's assigned to a country, before he is dispatched, Nigeria will send a letter of agreement to that country that this is a person that is coming. You accept, or will you accept that person? And once they concur, he is given a letter of accreditation to that country. So if the Obidients one, let them go to the country he's assigned to and do all their shenanigans there, so that that country may reject him. But to say he's not qualified, that's balderdash. He is well qualified. Very, very qualified. So people, Mahmoud Yakubu, yes, that's the only thing maybe I can say I don't totally agree with. Because here is a man who just left government because INEC is part of government, whether we like to believe it.
Under very controversial circumstances.
Yeah, that's the only I have there that, I mean, can't see wait for possible Tinubu's second term or look for something better. Let him cool off his heels first.
Sorry, Baba. Do you think he gave him that appointment in order not to lose him to the Atiku side? Do you think he moved quickly so that guy doesn't
possibly. Yeah, you have a point there. Before they grab him and he starts spewing rubbish on the president, just like we just had now about 1 hour ago that General Musa is now the Minister of Defense, which is another very good one.
And by the way, Baba, just as an aside, Adeleke has also resigned as
but I don't think it's the APC. They don't want him.
No, I think it's going to Accord. They said
the omission race of APC will not allow because they have ambition. They want to be, and Tinubu's cousin, the Minister of Blue Economy, they don't want him in APC. Oyetola, they don't want him in APC. Not that he doesn't desire it, but that is his frustration. And if he goes to Accord, I don't think. But let's leave that aside. Let's focus on this ambassadorial thing. You get my point. I think all the people appointed, it's a political confetti kind of thing you use to keep people in your corner, or those troublemakers. It's just in the same sense in those days when Abacha came in, so that political soldiers who are hungry to take over from him, he conveniently sent them to Liberia, to Sierra Leone, to go war there and get them out of Nigeria. So if some of these people are in that mold, it is good, particularly people like Yakubu Mohammed, who could do a lot of damage to the president in the next election if he's not in his corner. Quickly package him and take him out of the country, have him in his corner. That's brilliant. So let me yield for the other person to come.
Thank you, Baba. I was just about to bring talk now into the conversation as well. So, Baba has batted quite excellently for the government, but I'm not really fully convinced. The other thing that rankles me somewhat, talk now, is that out of all of that list, there are only 10 women. I think we have about a 52-48% gender split in Nigeria. So, as always, the underrepresentation of women, but then this job for the boys ambassadorial days. Your take, talk now.
Hi, good morning. Hi, Baba. One man.
Talk now.
Thanks for
Salute you.
Hi, hello. Thanks for
And by the
having
way,
me.
and by the way, talk now. Come more often. You know, I always enjoy you, but you don't come often enough. But carry on.
Yeah, it's work. Sometimes you have to, squeeze in time just because I enjoy this show. Actually, I've been listening to this show for a long time. I always want to come on, but sometimes work and all that. But I'll try my best. Honestly, talking about the ambassadorial list, it's better late than never. The last time I spoke, I talked about it. It's extremely important for the president to have it. Now he has submitted it. Is for the House to hasten it up and vote on them, ask them critical questions, and get the ball running. For me, the top three, the first three people that he appointed, those were good choices. I mean, the former head of the DSS, he has been working with United States Secret Service. They've been interchanging information. I guess that man is going to be I've forgotten his name. He's from the South. That's the man that is going in there.
You mean okay?
Okay, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So those are career knowledgeable guys.
Those are spies generally.
They're spies, yeah. So I think that's okay. That's fine because it's very grounded when it comes to security. I think it's, I think the thinking of the president, now I might be wrong. The thinking of the president is his choices, those first three choices is based on what he thinks the country can give to him and the people that can give him that result over there. So basically, he made those first three choices. For the other ones, I think those are just non-career diplomats. They are politicians. Just know me, know you. Some of them are fairly okay. I don't see any reason why a Reno Omokri can be there. I heard some arguments around, he's against obedient movements. All that is just politics.
Yeah, but no, sorry, talking now, leaving aside the obedient space, what actually qualifies Reno outside of him being a government acolyte? What qualifies him to be an ambassador?
Number one, is a good historian.
And he's a lawyer too.
He's a lawyer. He's sound.
He has masters.
Yeah, and of recent, now I don't know how long he has been doing that. He has been selling Nigeria out there. In different fora, there in the UK. There was one of them that one of my cousins went for one of the, was it a symposium they had? And he spoke very well. Like he responded to questions about Nigeria. He has, he has been taking that position on a volunteer basis outside. So really, if they give him an ambassadorial position, if he gets through the screening.
And Fani Kayode, when they are screening Fani Kayode, do you anticipate that the Senate will require a drug test? He's partial to that.
That's a tough one. In fact, that's the toughest amongst all the people. Powder. Yeah, amongst all the people, even the former governor of Enugu, I don't think you have a problem, But Fani Kayode, I feel you have a challenge. His demeanor is the way sometimes he is good, is sound, but the way sometimes his responses are sometimes brash. And you need a kind of a body language, the way you speak as an ambassador, you need to have some level of patience, the way you talk. And you need to also have some level of sympathy, you know, when some questions are asked. But Fani Kayode, sometimes he doesn't have it. He's short-tempered. The way I look at it now, I might be wrong. I feel he's short-tempered.
Yes, you are right. I think a lot of us take that.
I've watched some of these clips and I'm like, sometimes it goes overboard.
Sorry, talk now. Have you? Sorry, apologies.
Talk now is wrong. Talk now is wrong. You got
talk now may be right. Talk now. Have you seen Fani Kayode on the international media sometimes talking about the international politics, especially the Middle East, and he will take quite an aggressive, defined position, maybe anti or pro this or you know. So if you're a diplomat, you can't have that aggressive a position because it doesn't give you the room then because that's his position. So if it's the ambassador to the country now, does the country then adopt his position in terms of those international? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, that's my challenge with him. He's an intelligent man.
It doesn't have what
he's an intelligent man. He knows how to speak very well. He's an orator. He knows how to speak. But sometimes his aggressiveness when he speaks to issues, you can have a position and be graceful in the way you present it. And you can have a position, yet you are right, and you might put people off.
Can I ask you a question?
Right.
Talk now.
And, ask you a question. Being correct about things.
Talk now. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question just very quick? In the last 2 years, can you tell me one single thing that Fani Kayode has said in public that is wrong, or maybe in an aggressive way in the last 2 years? Since I told you,
become president,
mention one.
I don't follow him.
I have my reason why I said that.
Okay, let me tell you, and just one instance. A journalist asked you a question.
When was that?
I can't remember when. Please let me.
Can you? No, that was recently. Hold on. Let's answer that question. Yeah, carry on talking.
Now, a journalist asks you a basic question. Okay, that question could be annoying because you are in a position of leadership. You are in a place. You are a spokesperson, and because that question hit you in the wrong place, you flared up and you get on an abusive position to that journalist and belittling him. That's not right. And sometimes the question being asked is it hit him in the wrong place, but you could have answered it in a better way.
Okay,
I wasn't happy with that. That's why.
Sorry.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah. So
let me ask this last one, please. Let me ask this last one. Trump, as the president of America, the biggest country ever, he called a journalist a disgrace that is ugly and stuff like that in popular.
No, it's not a standard. Stop using Trump as a standard for anything.
What do you mean? I can't be picking
a standard.
Of course. You cannot be picking on Trump.
Trump
anyway,
is not,
I'll talk later.
not your standard. Don't make it look like a standard. No, the fact that somebody abused as a leader of a free world, he abused a journalist, that doesn't mean it's a standard for anybody to start abusing journalists. That's not right. There's a way you can respond to things, and you can be right. At the same time, you can be right, but the way you present it could have another bad effect. What I'm saying is you can say things correctly, but the way it will be presented also matters.
Talk now, can you ponder this? Suppose people like FFK could be appointed as ambassador plenipotentiary and sent to trouble spots with his sharp tongue once in a while. I mean,
maybe that will work. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. But I think they shouldn't put him in very top countries. Put him in a place where we know we are having trouble we need some pushbacks. Maybe they can put him there. It will work. You know.
Exactly my thoughts too.
Yeah, it could work. And guess what? Every human being has his fault. It doesn't mean he's a bad person. And it doesn't mean he won't have his off days. I just feel, you know, I feel he has his fault here and there, and which could affect him during the screening. Anyway, we leave that to the Senate. Anyways.
Let me agree with you. Let me agree with you. Talk now. I don't think because we've been experiencing Fani Kayode. Look at his interactions with his estranged wife. The sort of language, some of the language is just downright abusive, very guttural sort of, you know, street language you hear from this guy. Not just his wife, like you said, he will attack journalists and call them names. He will go to the international space and use quite inelegant language. As much as you say he has this Oxbridge education, it doesn't reflect in his conduct or his use of language. And the very antithesis of what should be a diplomat is that Fani Kayode is unguarded, is unhinged, is unstable, and is wild.
That's a lot. Oh man. Okay. You know what? I think it's in the bloodline. And his dad was a talker too. Somewhat similar. If you check history of his father, he talks, he's a talker too. And he has his own trouble too. Yes, his father, way back. If people can check and Google the Fani, he also has that same name. Fani Kayode. He's not Femi, but Fani Kayode. Way back, he was a talker. I think during Awolowo's time, Baba, if you can correct me.
They even admitted smoking green.
Yeah, during those. Yeah,
I'm open Baba, no.
What's against Abubu? I say I mean smoking green. I don't know about Igbo. I know Igbo.
He was a good man. He was a good man.
Was he not the Attorney General or his father once upon a time?
Deputy Premier. Under Akintola.
Akintola's time, yes. I think so. So, well, let's leave that aside. The ambassadorial list, settlement, non-ambassadorial lists, and I feel like there are some career ones that would come up. I know they are working on those. The ones that came forth now will be normal politicians and all that. But the list of professional ambassadorial lists will still come up. Those are career ambassadors, because there has to be a balance. You can't just put all politicians there. There are some diplomats that has been well trained, that are civil servants that come upstream within the civil service. That is normal mix and match.
All right, give us a little flavor on the gender mix. Only 10 out of the near 40 names put forward are female. So
talk now. No, one man. Let him talk about Reno Omokri. I would like to hear his views on this appointment.
On Reno Omokri.
Yes.
All right, give us that, and then give us briefly on the gender mix, and then we go to our comparable facts. Ken is here to take over soon. Carry on.
Well, for the female, well, I feel there should be more female. I would agree with you. Some level of, is it affirmative action? It needs to just balance it a little bit. But, when it comes to politics, it's tough. This list, he might be dancing around with it within the politicians just to agree with them for a long time. It's not easy. Sometimes we say some of these things and it looks like he just needs to do it and move on. No, there will be several interests here and there, But I feel like he would balance it in the next coming list. There are over 100 plus that he needs to do, and he has to do them. So I feel he would balance
107 actually.
107, yes. So he has to do that. He has to balance it. At least let them have 40%. We need more women in, doing stuffs like that. It's better to put women who are more, they have women carry some form of sympathy that comes with it, and Nigeria needs it at this point. So
you know something talk now. I was wondering if Ajumobi's wife is on the list. Why not Uju Kennedy?
No, not Uju Kennedy. Ajumobi's wife, she's
Uju Kennedy was dismissed out of office now.
No, I think Uju Kennedy, she has done her bit. She has gone back to her business.
I'm just being rascally there.
Yeah. So but for Reno Omokri, I think it's fun to allow Reno to do that. Let me just touch base on this Adeleke's issue. You know, Osun State is on a hot seat. It's a tough one for Adeleke. He does not know where to land. Is he on the hard ground? Either way, he will get injured. Or he land on jump in the sea, not knowing how to swim.
Talk now. We are Osun people. We are not complaining.
Yeah, hold on. Let him land so that we can move it around.
So I got that information that he was going to join ABGA or Accord. I don't know which one. So the challenge is APC, they don't want him. And it's so funny that he became a governor. You would think that people will migrate naturally. That's what happens. People will migrate from the losing party and flow to PDP. That didn't happen. In fact, from his party, they were moving into APC. So APC is having more ground in that place. And I don't know what he has done wrong. I don't have the details of it, but it seems like he's not. Some people that has helped him to get to that place, either he's not taking care of them, either he's not doing what he said he would do, or he has just been dancing around and having fun. But because right now he's running from pillar to post, he's not getting it right. I heard the PDP has chosen their own candidates. I think there was a primary that was held. I don't know which kind of primary that is. They chose a candidate, and it's not Adeleke because Adeleke had withdrawn. And he wants to choose a party. Either way, it's going to be hard for him to win, except he joins ADC. If he joins ADC, the challenge he will have is trusting an Aregbesola. I don't think he trusts Aregbesola at all. Now, this former governor, former administrator of Lagos State, that is an Osun State, this Prince Olagunsoye Oyinlola, he does not want to follow him. He's staying put. I have a feeling he's going to go back to APC. The signs there for Adeleke is not good. It's not good. And there's an information coming in that Bami, I think the former finance commissioner, is going to be the APC candidate. I know the man from Ife wants to also get it. That's Omishore. I don't think they will give that to him. I think they will give it to that Bami. And he's getting the support even from the presidency, codedly. Of course, they left it open for the Akondes and the elders in Osun to decide. But of course, the support is coming in for that Bami, that's the former finance minister. And it's not looking good for Adeleke. Adeleke wanted to join the APC. That's the only way. If he's going to run alone, if he wins it, then he has really dealt with something big. And he will be one of the big politicians in Osun State if he wins it with Accord. But I doubt it. Anyway, let me yield the floor.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent, well put. So we go on from you to comparable facts, otherwise known as man of prestige. So we go on to prestige as I hand over to hold on, prestige as I hand over to Kenny to carry on whilst I go run some errands. So Kenny, try and maintain some orderly fashion so that the audience can enjoy it fully. So it's prestige, then you, Kenny, then Aruki Digba. And please, people that are not already subscribed, please subscribe, like and subscribe to help us push up our numbers. Prestige, we're talking about the ministerial list that's just come out, and we were somewhat alarming that it was more a case of job for the boys than the advancement of the country's voice in whichever portfolio these are new to be endorsed ambassadors get. And we were especially wondering what qualifies Fani Kayode, Mahmoud Yakubu, Reno Omokri, we can understand what qualifies Reno Omokri because it's the Koboko that keeps on flogging Peter Obi. But what are you making of the ministerial list? And do you concede that it's a job for the boy? So Kenny, you take it. Prestige has the floor. I'll join you guys just in about half an hour thereabout.
All
Prestige.
right, no problem, woman. Thank you.
All right.
Prestige, take it
Greetings,
away.
everybody. Good morning from here. Good afternoon from wherever you
You
are.
got seven. You got
Good
7 minutes.
evening.
Okay, 7 minutes, please.
So let me start with
MOP,
the
Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving,
ambassadorialist.
belated one.
I mean, let me begin. The president has the constitutional right to appoint the ambassador, whomever he seems fit for the position, and that education is not a qualification. For the ambassadorialist, it's just the capability. But let me begin. It doesn't really matter who we appoint. We can appoint a terrorist. The APC partisan people, we applaud it. People like Baba, coming here saying a master stroke, even at all, I'm just making an example. You all will applaud it because you all are so partisan to do it. It's not even funny. So that's how I see the whole thing because there's some questionable character, in that, that's included. Like I said, he has it has the priority to appoint anybody he wants, to suit him in any way. But these people are representing the country. They are not just they are not representing Astro. They're not representing the executive. They speak for the country. So character matter, I mean, the ambassadors speak for the whole country, not just the political party. Like I said, past statement, and attacking other country. Where I'm going. I'm referring to let me use the word. Let me find a word to call him. Free Fu Kayode, FFK. I call him Free Fu Kayode. We know the utterances he has made, for other foreign countries. Particularly recently, what he had been accusing other countries of being involved in destabilizing the country. And what he said about the genocide going on, when we know there's a genocide, I mean, his utterances and what one man said, how he treat other people. But am I, I mean, am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised, because some of them are career diplomat. I think I don't have the a record here. I think about 15 career diplomats, something like that, included in this ambassadorial list. But you have to question why. I mean, why appointing, FFK, with his utterances, and you're gonna go out there and represent our country. And let me tell you, the host country where where they're going to post them, they have a right to reject. They can reject them. I can't even imagine them posting Reno to America or posting FFK to America or wherever, London. Maybe they will post. They will send him to Calvin Chan, where nobody know about what he's going. How about Reno? Yeah, he has a master in law and all that kind of thing. He's qualified. But that guy, is being rewarded. He's being rewarded for what, for doing the APC bidding recently. I mean, this is the guy who almost crucified Tinubu. Ole, Ole, calling him Ole, when they went to Chatham House. He even went to Chicago University and called him the worst drug dealer. And now he's singing like, look at what he wrote 2 days ago or yesterday. He's singing like he has won a lottery. How do you trust person of this character? That's it's not anything about obedience or whatever you may say because I'm on obedience. Who give a F about obedience or whatever, what he said about, but it's the man character. And you want to nominate such a person. He's probably the worst of all them there, his character. I mean, everybody, the world is so global right now. We know his character. Everybody know his character. I'd be surprised, where he's going to go. I mean, because everybody that he is nominated, like I said, even I thought he included drug dealer. The Senate is a rubber stamp to the president. They're not going to oppose anybody there. Anybody can bet me today, what I'm saying. Nobody, all of them will say true because he's the president. You have the Akpabio there, so they're going to go through. I mean, I don't have issue, even Mahmoud, you're saying, I don't have issue with any other ones. It's just those two that I have issue, because of their character, representing the country. So in this situation, it's not about Tinubu they are representing, or the executive. It's about the country. I have very, very, very issue in that regard. Like I said, does he have the constitutional right to appoint the ambassador? Yes. Can he appoint anybody he wants? Yes. Does character matter? Yes, character matter. And Senate is going to approve them whether you like it or not. But let me stop here. I will contribute later because I have something to do right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man of prestige. Do you want to say something real quick about Adeleke before you go? Man of prestige?
Did you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you, Baba. God bless you, sir. Man of prestige, I said before you go, do you want to say
You don't hear what I said?
little? I hear what you said. I said, do you want to talk about Adeleke movement in Osun State? You want to say something about that before I go to Alugidigba? Okay, I
Well,
guess you can't hear
he
me.
called my name here. I have just 30 seconds for rebuttal or whatever he said. He called me out.
Yeah, Baba, yes. Go on, sir.
Comparative fact, if you are hearing me, it's about a country not being one-dimensional, because from coast to coast, border to border, country to country, how you deal with them differs. The card you dealt France may be a different card. You deal India. So people will have to fit the mode. So it's all shades and colors that must be embodied in the ambassadorial field. This is my opinion, and that's the proper thing to do. If FFK has a caustic tongue, so be it. It could be useful in gunboats diplomacy. You send him as a troubleshooter or as a problem solver or as a representative or a disruptor in a certain country or the other or certain part of the world. So they will serve a purpose. So you don't just put in reverend fathers and cardinals all just to prove a point in a cabinet. It has to be diversified. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. Yes, Alugidigba, you are up next.
Okay.
So let's say you out. You know the topic we're talking about.
Okay.
Anything that is in your mind in regards to the politics as well. Take it away, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, Aaron.
Okay.
Yes.
On that note, Baba Mokiyo, apologies, my little one is she's rather very excited at the moment, but I'll try my best. So on the ambassador, ambassadorial list it is what it is. There's nothing new about it. It is a kind of a job for associates in a way. It's kind of a retirement for some people. I mean, we've seen in the past, judges of the High Court who've been retired, who are notable, have been sent, given ambassadorial positions. Even across the world, you see it. So we've seen it go to top businessmen. Look at someone like so it is what it is. Reno Omokri is well educated. I think he has a degree in law, and I think he has a specialty in political sciences. I think he's someone you can give a job to. You can go to a country that we have relations with, where we don't have any particular concerns or there's no particular diplomatic issues ongoing. So you can just go out there, do the usual stuff. Attend me. The ambassadors, they come and go. I mean, I don't know if people really know. There's a lot of countries in the world. There's a lot of things to do. Someone like Reverend Kuka can get sent to the Holy See, for instance. So it is what it is. I don't know why we're all banging our heads. If I look at your day, I'm not really keen on him. I'm not keen on his father either. I think they are both vagabonds, both father and son. But then again, I have a reason to say that.
Royalty of Ife politics. Okay, we understand. Those of us who know.
They are both vagabonds, so there's nothing to say, but it is what it is. Femi is Femi. I find it very odd that a man of prestige actually is speaking against Femi Fani-Kayode, who was supporting Nnamdi Kanu just a few years ago. But it is what it is. So I'll move on from there. Ambassadorial list, like someone said earlier on, female jobs for the ladies out there. There's a lot of women, professional.
What's your take on Reno, please?
Reno is a smart man. I mean, there should be a country out there to send him to where he can do a good job. He's a brilliant young chap. I mean, this is someone that's worked in the presidency. He knows how to operate. He has experience when it comes to this. Having worked for President Jonathan and having helped a number of electoral campaigns. I mean, it's not a spring chicken. I think he might actually outperform a lot of people out there. He's a straight shooter, so I don't have a problem with him. It is what it is. I mean, he said what he said, and I think even the fact that he's been given this appointment is testament to it actually says more about who Tinubu is and less about who Reno is. The fact that a man who was so vilified by this other gentleman, being Reno Omokri, that Tinubu, being successful as the presidential candidate, was able to actually turn. I mean, look at this. The other minister for information, is it Tosin or whatever that guy's name is? This was someone that was vehemently attacking Tinubu as an individual, and he became a minister. And we've seen this. Not just Reno, we've seen individuals who attack Tinubu, who Tinubu has been able to convert, and that's what politics is. We might get carried away about nation building, but that's politics. Politics is the capture of power to further the interests, to further your social politics, to further what you believe in. That's what politics is. So that's that. So I'll move on quickly. I think we're talking about Osun State. I didn't expect any less in Osun State. Adeleke didn't seem to have a way out. He's been trying to defect to APC for like the last 1 year. I rather find it very hard that he's left it this late to pull out of PDP. He's lost all the local government. He doesn't have any control of the local governments. He's been losing interest. He's been losing. He has nowhere to go. I think he might end up going to ADC, although I don't know any agreement between him and Aribe. Or he might go to Accord, which is Accord is a place where everybody finds refuge, last minute refuge. Accord party in the south anyway. It's between Ibadan and Osun State, especially, and I think Ondo State as well. If you are stuck, go to Accord. It's kind of like a thing, in the southwest. So I think he might go to Accord. I don't know what Accord is doing I don't know how powerful Accord. I don't know. I don't think he has any structures like that. Like that. Again, it speaks to the fact that he's not brilliant. He's not special. He's daft. This is not the first time I've said it here. Very open about it. He's a daft individual. He's not done anything in the States in the last several years. What can your brother do for you? How far can your other brother push you? Essentially, So this is where we are. It doesn't mean that PDP, that gentleman, but then again, maybe it's actually smart of him to not contest the primaries. I think he's actually done the right thing by not contesting the primaries, because if he had contested the primaries, he'd be stuck. The problem is nobody can sign his candidature.
Exactly.
Because really, PDP don't have a recognized secretary or chairman at the moment. So nobody can sign him as a candidate when elections come around. So maybe, yes, he's actually done the right thing by not contesting the primaries, by not participating in the primaries, by resigning from PDP. Because if you are contested in that primaries, I don't think you are able to contest two primaries. I don't think it's legal to contest two primaries in two different parties. So he's done the right thing. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just want to ask this question. Yes, a lot of people in the last few days, when Ashwaju roll out the names of those people, it's only three names that people are complaining about: Reno Omokri, Farikayode, and Mamu Yakubu.
And that okay guy as well. He raised some eyebrows. The okay fellow.
Which one?
Okay. Something okay. Yeah, he's a former NIA guy. Apparently, he was one linked to that. Remember that money that was found in Okoyi, in the apartment in Okoyi? Apparently, he was linked to it. So, so yeah, it is what it is.
So my question is, why do you think all of them are sitting on that guy on them? Because I don't know why.
It's just Nigeria, busybodies and ne'er-do-wells complaining about individuals that have done much better for themselves. As much as I don't like Femi Fani-Kayode, the fact of the matter is, as a young man, he's done far better for himself. And dare I say that he's eclipsed his father when it comes to Nigerian politics. I mean, he's most definitely he's had multiple portfolios as a minister under at least two different governments, and now as an ambassador. You know, give it or take it. I mean, give it to him. He's always found himself relevant, even though Obasanjo said that. I think Obasanjo said that if you give him food, he can dictate his tone. I think something to that effect. But give it to him. He's kept himself relevant. When they were forming APC, was involved. Before the elections, he pulled out of APC, returned to PDP. I mean, he's quite a fellow. He's always been able to chart his own course, and he's still relevant. You have to give it to him.
Okay. Yeah. So now I just want to add this to our conversation because I don't think Oman brought this up. Bye bye, everybody. No, President Tinubu has nominates Musa.
Musa,
as,
yes, Musa.
Yes.
As
so what impact? So what do you think is going to be his impact?
Okay.
And do you think the skills is going to change and all that?
Yes.
So and hold on. Also, the other people now that they are the one that are blocking the state police and all that. So they do their press conference the other day. They said they want state police like yesterday. So I just want us to debate on that as well. Add this to our conversation.
So I'll make it quick. I'll make it quick. So I'm happy that TDS Musa has been made the Minister for Defense. It's a return to precedence where we have an expert in that position. He's very good. I think TDS Musa, from what I've been able to gather, it was very good for the welfare of the military personnel. He really did a lot of work to improve the welfare of military personnel. And when you improve their welfare, you improve their, it gives them confidence, it gives them morale, it improves the morale. So he put a lot of effort into boosting the morale of the military guys. So you have to give that to him.
So Arrow, why was he replaced to begin with?
Because by law they're only meant to be there for 2 years. Not by law, but by convention. Don't let me use the word law, but by convention, they're only meant to be there for 2 years. However, in several administrations going back, we've had Buhari especially was notorious for that, keeping individuals there far longer than they should.
More than 2 years, yeah.
They're only meant to be there for 2 years because there's other guys right behind them, that want to get promoted as well. Everybody wants someone in their course to become the chief of army staff or the chief of naval staff, chief of air staff, or the chief of defense staff. Everybody wants someone in their course. And if you're going to keep, service chiefs there for 4 years, 5 years, that means you might have 3 or 4 different courses that actually go
pass away.
But I think it's a kind of reorder of the political structure concerning the defense defense ministry in our country, because if you look at that structure, for instance, chief of defense staff is part of it, defense minister, minister of state, defense ministry, and national security advisor, and
Ministry of Interior as well.
To an extent, the police minister. Police.
Yeah.
If you look at all of them, the minister of police is a Kanuri man. Chief of defense, it was then Musa, a Southern Kaduna Christian. The Badar who just resigned, a Fulani and a Muslim. Matawale, Fulani, Christian and Muslim, Ribadu, Muslim, Fulani. Since we have this problem now of this Christian genocide issue, so I think it's for a balance that Badara has to bow out to bring in a Christian into the fold, so that it doesn't, because he looks really, really funny the way I express it. Everything all just northerners holding the country's defense space. That is dangerous. Even without even talking, in peacetime is dangerous. In wartime, it's dangerous. I don't know what Tinubu was thinking when he did that appointment.
Why do we have a minister? Why do we have a state? And I mean, we don't need two ministers for defense. We don't need a minister of state and a minister and a substantive minister. Given that we also have a chief of defense staff, given that the military infrastructure is pretty well defined. Why should we have two ministers administering? I really don't understand. The military infrastructure is pretty well defined.
Can I just chime in something?
No, Arrow. We need secretary. It's just like Secretary of Defense. We need a civilian as a minister in there.
Yes, exactly.
I'm talking about having a minister of state and a minister. So, at the moment, we have a substantive minister of defense, and then we have a minister of state for defense. We don't need two. I think it's just especially there are two individuals. Matawale is not a pushover. Musa.
Yeah, thank you. I think Tokyo want to jam me something. Let me come in a little bit so that you can go around.
I think man of prestige kind of gave my idea. So the idea is at least to have some civilian amongst the ranks. That's why I think that Ministry of Defense really was created. But the Ministry of State is just to settle boys, really.
That's what I'm talking to. I'm talking
across
to
ministries.
I'm not against the Ministry of Defense. I'm talking about the states. The Minister of State for Defense.
If you check, you see Minister of Education, Minister of States or Education. It's just settlement across the line, and these are the bogus,
and also to meet up with federal character
and all that. But what I want to say is that the choice of that Musa is a good one.
I think so too.
I think the president likes him. I think he has become a close ally to the president. He has been his choice. So since when he came in, then he wanted him. So procedurally he was supposed to exit. But even if he had not chosen him as Minister of Defense, he would have brought him in as an advisor or something. That guy would have come back in. It was obvious. It was pretty clear because he was still within the cycle. So I think that guy is a good choice. That Bederu saying he resigned because he was sick, it was the president that advised him to just resign.
He was pushed.
Yes, he was pushed out.
He's not done anything either, really, to be frank. In fact, I've not seen him.
The two of them, both Matawale, the truth is, they put the two of them there because they can, they are both Fulanis. They can discuss with fellow Fulanis to douse the situation. They did a good job to a reasonable extent at the very beginning. But at some point, they just settled in and became docile. So I think the president needed to exit them at this point. Even Matawale might have to be relocated at some point. But, Matawale is Tinubu's ally too, even whether good or bad. Because sometimes in politics, you take both the good and the bad sometimes. So it is what it is. But I think it's a good choice for putting.
All right, thank you very much. Compatible facts. So do you want to have input in what we're discussing before I go to Baba?
Can I say something?
Yes, please, yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Comparable fact.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just talking about Musa. I think reappointing of Musa is the right thing. I mean, he's well qualified. If you look at his antecedent, the man has extensive military background, and he's familiar with the defense bureaucracy and the structure. So professionally, he's an elite one. So the continuity in that regard and the stability is what we need at this right now. So this is probably one of the best decisions I've seen Tinubu making recently, particularly, the crisis where we are right now. I believe Musa is the right person, in my own opinion. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you.
We can all agree on that. We all agree on that. Yeah.
Of course, of course. Well, anyway, because I don't think already said Tinubu removing because they cannot go beyond 2 years. Because I was thinking that why did they have to remove him in the first place? Because some people have to get promotion and because of 2 years. So I understand that. What was it called? Baba, it's your turn now because we're not that
Yeah.
many here. So let's
Okay,
take round
Kenny.
again. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I think it's a right fit considering where we are politically today in our country. It's inauspicious time, but I think we all agree that Musa is a good fit for that position. And I think also it will reassure Musa that he is needed in the country because of the circumstance of what happened, how he exits that position into retirement. Whether we like it or not, if you are analytical, you will know definitely that it's got to do with the coup, which we are all not talking about at the moment. Not that he was complicit, but in my view, he was caught napping. He was caught napping, actually, and it happens under his watch, and he had to. By any dimensions involved, all you have to do is to ease that person out. But I'm happy that another opportunity presents himself for him to actually prove himself. So he has grabbed it with both hands, actually, for which I'm happy. And I think CAN could be involved. That is the Christian Association of Nigeria could be involved in him accepting, not in his nomination, in him accepting. Because these are the things I discussed with some people last night, in him accepting that position. And I think we will see the difference now that a Christian is on the table, on the defense table, and being a military man to boot. So he will know exactly by his previous position and experience exactly what to apply, because he must have had about 4 weeks or more than that to cool his heels and have an overview of the defense architecture, what he missed, what he could improve on. And as a defense minister now, he has an overall authority on all the forces in the country. So I think we might see something robust coming from him presently, more so that he served with the Oluyede. He served with Oluyede. Oluyede was chief of army staff, whilst Musa was chief of defense staff. So if there had been a synergy between them, I think they can only just take that synergy to another level. Well, I think it's a gain for the president, as the way I say it.
Baba, I also think that him and Ribadu actually seem to get on rather well enough. This I'm talking about Musa and Ribadu. They seem to get on from my observation. They got on well. So that's like you said, it's a gain because we don't have a situation where individuals are conflicting. Individuals have conflict. So
All right. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Adewale in the box. Mr. Adewale, unmute yourself, please. Can you make a contribution, please?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Baba. Good morning, Aruki. Good morning.
Good
morning. Call could disturb
Baba. It's been a while. I didn't even know there's a show this morning. I just stumbled on it. I heard your voice. I was like, oh, that's a great Baba right there. And I tuned in. Wow,
That's
great discussion.
Do you know what we're talking about? You know what we're talking about?
You guys talking about the Reno Omokri nomination as the former chief of defense staff.
Yes.
And I think it's a round peg in a round hole. Actually, this is like a correction to uh, the anomaly. Let me put it that way. Banderu had no business being in defense, but I guess it was serving the interest of the North. That was the reason why Tinubu decided to put him there. Himself and the uh, Minister of Defense State, they were both from the North. But I'm glad that he chose somebody who recently disengaged from military. At the same time, who has a good synergy, just like Baba put it, with Oluyede, even with the Lagbajas. Is a morale booster for the military rank. One, they have one of theirs, being in charge, total control. We have Minister of Defense and also the all the service chiefs, and together with the NSA the advisor, they were once in the force before. So to me, it's a great day. I think it's also, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's part of the condition of the Americas. Give you Nigeria president. I don't know, but the fact that he chose this man says, now he's talking. But I think it's a good development, because Musa appeared to me as a professional one. Whenever he's talking, and you can tell that this is somebody who knows his onion, who has been in the military for a while. I understood. Sometimes his expression shows that he's also, sometimes the way the politics meets military professionalism, you can see his frustration. I could recall in one of his interview with, I believe it was Al Jazeera or something like that, when he was being grilled. There's some other certain topic that he couldn't touch because it was more political than the profession that he's coming from. So to me, is a right thing to do. Secondly, as far as the Reno Omokri is concerned, I mean, what better way to reward his dedication? Don't let me say loyalty, because loyalty in politics is dynamic. Today, it's like a pendulum, can swing to somebody else's side. But in politics, they say you don't have permanent enemy. You have uh, common interest will bring you to work even with your so-called perceived enemy. So yes, Reno Omokri is very good, and I hope that the National Assembly, the Senate, will confirm him, uh, and they should not look, at the some of his past transgression or what he has said or his rhetorics in the past. But also, this with higher calling also require some level of maturity. And I think at 53 now, if I'm not mistaken, he would discharge his duty in a manner. One, I don't expect him to be frequent on social media like he always do, because going back and forth with some of those people uh, that uh, uh, that are not in support of you doesn't mean that you know he will learn how to bite his tongue in short. And as far as where he'll be posted, I'm kind of like, I don't know, it might be one of the African countries. Even regardless of that, it's still uh, needed. Somebody was joking on social media that you would never see Mokra being posted to Western world, but maybe countries like Togo and Ghana. So, well, Abanikoro was posted to Ghana after all, so he served there and he served diligently. We have Nigeria that lives and works there, so he was serving the interest of Mr. President. As a matter of fact, career diplomat does the job. They are just there as a ceremonial. When it's time to represent the president, sit in a big meeting and contribute. The career diplomat has a way, Nigeria foreign policy would dictate how they will go about it. Most likely, or most of the time, diplomats usually go behind or through the back channel to get their job done. So I hope it get confirmed, And I hope, and I look at the caliber of people that have been nominated.
What about Panikawode? What do you think about Panikawode?
Panikawode is also being rewarded because, I mean, this is a former minister. Let's look at it that way. This is a former minister. I mean, we can't deny that he has not been a patriotic Nigeria. However, Mr. President is looking for somebody who will serve the interest. You could see the passion at which he expressed himself when it comes to the issue of Nigeria, and that's what is needed. I don't even care if he goes and brings somebody from ADC or PDP, as long as that person have the interest of Nigeria, not people that will be going about bad mouthing their countries simply because they disagree with the incumbent. So for Ode, I know for a fact that he might have challenges in the security clearance because of his public utterances, but I think he will be cleared. The only person that I'm a little bit disturbed about this nomination is the former retired INEC chairman. Even though he's a Nigerian.
Yabu Mahmoud, why? Why do you think so?
Well, he put the optic is what I'm concerned about, not the fact that he cannot discharge his duty. The optic fact that it was once an umpire in a keenly contested election. And if you look at the noise around, I mean, he's a Nigerian out of 250 or 230 million Nigerian. To me, I mean, he's a Nigerian that can be called upon, but I just felt that he shouldn't be somebody who just immediately left office and then you have all these um, noises going behind them. To me, it just feel like a little bit, it seems as if he's a little bit more loyal to the incumbent, but it's serving the interest of Nigeria at large. So that's what I'm just. But as far as I'm concerned, if it's confirmed, great. But I just felt that politically, the opposition would look at it. They're already looking at it as as if he did Tinubu a favor, and then Tinubu is now trying to do him a solid. That's the way I see it.
All right. So before I move to somebody else, do you have anything to say about what's called Osun State? Right.
Osun State.
Before you go to Osun State, hold on, sir. You see, this narrative actually disturbs me because I'm still going to have my submission as well. And I want to challenge one of the panelists that says something. But why do you think people keep fixating on people past? I asked a question before you can come on this line. I said, okay, you talk about Panikawode, he's smart, he doesn't know how to talk. And I challenged someone today that show me a video in the last 2 years where Panikawode say anything bad to anyone or the press, but people are not going deeper. They don't go as far back as 10, 12 years ago, what I said before. So who doesn't have history? So what do you want to say to that, Mr. Adewale?
I only have less than a few minutes to spend. The fact is that Panikawode has assessed some controversial things. I mean, no doubt that he's been a loudmouth, but the thing is, he has not been that controversial to the point that security-wise it would not be clear. Let's just get that clear. It's not the likes of the Air Rufais and co. He's been ferocious in the way he speaks about Nigeria and where his loyalty or his support lies, and that is what he has done. Those people that are probably talking much about they don't like his personality, so they want to find everything they can say against him that would make him not qualified. Just like you remember when Keyama was also nominated when he came with the second batch. People were saying all sort of things against him that he was part of the previous administration. But come to think of it, the current administration is able to discharge himself and he's been doing great ever since. So sometimes we have to give people a chance to afterwards in Nigeria. So yeah, I have to go. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your contribution. I really appreciate that. Please, before I go to the next speaker, or before I make myself, can we share and like, please? And if it's possible, can we power tap? Is it power tap? They say, what they call it, super chat. Yeah, sorry, the TikTok stuff is coming to my head. Sorry about that. Yes. Arugi Diba, are you still there?
Indeed.
Aha, God bless you. Now, listen, let me just say this real quick because that's the only thing I'm going to talk about, right? Me, I don't like in a situation whereby anytime presidents do something, people will complain. When he didn't do something, people will complain. This set of people, right? That they are not complaining about the nominee now. That they are saying, "Oh, it's not providing us with foreign aid. It's not doing that." Now it's doing it. People are still complaining. What are we going to do? What is he going to do in this regime that people will appreciate that this person is not actually sleeping. He's working his hard, he's working hard to make sure that country is safe. But they will still find a place, they will still find a hole in everything he's doing. And see, the Bible said, "Who has not cast since before should cast the first stone." Every single one of us are here, especially my brother. What's her name again? Sir? Hold on. It's not compulsory fast. The other Yoruba guy. What was her name? Is he gone? Oh, I think he's gone. Okay, that other guy. The one that I'm always bring here was saying that because he talked too much. I believe everybody have and they deserve second chance. Arigi Digba, please, can you take away from there, please?
So, I mean, it's just the nature of politics in Nigeria. Everything is just subject to criticism. Even if the criticism can be outlandish and over the top. So it is what it is. I don't. It's their part of their job to criticize. It's part of their job to try and punch holes in every decision made. That's what the opposition is there for. I don't begrudge them their despair, and I don't have any problems with individuals who want to critique everything. I really don't. It's what they are meant to be. They are meant to be a nuisance and a thorn in the side of the ruling party. So that's no. I don't have a problem really with.
Yeah, Aro. It's not as if I happily with anybody condemning or anything. But when your condemnation is becoming or unbecoming, I get fed up with it. You understand? See, as you did so now, if you do something, I will not say because that good thing you did because I don't like you, I must turn it around to look like a bad thing. That guy he was on platform the last week or so. He was saying some things. I just have to cut it over and go because I hate to listen to some people. Some people like that. But the fact that people have right for their opinion and they have right to say whatever they want to say. But me, my belief is if you are doing something good, right? I should be able to acknowledge that you've done something better. And if you're doing something bad, I should be able to open my mouth and say, you know what you're doing is not good. I don't like it. That is not philosophy, but not just to complain about every single thing. You get my point?
No, I get your point absolutely. I don't disagree with it. But the government should fixate itself with performing. The government should fixate itself with being able to articulate their policy. The government should fixate itself at being able to actually say, this is what we've done and this is how well we've done. And to actually bring forth and be able to say, these are the things we are doing, these are the results we are getting. That should be their own policy. They have individuals who are meant to be specialists when it comes to the public the public face of the government. Those individuals should take their job seriously and discharge their duties. Most of the government does that there. They don't need to concern themselves with the other individuals who are trying to disparage them. That's what is expected of those other individuals. What is expected of the government is that they should, they have the mandate. That's the reality of it. The government has the mandate of the people. It is their job to actually, according to what they proposed, in their manifesto, they need to, for which the individuals have entrusted them with power, they need to, bring forth those principles that they've put forward in their manifesto. That's what should concern the government. Everything else It's not their business. They should do their job. Let those other guys complain and wail and knock their head on a rock and on transformer. It's not their business. They can go and jump off a cliff and knock the transformer. That's not the business of government. The government's business is to actually, is to bring forth good governance according to the mandate that's been given to them by the people. That's all they need to concern themselves about.
All right, that's good. That's good. Thanks very much, Baba. Are you still there, Baba, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, there's something that I'm reading on the news now. They said DSS arraigned Showere on 5 counts charge for calling President Tinubu a criminal. So, and he's been given bail today. So, what do
On
you think is going to happen?
self-recognizance.
Yeah, yes, yes. So, did you think this will make him to learn that you don't just open your mouth?
Learn. Does Showere ever learn?
Baba, that DSS guy. What is wrong with them? They are even there to are doing too much. They should leave Showere alone to continue being a nuisance.
Yeah, I don't know why they are troubling themselves. You understand? It's a deep-throated rabble rouser. So let him be. He can't do any damage more than his thought process can take him. We know who he is and what he stands for. So let him be. He is somebody who is abusive in the sense that he abuses people, not in the sense of any other thing. So what will they do to the government? It will bounce off the government like it has been bouncing off. And
Baba, but on our image, for someone to be calling the president of the nation a criminal, so if they don't do something about it, it's actually encouraging other people to do something worse than that.
But he's not the first individual. He's not the only individual. He's not going to be the last.
You understand? When you do it, you yourself, you bring it to the fore, and you know how these people behave in the cyberspace. They will start parroting it, and by the time you know it, it will take a life of its own. And we remember Lagos is dirty. Remember, there's been how many sloganeering in the past 30 months or so. A lot of them, they jump from one to the other, and this also will pass. So they should have let him be. It's simple as that until he does something very, very deep in regards of maybe a treasonable felony or things. Then you can yank him in. But for just slandering or this thing, I beg, just let him be. He has nuisance value at best.
Slander, as long as it's not criminal slander now. I mean, once it's not particularly criminal slander, they can let him be a nuisance now. He's a nuisance. He's going to campaign again in 2027. He's probably going to come fifth.
Already voted as the chairman of his party.
Yeah, now he's the chairman of the party. He's also the presidential candidate. What if
can you imagine?
As bad as Awolowo was.
And the auditor general of the party too.
The party.
And some people will be saying that there's no kid. In fact, I think he needs to go because really, I can't.
Same here. You should go.
I don't see what he's been doing.
It's not a proper fit.
It's done not. It looks like a gentleman, but he's done nothing. He's been poor. It's been extremely very poor.
So for further, okay, Baba,
there's something I want to talk about this police guide for the politicians. I speak this for the National Assembly. Somebody might pick it up. It's not necessary that they use Nigerian police. The National Assembly can recruit at least 500 competent people for police colleges to train for them. They will be known and called National Assembly Police. Each of the legislators, 400 and something of them or so, will have one each. And the rest will be just on standby, running the administrative office of the National Assembly Police. They should have their own uniform, and they should operate under the purview of the National Assembly budget. No extraordinary invoicing for them, so that they should leave Nigerian police alone. their jurisdiction will be within the legislative boundaries and the legislators' affair of
Baba,
the
would
country.
they have power of arrest?
No, nothing. They hand them to the proper police outfits of that territory. But at least when it comes to defending and maybe guiding each legislator, they can have one. So they should not disturb the Nigerian police for effective security of their good selves. So this is my point. They should recruit at least 500 men, create a National Assembly police for that territory alone. Wear them their uniforms. So when you even see them outside, you know, oh, this is National Assembly police. Because they are crying now that they are being left naked and anything untoward can happen to them.
What's the strength of the DSS at the moment?
No, and naturally, you know, they will not tell you.
So because
they will not tell
what you're
because it's a security
advocating,
issue.
I think is actually should be with the DSS. DSS, they should get DSS training because I think the DSS are more able
The DSS can train the 500 men for them. Yeah,
they should be
sure.
able to train. Yeah, DSS can train individuals for VIP protection and protection of assets of high value assets better than the police command can do the training.
I agree. DSS can train for them.
Are you the one making this suggestion to them, or they have this in plan?
No, I'm making this suggestion myself because I've been thinking.
Don't say it over here now. And we know you have connection now. Tell your brother, tell your people in the
connection.
Reach out to them now. You know them personally.
Which connection?
Baba, I can get one now.
Baba,
We've thrown it. I've thrown it into the open air so that any of them can pluck it there from and then action it if it sells actually, because it's the right thing to do. It's not necessary because even in the US we have the Congress police within the area of the Capitol. If you remember when the people stormed the Capitol the other time, those are the people that defended the Capitol of the Congress. So we should have the same thing in our own National Assembly so that you don't worry the National Police at all. So you don't have anything to do. You pay them salary out of your budget.
Baba, what about civil defense? What about civil defense? Civil defense there now. Why are they not using those people?
We could need those ones in other areas because we are in a security emergency period at the moment, because whatever recruitment they are going to make will take time before it starts yielding fruit on the field or on the streets. So in the interim, civil defense will be supporting the police, even with the aid of Amotekun.
They should go for private security then. They should empower. Baba, all these retired soldiers, retired army, they can form a security unit, private one. Government to empower them. They should give them arms and let them protect these people and pay for it. That's another problem for them as well, for people.
Well, that's another angle to the suggestion I made actually, because the police is very rich, because at least out of the 300 and something police force we have, which is we have been underserved even by United Nations standard. You get about 100 of them are serving individuals. According to Ndume, even he went to visit a colleague of his some time ago, and he found 6 policemen in the compound alone guiding everybody.
Baba, do you believe in Ndume that Ndume only has one police?
That guy is lying. Don't mind that guy.
He's lying. He's lying. I mean, he's an old legislator, so he's just playing to the gallery, actually. But that is what it is.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, man.
At the moment, I mean, the northern bloc, they came in with their own listing, but I hear from them a kind of cacophonous voices from Northern Leaders Forum or whatever, and comparing their situation. But I want to ask the president, that list they brought out is an old list. It's a COVID period list. Tinubu has an upgraded list. He has an upgraded list. You say?
List for what? What was that? The list was it for?
The terror financiers.
Oh, okay.
The 16 put out. And if I saw Tukuru Mamu on the list, if Tukuru Mamu is standing trial and it happens to be Gumi's head, why is Gumi not arrested or standing trial? Is it because, I'm asking this rhetorically, is it because Gumi has taken money and run errand for the previous and present administration by taking money and negotiating with terrorists in Sambisa? That's why they don't want him to spill the bean. For that reason, they are not arraigning him. Because if Mamu is charged, Gumi should also be charged, and several others. And please, Mr. President, I say respectfully, release the list you have, the up-to-date list you have in your drawer or on top of your desk. Let us know these people. We need to know those that are troubling our nation. We need to know because, yeah.
But Baba, did this release? Yeah, apart from the name Gumi that you mentioned, are they all been arrested? All of them, all the people in the list. Are they been arrested and postcode?
We don't even know because the corporate bodies amongst them are those bureau de change. I know when Tinubu came to power, they canceled out all previous licenses and renewed and issue out fresh licenses. But when it comes to things corporate, we've all registered companies before. We have portfolio companies so that when one company die on the surface, you just dig into your briefcase, bring out another CAC registered company, and voila, you go ahead. So I cannot discount it that some of those people on that old list are not still in operation at the moment. And the Bureau de Change thing is like the nation has surrendered it to the Northerners. It's like it's their business, that's their industry. So they are using it effectively to trouble us by aiding this terror financing. So they have to look into that. Maybe we have to reduce.
Baba, do you think that the new laws coming in effect in January would allow us to actually operate a proper bureau de change system where individuals cannot just, exchange money without being traced? Because I think even according to that, like you said, when Tinubu came in, CBN put out a new, the CBN, directives.
Registered.
Every transaction has to be registered. But is that being followed through?
It is the Nigerian thing, because the rule says that when you go to a bureau de change, you change money and you obtain your receipt. But most of us, do we wait to get the receipt? We don't wait. We just walk away. Even though if they give me a receipt, it is that Nigerian belief that now fake receipts, and that could be true. You understand? So maybe that's one of the reasons we don't even bother to take the receipts. So because if something is not receipted, then there was no transaction in the first place. That's the truth. So God bless your day, my dear. Enjoy it. Bye. So it's a Nigerian factor thing. We need to restructure ourselves, our household, our work ethics. And in doing so, we will restructure positively our nation if we must remain a nation. Because this is where the problem lies. No matter what you do in that bureau de change thing, people will still do underhand dealings. One way or the other, there is no way to regulate it. One of the ways I think, which I propagated before, was that it should be left to the banks. It should be left to the banks, at least for the next 5 years. Let every bank.
The banks are complicit in the way it's.
But then they are structured and they could be really handled. You're legally. All they have to do is have a cubicle in every bank branches. Have a cubicle especially dedicated to changing money. And it's because the same regulation, because they own it now. So whatever happened in that cubicle, it can be related to the bank general operations. You understand, rather than leave it to individual. It's like people who sell in Teju show, for instance, markets. There are a lot of traders inside the markets who paid so much money to obtain shops in the market. But those ones on the streets in Teju show close to the railway thing are disturbing good customers from going into the market, to the shops, because everything they want to sell in the shop is already along the railway line in Teju market. So they pay much money for their shop, but they are not making any gain. So what did they do themselves? They also engage some workers and put their wares straight to the railway line. So the place become crowded. So what I'm saying in Bureau de Change is that those people, they are the people that run the Bureau de Change offices, and they are the people on the street whistling to you. You want dollar, you want pounds, you want to change on the streets. In Surulere, in Ikeja, in the hotels on the island. I don't want to mention any hotels and things like that. So that is one of the places we are doing ourselves injury. So let it be in the purview of the bank, in their operations. After all, we have branches all over. A lot of banks have branches. Imagine if each of them have a cubicle or two assigned to changing money. So you walk to the bank. Everything will be computerized. Everything will be computerized. There will be camera. They can audit easily. And the bank will even make more money. So this is my honest view, because this thing, if you know how much these people cut out every Emirates flight going, or the other one, the Qatar Airlines, millions of dollars they take out from Lagos Airport and also from Aminu Kano in Kano. Millions every week, cash, to Doha and to Dubai. And who are these people? Who are the people doing it? We know. They've taken it as their own industry. That's their own manufacture of corned beef, of tomato, of sandals. That's their own industry. And that industry is doing injury to us because it's not structured. It's not structured.
So, Baba, what is Cardoso waiting? What's Kilonwo?
Well, we have myriad of problems. They have to take them step by step. Even chewing at once the twin policies of subsidy removal and the exchange forex, this thing, it's done a lot of fiscal damage to our financial structure, which we are still amending. I agree with the shock treatment given to that area of our financial life, but it takes time to stabilize. So if you train more and more and more, it could drown the country. So I know they will have it in their sight to also do this, but we should lend a voice in reminding them intermittently that, look, these are still issues to be addressed. Yes, Kenny Mighty.
Baba.
Yes, Baba. Yeah,
Yes,
I'm here. Yeah, I just don't want to disturb you. Another breaking news. The PDP, Shimakide sent some delegates to Osun State to go and do some jamboree, governorship, whatever. So now they are fighting about it and all that. So I don't know what is going to happen
say
in
that
Osun State.
again, please.
Shimakide sent some people from Oyo State to go and be a delegate in Osun State for governorship. What's it called?
The PDP primary.
PDP primary, yes.
Is it not the one that happened yesterday? Is there another one they got today?
No, Turaki, I think his own is for December 18 or 20, I can't remember. So the one that happened yesterday, I don't even know who arranged that.
I don't know who arranged that one. But Baba, okay, but you don't think that Sheyi is actually doing Tinubu's bidding? trust Babashiyin?
I don't think so.
I don't trust him.
No, I don't think he's doing his bidding because the way he's moving. You know, what I mean, there's no way he'll be doing Tinubu's bidding and he'll be fighting Wike.
I don't. It might not be a game because what he's doing is literally is rendering the party useless.
Yeah, because people like Lamido has advised them. Same thing, Saraki advised them. Look, that thing that happened in Oyo State, forget about that convention. Let's take some few steps back and rearrange ourselves, our political life, and the structure of PDP properly. Some of them are refusing, some of them are accepting. So that party, I don't know. They usually said, like people like this guy, former minister in Plateau, said he's in ICU. I think he's gone beyond ICU. For medical people who know if something has gone beyond ICU, where else is the such patients are put? Because the PDP, as far as I'm concerned, has gone to blazes.
Baba, can I ask you a question? Why
Yes,
is your Egbon behaving the way he's behaving?
Who?
Your Egbon, Baba Bode George.
Egbon.
Why is he doing like
But
this?
wait. Let me give you a pointer. You can't condemn. You can't condemn Egbon like that.
To you. I believe what he did at the convention was because of the insult that he felt when he had that interview with Seun when Wike called in. This was the day before.
Yeah, that was skating, actually. That was skating coming from Wike.
Yes, Wike was very disrespectful, but I think Baba shouldn't have then gone to the convention to do what he did, which was absolutely.
But it wasn't him alone. People stood behind him while he was
reading
a handout.
Baba is a leader now. He shouldn't let them use him. Okay, people are behind him, but it's the one they push to the front to go and do because history would say that Baba Bode George stood on that stage and did what.
But don't forget too, he's been out of political influence now for like 12 years. So the post is getting
Baba, 12 years, okay. Baba, it's just 12 years. Since Tinubu become governor of that state, he's be out of this thing now.
No, I'm talking of national now. At least he served Ambassador before the prison.
Baba was in Baba. Okay, look at Baba. Baba did anti-party in 2023. So why can Baba be claiming that some people are not? When Baba himself is guilty of anti-party as well in 2023.
But I don't get it back. Wike has done the same thing the Baba did now. He has suspended or he has removed what do you call it? Wike has done the same thing. Have you forgotten me?
I agree with you.
It's very interesting what is going on.
Baba, let me hear your position on this. I beg, please, Baba. Let me hear your position on this.
On which issue?
On Baba Bode George, on his behavior.
That's what I've told you. That look, he's been out of political influence for over a decade. And these people, they thrive on political patronage. Because I was even shocked when he did his 80th early last week or so, and even invited Tinubu to share the occasion.
Did Tinubu not send someone to make a statement?
Of course, he sent somebody not just to make a speech, but with some bags too. You get my point? With some bags too. But you see, for instance, these people are. Don't let me say that. But the farthest I can go is to say, look, he's been out of political influence for some time, so the pulse is weak. So they have to make the necessary calls and adjustments. So that is what is playing out there. Because if you are beaten, you are beaten. Because as far as I'm concerned, until 2034, or is it, or 2035, Lagos State will not be thrown open for just any political party or anybody anyhow to rule. That's about some 10 years away. You get my point. So under 10 years, Egbon will be 90. Madam Kufu Akirele, I think, will be around that age too, and several of them, General Olanrewaju, Duati, and all the rest, will be advanced in age, and they may not be that useful anymore politically. So it's whatever they can get at the moment, because Lagos is locked down until 2035. So whatever politics they have children. Yeah, because I mean, we know what our children would they tell us. I mean, in private, the children talk to, they complain. Egmo has been known to say, "Look, my children can't even get decent job." He said that, and you can if you take it from that place and read between the lines, you know what he's crying about.
But it looks like Tinubu has given Pedro job now, so he has given that. He has given their own side of Lagos. He has given them something now with this Pedro's Ambassadorial as well.
Will it be enough?
You know, so he's giving Pedro now, because I understand. And even Cardoso is Cardoso not from that clan as well.
But Edro, Baba, there's something that actually did that surprised me. This guy from Mondo State, a senator, that actually include his name. You know what I mean?
Jimo too knows he can't come back second time. He just wants to go and do senator beef. Okay.
Jimo Ibrahim has always been business-like.
Yeah, no, he's a
and
business
it's not how do I put it? Let me put it, a concentrated politician or a concentrated businessman. What do I mean by that? His eyes is always on profit, not to deepen that business hold or political hold. He did it with his bank, with his financial house companies and things like that. It's not stable. It goes from one business to the other, and once he rips off, he takes off again.
But Jimo has been very fast and quick with his business practice now.
Yeah, that's his sharp practices. So I think he thinks now like he wants to take it international, because Jimo Ibrahim as an ambassador will not go to that country and just sit and be talking politics. He will be talking business, sharp practices and things like that.
He's my cousin's party owner, a very sharp guy. Jimo Ibrahim. He's actually brilliant, you know. He's a lawyer.
Oh, he is brilliant, no doubt.
And I think he came out through AAU, and it was one of the in his year, it was one of the best.
But even as a student, he's a brilliant guy. But he just doesn't have the attention span for anything deep, politically and financially.
But has he closed his issue with AMCON? That is the AMCON issue. Is it over?
Oh, he's still there. He's still there. He's still there, very free. Though he's been thrown into the deep freezer for the moment. Like most of them. He's in the deep freezer, but he's still there.
Okay, Baba, Ola is here. Ola, do you want to have your submission contribute to what we're talking about? Don't just keep quiet, please, my brother.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying what Baba and Arogidigba be saying. Baba,
I know how you go now. Me, I go hand over to you. How to cover the case.
Àlàáfíà fún yín sir, era sir. Yes sir, mo ti ń gbọ́ yín látàárọ̀. Arọ́gidi.
Ọlá mo ti hand over fún ẹnìyẹn o bó ṣe máa ṣe náà.
Hand over bàbá mo sáré yọjú bàbá yìí dẹ̀ ti ń sá lọ kẹ́ni máa ti kí ló dé.
Mo ti wà bí mi sí lọ.
What do you? He's going to run around quick. He's not coming back.
No, I'm serious.
Don't mind one man. He has been dodging for the past 3 days. I don't know. So yeah, he's lucky. I could have launched a Cantal stream services if he had not come today. So
I think Prince Daddy is waiting in the wings. Don't forget.
Yeah, Prince Daddy is in now. Prince Daddy is in. Yeah.
Okay.
I love the political event in the country. Oh my goodness. Suddenly our defense minister became sick and he wanted to go and take care of his head. I think we need more of them to turn in their resignation letter to go and take care of the head. So Matawale, and as well. In fact, would have been nice if Shetima can do that, because I don't know. I'm not sure. At least because of the noise around Shetima. Maybe he knows anything about terrorism in Borno State or not. I don't know. But what I'm saying is anything that can create some kind of noise and give Nigeria credibility issue, I think this is the time for us to deal with that one. And you see this man called Emuba. Oh my goodness. I'm so joyous, very happy. I can tell you that I almost jumping that his name, the guy is nominated, because at least maybe if we have someone that the people within the security community can just celebrate and can just respect. I think that would be a serious booster, because if I told you that I was happy with the event around this retirement, honestly, probably I would be stretching the truth too far. So, but I'm happy the guy is back now. But then, will Matawale be able to report to someone that was probably below him according to the ranking of the cabinet? Because I think a cabinet minister is ranked above service chief. So if our aim, I would just take this opportunity to just resign. After all, we learn about someone that said of Oshibajo that ordinary commissioner. So Matawale, have some shame. Why will you be reporting to someone that was supposed to be your junior? Take a bow and resign and let us feed out.
You have a point there, Ola. Yeah, that's a good point.
I didn't see that before.
I didn't see that. Your yesterday's junior has also suddenly become your senior.
Exactly. So please take a bow and let us have peace within our country. So then, a lot of events. I've not really confirmed this. When it got to a situation where we learned that they are now using helicopter now. They are using chopper to to abduct people. That's what we heard from Kogi. So there's no time. There's no time. There's no best time for us to have.
I don't think that is true. I don't think that. I don't think that is true. According to
Baba,
Nigeria to kidnap.
Kenny Mighty, anything can even be super true in Nigeria.
How many people were adopted? How many people were adopted with helicopter? How many?
It does not matter the number of people that were adopted with helicopter. The fact that we can have some kind of flying objects that we cannot identify within our airspace, just to go and carry some heinous crime, is enough. So it does not matter whether
just allegedly. I don't believe that will happen in Nigeria. No matter how worse we may be, that will not happen. I don't think so. I don't agree with that.
I won't say allegedly. Let government go and deny that on our behalf. I will believe the story of the victim.
But on which channel do you hear the news?
Because I was watching it on YouTube. You see, let me tell you something.
Those are here, man. My brother.
Let me tell you something. A lot of things were being covered until Trump came. You understand? You see, I think some of these things that we're seeing now, it's not as if they were not happening. You understand? It might have escalated, but I think some of those things were covered. I think that Trump statement alone escalated the issue, so it pushed everybody. It didn't push everybody. Let me tell you one thing. Probably without Trump, maybe we still have this old the former minister that resigned because of his health. And even I know that they be circulating old list of financier of terror in Nigeria. Even we know that that's old list. At least the fact that the politics is unsettled and we are moving toward resolving the issue, because the way we are going, you understand, it is the probability of us solving the insecurity problem is getting higher by the day than before. So I'm excited. But do we have are we now getting more reports about abduction and about terrorism attack? Because calling these people the bandits, I think we are playing it down. So a terrorist is a terrorist. So they're branding them.
They're actually arresting them all. They are arresting them in numbers in that for service of forest. I watched a video today where the people they arrest, they are
Kenny
up to 100.
I don't like arrest. If you go to the forest
They
and
should
see
buy them.
people, buy them. So the business of our security men, they are not supposed to arrest. You understand? These people, they want to go to heaven to enjoy. Help them. You understand? Why
Because
are you stressing
Allah, they have civilian as a human shield. They can't just shoot like that. I think that's why they have to arrest them and separate the people that they arrest for the terrorists. Because these people they kidnap a lot of people and they use them as human shield. Are you going to bomb both innocent people and bandits together?
You are pushing me to say what I don't want to say now.
I'm pushing you.
No, I will tell you. I will tell you something. See, I know this is not right. If the law can be made to do that, if we can have some kind of law that can be made to enable that, immediately you got someone on the scene. You understand that scene of crime that is a confirmed terrorist that you understand. Once you separate that person from the civilian, buy them there. Don't waste our judiciary resources. Don't waste our detention facility. Don't waste any taxpayers' money.
The only way that will happen,
all these people.
The only way that will happen, the only way that will happen is if there is no camera and if that's not recorded. Otherwise, the government will be in trouble. These people, even you be among those who have condemned. Why do you have to kill them? You should give them chance for justice and all that. That's what people will say.
Did you hear my work around? If you can pass a law, once that law can establish that this guy kidnapped person, you can work yourself a way around the law that okay, you got there, you can confirm that these people are kidnapped on the scene, and you are able to separate civilian from them. Please buy them.
I think they did that now. They did that now.
Not following what is happening internationally at the moment. What you are proposing is exactly what is happening in the U.S. Venezuelan situation right now, where the naval commander of the fleet bombed a boat as usual, and those surviving were bombed again. And there are people are propagating that they should be taken to International Criminal Court. The commander-in-chief in America said he didn't give the order. Except the commander, the Secretary of War, is now also denying that he didn't give that order.
That's Carlos. So they want to just send those.
They've thrown the admiral under the bus.
Under the bus.
Yes.
And Baba, you know the funny thing? You know the former admiral that was there resigned. He was an African guy. Just about 2 months ago, he resigned apparently because, and now we know why he resigned, because apparently he didn't want to be taking what he believed to be illegal orders. So now a different guy has stepped up to the plate. And I didn't know this. So that admiral is literally facing. Is facing
him under the bus, so I don't know how he's going to extricate himself, because the commander-in-chief has said no, that he doesn't think he already even defended the Secretary of War, and the Secretary of War is now on record to say that he didn't give that order. So who gave that order? And it's illegal, because in war situation, you cannot kill somebody twice.
Yeah.
And you can't even shoot somebody who has surrendered, waving the white flag.
And apparently most of those boats are just fishermen anyway.
That is debatable anyway. But as far as people are surviving and you bomb them, train, I mean, that's an international offense, even by war convention.
If a bandit
but United States are not signed up to that convention.
It really doesn't matter. They belong to Committee of Nations.
They won't surrender their soldiers, especially under Trump.
We know, but they will be on record.
But that general, if Trump is going to go, and that general could be exposed. That general could be exposed in the future to political.
I don't know if a United States of America has ever handed over their soldiers to
they will not
before.
No, Israel will not do it. How much more US?
Let me tell you one thing. There are some international conventions that need to be reviewed because we can't be protecting terrorists with international convention. You understand? Okay, a war, two countries are in war, they are fighting. I understand. You understand? You have your reason for fighting. But a terrorist, what are they fighting for? Why are they fighting for? Why should they be protected? So to me, I know just because of all those all this international convention, all this Transparency International, all those people, they've been slowing because they can be counterproductive as well. They can. So, and that is where we have problem, and that is why people are afraid. See, ideally, if not because of ICC, I don't believe that Tinubu will be so coward not to face these people. But I think the boldness is coming out just because of the recent secret agreement they had with America. I learned from rumor that the agreement is worth like $2 billion. So
I agree with you, Ola, to an extent, because if we look at the precedents with ICC, International Court of Justice thing, who are the people in prison today? Gbagbo, the Liberian guy, and the Bemba, the Congo guy, and
There's
all
an Eastern
Africans.
European. There's a few of those guys from
All
Albania,
Africans, except
the
the
Kosovo. There's a few
Yugoslavian
guys.
Karadzic and all the
Yeah,
rest.
there's a few
But
Kosovo guys. Those guys from Kosovo, that Kosovo,
yeah,
Serbia,
apart from
Kosovo.
those ones, a Central European, they are none of them. None of them. And America is on record not to have signed to the protocol. So it's a very difficult thing. Like you said, why would one convention tie the hands of one person and leave the terrorists alone to do as they please? And that is why America took it upon themselves to introduce rendition, extraordinary rendition, and put them in Guantanamo Bay and use third country also to execute their bidding. So a lot of things. I can understand Tinubu may be looking at the other side, that when I left power, they could take me to ICU. And don't put it beyond the Muslim nations not to gang up and do that against him. I'm not advocating for his snail speed approach to what is happening today, but that's a possibility we can look into too, because it's easy to take an ex-African president to ICJ. Very easy, because we have the presidents, all those locked up today. But it's against even rule of nature. Why can you shoot me from the back and I can shoot you from the back because I'm wearing a nation's uniform and you are a terrorist? So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Thank you, Ola.
So yes, sir. So I think so if a terrorist can just come to Abuja without anybody running after him, answer up, okay, surrender, okay, that's understandable. But see at that, because he's a terrorist, for me to know that he's well reformed, if he has no job before, maybe he should just go and stay and have his rehabilitation in the prison for maybe 2 years. Maybe you learn job like fashion designing, shoemaking, and some other thing. Now you come there, then government can empower you to work, but then you'll be monitored. That is understandable, because without anybody running after you, you came out, you answer up, you understand. That is understandable. But the security men are after you. You are only surrendering just because you are seeing the security men. That's not a surrender. I don't agree with that. You understand? How then do we describe a situation where the American Marine that came to Nigeria to rescue the citizen of America, that you went there, you drop a gas for them, you drop gas for them to sleep, and you pick up your citizen and you pie them. You understand? Should be after you pick up your citizen, they're harmless. Why should you finish them off? To me, I think all these terrorists, be rebranded as bandits, should actually be treated like a dangerous virus that we don't want to, that we want to eradicate.
So let me chime in. In Nigeria, the life of a terrorist is more valuable than the victims of terrorism. It is quite clear. We see that all the time. They rather, what do? Reorient this terrorist than to use force to try to fight them, just like he's saying. Tinubu is afraid. Buhari had affinity towards the terrorists. So there's a conundrum in the mix. Tinubu is not going to wake up and give orders, go fight them northerners. It's not going to happen. We all know that. We all know that. Forget about being persecuted in the ICJ, no, ICC. No, is more afraid of the Nigerian northerners than anything else, and that's why when you get so why do we have three northerners as head of the services? What do you expect? It's an institution that they have strong roots, and they control the institution to just show up and try to dislodge those northerners. That means you're sending a signal. You send a signal that you're there for nefarious reasons. So Tinubu, I'm not even a sycophant at all. I can criticize Tinubu at any time. But when he makes moves, I take my time to understand why he's doing so. The man is not stupid. You got to understand what he's doing. We all can talk as civilians. We don't. I mean, we're not in that capacity that he is. But when he make moves, he is there juggling. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of variables at play. We need to understand that. But it's shameful, anyways, that again, that we treat terrorists, better than our citizens, especially the little girls that get kidnapped, and we do nothing about it. Than to carry some stupid ass sign, bring back our damn girls. So frustrating.
Prince Daddy, I'm advising you, don't think that being a terrorist is running the parkour. Don't think about it. They are getting bombed day and night. It's a very precarious job at the moment. So, I mean, it is what it is. That statement that we treat terrorists better than we treat civilians is really not true. I don't think it is.
But realistically,
Well, it is
the
true.
northern governors.
Sorry about it. What do you mean it's not true? I mean, people should chime in. I've heard on the show. I mean, this is not true that they rather reorient this terrorist and take their time. Come on, what is Aru talking about? Yes, we do. I mean, nobody's going to say the way I said it, but don't tell me that we don't treat. I mean, why don't we treat the terrorists better than the people? Girls are kidnapped for over a year, close to 2 years. I mean, there's no sense of urgency at all to use all the resources of the government to make sure we procure these girls back to their
resources do we have,
families.
Prince Daddy? What resources do we have beyond money, beyond giving terrorists money, which I'm vehemently against?
No, Aro.
I'm vehemently against that. What resources do we have?
Aro,
We have none. We're just gonna pay them off.
Aro, let's look at this dispassionately, folks. We are the third best army on the continent. We are, I think, 37th or 33rd in the world. So when it comes to conventional warfare, we are good to go. But we are in a war against ourselves. Part of what we call our country are at war with us. The northern governors, 19 of them, met a couple of days back. I didn't hear one official statement coming out of that meeting condemning wholesalely the terrorists. They never did. Even the middle belt ones states, the Plateau and Benue are expected to be to blow that whistle of discordance. They didn't say anything. They went to that meeting cowed. Why should they? And this is why, for me, on this platform, the last time I was there, I don't have sympathy for them. I don't have sympathy in the sense that until of late in this Fourth Republic, I've always looked at the middle belt as Hausas because they classify themselves as Hausas. Now it's no more convenient. The hen has finally come home to roost. Now they are saying they are not Hausas. It's going to take them a long time to extricate themselves from that mold, in my own considered opinion, because they've been in cahoots with these people. when it was convenient for them to categorize themselves. So they have to prove a point by totally removing themselves from that mood. Because these people, I don't think, for want of word, they don't have gumption. Their political leaders don't have gumption. A lot of things happening that I'm even embarrassed. I don't want to use the word ashamed to live under the same umbrella called Nigeria with these people. They have no value. They have no respect for the sanctity of human lives. What they've been doing to themselves, are they trying to make me shit in my pants by killing themselves so that I will know that if they catch me, there is no mercy? Because when a dog started biting his child, then you know definitely that you are toast when you come near that dog. Is that what they are trying to prove? These people, I mean, how can they meet with their religious leaders and everything, their emirs, and not coming out to condemn wholesalely the activities of these terrorists? Rather, they are making excuses and comparing them to the Niger Delta militants. It's insulting. It's very insulting. It's an assault on the southern gumption.
Baba, the day Niger
Baba,
Delta militants were giving amnesty, I knew this day was going to come. I knew the day was going to come.
Amnesty. So amnesty, they're saying they don't treat their terrorists better than
I knew
civilians.
the
What do
day
you
was
mean?
going to come. See, the prince that you have to look at it from a Nigeria. Nigeria is a peculiar country. We are peculiar because we excuse everything, we excuse anything. The day amnesty was given to Niger Delta militants, I can remember saying that day that one day is going to come. That's because in Nigeria, yes, they always it's like we always take.
But the Niger Delta militants cross above their territory, beyond their territory. The
Baba,
only time,
I'm not
wait,
Baba,
let me finish.
I'm not
The
talking
only
about
time they
the
come,
fine
the only
detail of it.
time
I'm
they
talking about
extended, the only time they extended their terror beyond their borders was when they came to Lagos to bomb the Atlas Cove. And within hours, not within days, the elders rose and went to Tinubu to apologize, and by extension, apologize to the Abuja. And that ended it. And since then, they've not attempted it beyond their boundaries. And
yeah,
they
Baba,
were fighting
I'm
for
not
their
talking about
economic
the
survival.
activities of the militants. I'm talking about the amnesty program. See, I think in Nigeria, we felt the government must show that they have the absolute capacity for violence. And when the government does not do that in all circumstances, and we always try to find political solutions to every problem where a violent individual has decided to hold the state captive under any circumstances, irrespective of what their motivations are. Once an individual decides to take arms against the government needs to show that he actually has the monopoly of violence. And political solutions should not be in a lexicon. It's become far too common. Even this Nnamdi Kanu case now, it's political solution. The judgment has not even settled for more than 24 hours. You already have people calling for political solutions.
So, Arogidigba, you are beginning to speak in the language that I love now. You see, I don't even want.
Been my tone. This has always been my tone.
Just a minute. I don't even want you to stop at that. Anybody that suggests amnesty for a terrorist should even have some kind of sentencing that they should maybe feel like 5 to 6 years in jail. You understand? Or maybe if that becomes too harsh, they should have some kind of penalty. If you stand for a terrorist anywhere, that you open your mouth and you are saying, let us give these people amnesty, it's supposed to be a treasonable offense. It's supposed to be a treason. So you should be having a day in the court and probably some years in prison. So we just have to get this all evil idea out of our people's is it medulla oblongata or whatever we call it. So we just have to exterminate all this kind of immorality that we justify. I don't know when these people, okay, why can't the like of Gumi, for example, go and give his daughter to bandits? Then I come and tell us how I come and tell us the love you have for those bandits.
Because I was on TV the other day defending the bandits and saying that they should be. The daughter was on TV. One of the daughters was on TV saying nonsense.
Yeah, the daughter, you should just go and marry one of the daughters to all those bandits that don't even bath for like 3 months when they're moving around in the bush. Then we know the type of love. See, you have to, because the problem is, when Prince Daddy said something the other time, it's been valid because Nigeria seems to value the life of a terrorist more than the victim. Because how do you say this? The victim are in the IDP, but the bandits, the bandits are being rehabilitated. You understand? Using
Ola, let me shock
money.
you, Ola. Maybe all of us are not observing, Ola. Please pardon me. Look at the 34, I think, the Eruku 34. When they were released, we all saw the video. Then look at the 24 secondary school children of MAGA when they were released. Can you tell me the difference? One was like they went to a hotel or they went on an excursion. Those are the schoolgirls. The Eruku people, like people coming from war zone, broken leg, broken arms, ill health. You cannot be roughing in the bush.
Now, where they were telling the girls that we taking care of you, the girls were saying yes.
So there's something. Honestly, there is a collaboration going on. Nobody can convince me otherwise.
It's financial now, Baba.
You can't convince me otherwise.
It's a business now. It's a business.
Because we should be asking ourselves a question: why are people so eager? Why are they so eager that you want to eagerly pardon a terrorist? Something pushed him to that type of ideology. That ideology is not going to die.
Because it's a money-making scheme. See, that's the problem. See,
understand?
That's the problem we need.
Hold on,
money-making scheme.
Just hold on for a minute. Now, they are comparing to Niger Delta. Niger Delta, they were talking of environmental degradation. Two things. It simply means that if you take care of that environment, you are not likely to have the problem. Or you take care of the citizen just because they feel short-changed, right? But what's the idea of a bandit? You understand? We don't know the idea except their leader, like someone, or maybe the self-made, or maybe probably is working with them directly, like a Gumi, that is telling us that they are hungry people. Where did they gather? So even if they are hungry people, if you are saying Nigeria has ignored them, whose fault? So are you saying people in the southwest, people in the southeast, they can as well go into the bush and start doing the same thing in the name of they being ignored? That can never be an excuse. And you guys, over time, maybe that is where I would give credit to Gumi there, because it seemed like Gumi was one of those people that came out and said, no, that these bandits, that we know them, we know their family, we know where they live, we know their brothers and sisters. Maybe we can give credit. But many of these northern leaders, they've denied over time that these people are foreigners. Yeah, why we cannot ignore that? Why we cannot just discard that the element of the foreign, the foreign counterpart? But I think the major collaborator are in Nigeria. So why are you guys eager to pardon a terrorist? Why? So to me, we should find a way. It seems their number, they have two. There are too many in numbers, and that ideology is not going to die away. It's not going to die. And if you so love them that okay, you want to keep them, maybe Nigeria should start expanding the detention facility. Maybe they should go and build special. Anybody that want to pardon them, they have options. Maybe they go to Asho Rock and build that prison yard inside Asho Rock so that they will be living with them there. Or all those governors in the north, go and build the prison for terrorists within your state house so that you can keep them there. But when you keep them there, don't forget to harm them too. You can give them all those rocket launcher since you love them. So let them stay with you. And
that'd be a good idea. That'd be a good idea.
You understand? So to me,
but let me yeah. that'd be an interesting idea, actually. Those that want to keep them, they use the kids' gloves to do this terrorist. That's what I'm saying. I don't think maybe right now that things have been like shaken, that the government is trying to do something, but for a very long time, I don't think this business of terrorism, they take it that seriously. I don't think they do, because it doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect them. It's a Nigerian space. We all know that. It doesn't affect them to the level for them to do to the level of them to do anything. But this issue is a very serious issue. I mean, it's really serious to the point that these people don't have a problem trying to take over government, and I think they have actually already. If a non-elected entity is controlling part of your country, I mean, what is there to say? What is there to say? Are they not government on their own, having power to direct and dictate affairs of that space? They do. We're treating terrorism with kids' gloves. It's a shame. It's just a shame. Again, everyone it's in on it. The civilians, the military, they're in on it. There's no doubt about it. And the notion that I mean, if these videos of these little kids with guns and whatever they carry around are the same people we call terrorists, and our thinks Nigerian army has no chance against them, then we are a dead people. That's all I can say.
No, please. I didn't say that. My position is not that the Nigerian army has no chance against them. My position is that the Nigerian state is not serious. And the Nigerian state needs to show that they have an absolute monopoly of violence. Now, we need to look at this problem not just as, because they are not fundamental terrorists. Okay? When I say fundamental terrorists, I mean they are not Boko Haram. Boko Haram, Lakurawa are fundamental terrorists. ISWAP are fundamental terrorists. They are terrorists nonetheless, by the definition of terrorism. But we need to look at it from the perspective that this is actually a money-making scheme in which a lot of individuals are participants. It's a beautiful, in fact, it's the biggest and the most profitable business in Nigeria as we speak. Because I don't know of many businesses where you can kidnap 24 people and within less than a week be 500 million, 600 million, $1 billion naira wealthier.
I like to say that.
Please, Prince. Let me give you an arithmetic here. Please, Prince.
The Nigerian government can't claim they did not pay for the recovery of those criminals.
What do you think? You think is cheap? These people, take for instance, 300 motorcycles marauding at the same time. Let's say each of those motorcycles, for just want of arithmetic, is 1 million. Just let's be conservative. 1 million. On the 300 motorcycle, they have two terrorists each, all carried AK-47. That's about 600 AK-47 at 1.5 million naira each. Make the maths. That's billions of naira.
Business. We need to look at that.
They are investing. And you know what I'm saying? I think I see the hands of the Chinese in all of this. Because in the last couple of years, I've not heard of a Chinese being kidnapped or abducted. But we know these Chinese are working in the mines. They are mining.
Exactly.
Even in Sambisa forest, or those who mine, they purchase these things from them. Because the Chinese are very adept.
The northern governors had six demands in this. They had 6 points in their that came out of their meeting the other day. One of those there, which is very unusual, is that they asked the government, the president, to instruct the Ministry of Mines, Dele Aleke, and the minister to pause all mining licenses for the next 6 months. Every single mining license and every single mining operation in Nigeria, they requested for it to be seized and be paused for 6 months, Papa. That means that there is an hand of individuals involved in mining in this. So Baba, I agree with you on that. This is
Okay,
business.
so the distinction you're trying to make, Ara, I mean, I don't see that distinction. The fact that this terrorist initially, just like any institution, they do change. Now they may have morphed into embezzlement, or what do you want to call it? Kidnapping and trying to embezzle from the state. To me, does not make them any differently from any terrorist organization, be that of
Prince
Boko
Daddy,
Haram
did
or
you not listen
ISWAP.
to me? Did you not listen to me? I said they are no less terrorists, but it is the job. See, Prince Daddy, okay, we are civilians, okay. I'm just an everyday Joe like yourself, but there's the NIA, there's the DSS. These are individuals, these are organizations who should be able to actually infiltrate these terrorist cells, infiltrate these bandit cells, understand what motivates them, and actually then use that to design kinetic and subvertive techniques to overcome them and to dispatch them from this earth. That is their job. I take this seriously. So that is why I take it very seriously. And I'm being very logical about it.
If you look at the Mamu, for instance, the 2 Kro Mamu, the Gumi's aid, I mean, they are so stupid and careless.
Yeah,
he was caught on the intercepted messages. Oh, before you bring that money, you take 50 million and keep it aside, and then buy us so and so materials too.
Radio materials, radio communication.
I mean, what kind of thing is all of this? Who is playing who?
You need to look at it as business.
And you ask me to settle these people like you settled that Delta militant. They even went to the Northern Leaders Forum or whatever they call them. The guy said, oh, they can send them to special courses abroad. What do they go to abroad to do? These militants went to do underwater welding and a host of other things that relates to the oil industry. So what the North now should be sent to do what? To learn how to make guns in Russia or in Czech Republic. What are we talking about? They are not even making sense.
But they can't make sense. They will never make sense. But
see, that's what I'm saying. That I never call Nigerian politicians stupid or dumb. I never do. It is a racket. It is to them they've built an institution, and to them that terrorism thing or this kidnapping it's a leverage in that Nigerian place, in that space. It is for them. They're not gonna work. They're not gonna work with Tinubu in such a way that they would truly work against this terrorist and eliminate this terrorist. They're not going to do that, because to do that is to really, to them, hand over power entirely to the Southerners. They have something. They have something which is terrorism that it is an advantage for them. Is there to destabilize the government at any point in time, to create terror in the minds and the hearts of the people. So they're not going to do that. They're not going to do it. And that's why I'm really trying to, I hope Tinubu uses this opportunity that Trump is giving him really to point the finger at the other person and trying to blame somebody else, but nonetheless take advantage of the situation and do something about it. The Northerners are not going to give up this terrorism stuff. They're not going to do it. They are not going to do it. I hope we know that.
Well, if enough of them get quiet and they know that the government will, but that if individuals know that the only thing that you benefit from banditry is a sure death, people will stop. The government needs to show a monopoly of violence. I mean, all these political solutions need to stop in Nigeria. Political solution. The only political solution you deserve when you decide to be violent is a date with the funeral with the undertaker. End of story.
I think like Prince Daddy said, I think this is an opportunity, and Tinubu has something to hide under now. And like I said the other time, see, when you had this opportunity of becoming the president of the country, you understand, after God in Africa, after God and Jesus Christ. Now you. So when you became the president now, and you are still so focused on second term, which you understand, then you want to become God. You've had the opportunity that Nigerians, we're out of 250 million Nigerians. How many people we have that kind of opportunity in their lifetimes?
Sorry, say this Tinubu being focused on second term. I'm not buying it. I don't buy it. Tinubu is no unique than any other politician. Barack Obama, they heard him on the mic talking to Putin about his second term, also what it would do differently. Okay, so forget about second term. Without the second term desire for Tinubu, which is not something really crazy. What else can he do? What can Tinubu do in this situation right now to make things better? Forget about the second term.
Okay, what he can do, that is exactly what you suggested. You understand? He should not care, even if he needs to sacrifice, his deputy, if his VP, if he's connected to terrorism. So it be, as long as you have the same, because it seems like he has the National Assembly behind him now. You understand? If his deputy, if his VP is linked to terrorism, remove him. Anybody, forget about whether they help you becoming the president, because that's where I'm going, because you are going to step on toes. Because I heard about that woman. I want to believe that woman is a model that said she asked Tinubu about what he has for the North, and she went ahead to ask Tinubu if Tinubu is going to do anything on security. She said Tinubu told her that okay, that he has no plan. That because if he's going to tell her what he has for the North, that they might even pay him. You understand? That day I just say, okay, if you know that you cannot become the president of a country, if you are afraid for your life, then don't go there at all. You have no business, because the president of a country should be a commander-in-chief of armed forces. You should be like a general. You should be like field marshal. So what I'm saying is this: it is time for you now to take the opportunity. Everybody that to find their hands in the cookie jar, you understand? Just give them up. Give them up straight away, and see if Nigerians will not support you. Nigeria on their own will be the one. I bet it. If possible, Nigeria will be clamoring that, oh, please do the third term. You understand? So I'm not saying there will be third term, but I'm just being sarcastic there. So he should just use this opportunity to deal with everybody. That's just my point.
Yes, I've been on record, Ola, on this platform a couple of times that, look, there is supposed to be, and there must be, if a nation is to thrive, an element of fear of the government. Because I hear people at times mouth, even in the US today, there is fear. And the Singapore everybody talk about, Lee could achieve what he did in 31 years because of the fear he drove into the populace, particularly the Indians and the Malays. So ditto for every thriving democracy today. But in Nigeria, there is no fear. Everybody behaves anyhow. That's why I advocated, and I'm still advocating, for Tinubu to use the Gestapo tactics. We need some heads on spikes to display and show the country that we mean business, whether based on truth or based on false accusation. At least we need some guilty heads on spikes. I don't know why El Rufai is walking free and even coming. I hate to be insulted. I hate my intelligence to be insulted. He came out and said they are paying terrorists. Whilst just 3 years back, you were on record claiming that you pay terrorists yourself. Are you not insulting my intelligence? That guy should be yanked out of circulation like a host of others. But folding your hands and not doing anything against, not moving against these people It smacks of cowardice, in my opinion. Thank you. Hello, anybody home?
Yeah, we are listening to you.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think just your last sentence, your statement about maybe using some people as scapegoat. Unfortunately, because we practice this constitutional democracy, sometimes it's, and then because of the complexity and division of the country, sometimes it's not easy. Even Ambassador, who's a retired general, see what the politician did to him now. He had to pursue for the people of Atiku and the rest for him to get a second term. But I think I align with most of your suggestion here. You need to be more hard on these people. Because at the end of the day, you are a Nigerian president, and Nigerian president is very powerful in all ramification. I think we just, and if they continue to use it as business or to bait the government of the day, it's one thing I don't understand. Even when Buhari was the head of state, of the president, there was a lot of injustice, insecurity in his time too. I think it's high time that Tinubu have to make some people face some music. I mean, tough. You have to do some tough stuff. You don't need to care who it is. And people like I'm sorry, people like Rufai, it's a suspect to me because these people are politicians. It's quite glaring that they have a lot of people sponsoring them with a lot of money, and when they put the money there, they also reap their money back one way or the other. Don't be surprised that when you start tracing the money back, it goes past to their elite, especially those in the northwest, especially northwest and northeast. The north central, I don't particularly. I think their own is more religion and communal clash. But let's say what will happen, because there's a lot of bombardment in every, especially in the northern part of the country now. So, Ola, what are we talking about? Is this only about this one? Ola? Oh. Seems that people keep quiet. What's going on?
Yeah, Remy, you can go ahead. We are listening, I think.
Yeah, but I don't know the topic. I was just trying to let's talk about Reno Omokri. I don't know
We
why.
started off with Reno and Co. with
I don't know why a lot
FFK.
of people are against Reno for ambassadorial position. He has justified his position. He really works hard for it, portrayed the image of the country very well, not minding his political whatever against the Tinubu before or whatever. To me, that even shows that Tinubu is a man that does not keep malice or whatever. I think one thing I don't like sometimes some Nigerians are just like people that behave like a female who like to make unnecessary quarrel. If you are in that position, everybody is just to continue to make your to get a better position in life. So that is teaching a lot of Nigeria a good lesson. When you are supporting a politician, you also have to look at your own interest. Your interest can be for your community. Your interest can be an individual interest. So it's not just about because this is the president of the nation now, I don't like his face. So everything is have to be about negativity. You have to look at what you are going to gain under his government as an individual and probably for your own community or for your own state. So politics is just like this. Nigerians should start to know that any politician that become their governor or their state, everybody must have a stake. What is it going to do for my community, for my town, for my city, for my what will I gain from his policy? Not just coming every time the platform is stupid, is negativity every time. That is not how a nation is being built. If you look
Imam Remi Abi, maybe Woli, I don't know. Who said that? Who is saying that?
Saying what? No, I'm just talking generally that some section of Nigeria, they look at things a little too negative, too in a negative manner,
not wishing the country a better one. They always rejoice in every bad thing that happened in their country, probably because the candidate they want did not win, or probably because this person is not from their tribe. I think we should rise above this kind of sentiment.
Do you know why? Do you know why it's difficult to blame them? And it's so simple. You see, the military took over in 1983. Let's just say January. We know it's 31st December 1983. Let's just say they started ruling January 1st, 1983, and they didn't leave the scene until 1999. Some people were born during that time. They didn't know how politics was running in Nigeria. So the thing is this. That's why, okay, let me tell you one thing. Okay, when anybody that knows Akure very well, when you see all those Alagbakas, quarters, where they have the government house or those areas, you understand, go and see what Adekunle Ajasin built there. You know, sometimes there was a time that if you didn't know Akure and someone by any means just dropped you there and just woke up in the morning, you would think that you were in foreign country. You understand? Just telling you out. You understand? So. But over time, those our elders that knew about politics in the 90s, you understand? They're already like the senior citizen already, so they are no longer as active. So the upcoming one, they didn't know how politics was running. So that's why that many people
I look at it this way. Although the country economy might not be good, but there are some section of Nigeria that were born to good life. That because their parents sent them, because most of these guys, maybe, I'm not saying everybody, maybe like, let's say 35% of the whole population, they send their wards to private primary school, private secondary school, and everything they want is like some. If you look at Nigeria, if you look at it from maybe like 1999 to today, that country has moved forward. Maybe not to the extent of what we want. Is it not the same Nigerian that how many people even have cars? How many people can afford to send their children to private school? How many people can even afford to send their children or their to private university abroad? The same Nigeria. They are sending their people to America, to USA. It's not what I'm trying to say is that the number of people going now from Nigeria to various universities around the world is more than tenfold compared to maybe before 1980s. So things are
but you have to look. You have to look.
Unfortunately,
you have to look at the population growth too.
Unfortunately for us too, because of globalization, imparting culture and tradition has been eroded. So we can see that. Okay, you can see an average Yoruba boy even now cannot even speak Yoruba fluently because this have become the order of the day. Everything is speak English, and if you cannot speak English, then you can speak pidgin English. So things have changed. So sometimes when a lot of and see Lagos, for example, is it the same Lagos in 1999? Lagos that when you enter through Ojota by the right side, there's a heap of refuge, very big.
Yes. I
mean, when you go to Obale, that they will give you slap and so many wahala like that. Everything has been turned around. And when you go to most of the state capital of Nigeria, they were not like that in 1999 now. Things have changed.
The thing is this, whether we like it or not, people that did not really experience the combination of the Second Republic and the military rule thereafter, they will not really understand. They will think. That's why, although let me tell you one thing, there's one guy that will live in the same province here. That's because of his hatred for Tinubu or whatever. We were chatting one day. He prefers military. We will just be looking like, okay, maybe when you got out your military, you will go and be living with those military. If the military is what you wish for yourself. So people don't really know the difference, to be honest. People don't really know the difference.
Someone wish Nigeria to go under military rule again. Those people, they dealt with Nigeria a lot.
No, because they want to score a political point. The political point is because the candidate did not win, right?
Yes, I think
so they want to.
So
what they don't know is
can
this.
overthrow him is welcome.
You know,
Anybody
I think, you know, sometimes, you know, it's the generational gap, just like Remy was saying. The people that are calling for the military are looking around Africa and seeing people like this Traore guy purportedly doing something good, right? They've not experienced military rule, and they don't have the concept of what has happened in the past. So I wouldn't blame them. It's just ignorance. I mean, someone like me would probably be in that category too if I hadn't had the experience of the military rule in Nigeria. So they're just ignorant and lack of knowledge.
No, I agree with you in totality.
But
so that's why we are here.
Allah, sorry
Yeah?
to interrupt. But isn't that the failure of for example, like we removed history from secondary schools. That would have helped bridge the gap print. So the failure of our education sectors is what I think is causing this, because they have no concept of it. They have no understanding. It's one thing for me not to live through an era, but I can still read about it and learn from the past. Doesn't mean I have to be born at that time. But we do a terrible job as a country not properly educating our youth about Nigeria's history. We shy away from it. And I think that's the main problem. Not so much for them being young or being in the 20s. You can still learn history and be well informed. But we don't do that as a society. I think that is the main problem.
Sorry, you're absolutely correct on that. Sorry, you're absolutely correct. And but in today's world, where the social media, the internet, is the source of information and educating our youth, right? I'm not even sure what impact would our history would have done to help make that distinction. This guy from this Traore, right, from Mali that took over the powers in Niger. This guy has been celebrated all around the world, even amongst the African American community, as a hero in what he's doing and bringing about so much development and this and that to his country.
Nothing, Prince Daddy. Is it power of propaganda?
Exactly to my point, Baba. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's what they are saying, and that's what they are kind of clamoring for, or what they're wishing for, not knowing the reality on grounds. So BT is right, but at the same time, we have a big challenge when it comes to education through social media.
Well, where the education we refuse to learn, or the system refuse to give us in classrooms, are being learned on social media. That is the problem we have at the moment. And the thing I see with the Gen Zs is that they are not curious. They are curious in other aspects of life, but in terms of seeking knowledge, they are not. In our own time, you understand? I mean, I remember as a kid, yes, about 12 years old, I was a member of the Communist Party in China. Where did I get it? From magazines. I just cut the form and post it. Every month I receive this Mao's red button and news reel from China every month. Wow. That is curiosity. You read voraciously.
Yeah,
but that can be said of the present generation.
Yeah, I think also because most of the curriculum especially for primary and secondary school, they were not reviewed and developed very well. And sometimes you also jack off some courses like history, and the orientation was not there. So people were not being taught to be patriotic to that country from even when you are like I said before, that in my generation we went to primary school. Only few people will go to private school. But nowadays, majority of people go to private school, in which I don't think they normally teach them this kind of to be patriotic to the nation or something like that. So
Remy, I even laugh when they talk. They will go, Lee Kuan Yew. The other day with two Ninja was here. I told him, look, this Lee Kuan Yew, you're all parroting. Do you know Lee Kuan Yew ruled Singapore for 31 years?
Yes.
He was shocked.
Yes. These are dictator, of course.
31 years.
Can they allow that a president to rule Nigeria?
Oh.
They will not shout or something like that.
Do you know how many people died in China in the revolution, agricultural
Do
revolution?
you know
You know how many people died? How many people the Communist Party themselves they killed?
They killed the 5,000s of students during that revolution, and that was during Mao Zedong time. Because the students, they wanted to protest, instead of protecting them, they just buy thousands of them like that. That is all. And none of them can come out from any city to come and protest anymore.
They've forgotten Tiananmen Square during time of Xi.
You know, Remy, like I always say, we can all support somebody or a cause, but for different reasons. Critical thinking requires that you ask the question, is the why question. So to Prince's point about African Americans supporting Chare, they're not supporting because he's a military guy. Their only thing is more of is against white power structure.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Anything that is against white power because of their history, they will support, even if it's terrible for the people that it support. So that is their own why. But unfortunately,
still, if they support for against the white, but that guy called, was very close to Russia and China.
No. I'm saying to Prince's point about what our youth see online. So they are thinking, everybody loves him from America to London. No, but it's for different reasons. That is not applicable to you in Nigeria. And to Prince's point, unfortunately, they lack critical thinking skills to even ask the why question. Why does this person support this person? Because we can support the same thing for different reasons. That is where I think that critical thinking skill is not well developed with our youth.
I like that perspective, Doc. That's a good perspective. I didn't even look at it from that angle. That it's just anything against the WAPs.
I don't think at all.
They are all for it.
They don't even care at all. If you ask them some pertinent questions about the political setup of the country, what do they think about the economy? They don't have an idea. It's just like, I don't understand. Everybody just living like in a bubble. It's like my friend told me, and the friend would tell about 500 people, and everybody would just follow one person like that. I don't understand. So, I don't know. But they are good in creative thinking about content creation or probably entertainment and the rest.
And they are excitable. I don't know why. The moment Trump just mounted it on Air Force One, that, he will attack Nigeria or whatever, and the whole nation went into a frenzy. And we were saying it on this platform that no such thing will happen. And over a month now, is it not dying down?
Already it's over now. Nothing's good.
They just get excited. I wonder what
it's not dying down. It's not that down. They went to protest in America yesterday.
Inside that cold.
Yeah.
They should continue.
The Obidients.
No, I think Trump actually got what he wanted.
Yes.
So 2 billion, 2 billion military contract is not a joke. Mm-hmm. You understand? I don't mind that type
That's exactly
of
what he
collaboration.
Wanted.
Yeah, so I don't mind that type of a collaboration. At least the this aircraft, this unmanned aircraft that went to some area in the northwest and came back, and there were a lot of shelling in those areas, just like at the 5 days ago. But they only made it public until when they wanted to make it public, because I saw that people were criticizing one guy called a brand, But as at the time that guy was reporting, they've already completed what they wanted to do. So I think they really shall those guys. So
sorry, Ola, don't want to
right.
But there is this disturbing trend that I'm noticing now from our so-called leaders from the northern part of Nigeria. If you listen to Dati, that was the VP to P2B, the man said, the bandits are gentlemen in the forest. That's how it was on TV. Gentlemen in the forest. Matawale, they just confuse you that they are fighting over cattle rustling.
I just said that
I think Tinubu
a
should
short
just
while
remove
ago,
that
and these
methodology.
people don't even realize what they are doing or what
Exactly.
they are
Like
saying.
they don't even know like they're harboring like terrorists. To them, they're like gentlemen in the forest, our youths. That's the way they see them.
They are hungry, or they need to be paid, just settle. I mean, what are you saying?
You know, Baba was even shocked that when the northern governor had their meeting, they were not even talking about empowering these people, forcing them to go back to school, something like that. So many millions roaming about the street. They were not talking about that. They were just talking about money.
Let me ask the question, Remy. Here's my concern, Baba, and you guys. You know, the South they have this trust fund like, for security down south that they want to contribute. Will this shock you if the money that they are contributing up north will be used to pacify these terrorists as opposed to flushing them out? Like the same way we are contributing money.
I think that's exactly what they want to do.
Because they don't have any framework. That if you look at the southern version of what they did, it was very comprehensive. They broke it down. You had the KBS talking about bringing OPC and their old ways of securing themselves from Fulani invasion. You had governor talking about state policing. But in the north, it's about just bring the money for us. I'm like,
no, they are also talking about state policing as well.
But they've been saying that for years. That you remember they said that the federal government should give these guys monthly allocation the way they were giving.
No, why should they give them that kind of money?
So if you're gonna, and the government said no, right? Then that means that you're raising money now. That means that money might go towards that cause where you're giving these boys monthly allowance. Because I
know. Okay, I got your point. See, before maybe you didn't hear the other time. I said this is where our National Assembly should make a law, even for opening mouth and encouraging rehabilitation of terrorists.
You can't pay bandits with that fund. You cannot pay any terrorists with
Exactly.
that fund.
Paying bandits simply means you are sponsoring bandits because let's say it as it is. You understand? Rufai is a bandit sponsor because I don't know why they're not even anybody that is paying bandits. So whether we like it or not, the federal government did it in the past, where you want to say you call it negotiation. No, you actually, because when you pay these people and they are still coming back for you, then you are sponsoring them.
You strengthen them.
Exactly. So you are basically the sponsor of the terrorism, and you are calling it bandits just to water it down.
Mr. Ola, we as a country we are not serious, and we come to this platform. I come to this platform, and sometimes I get disengaged for a long period, for a while, and because I get tired of us repeating the same thing. So the government is not serious, and we as a people, as a country, as a population.
Ado, I beg you, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, quick question, Ado. Why on God's earth were the Middle Belt hanging out with these guys in this so-called Arewa meeting? Why
It's their business. It's their business. Let them do what they want to do. But my point is this: the government as a people were not serious. So the government in the United States of America, it is illegal to actually pay anybody for ransom. United States, when they deal with individuals, if they have like an individual who's captive, when they are discussing freeing that individual, they are very, very particular. We are not going to pay you. And any agreement we come to, it's not one where it's going to jeopardize us in the future. A country where as individuals, as private citizens, as state government, as federal government, where we pay bandits and criminals money to release captives, it is not tenable. However, because the government is not serious, because the government is not able to secure us all, they leave people, families, they leave communities exposed to the reality that communities and families have to get money together to rescue their family members who have been held captive. Normally, it should be illegal to negotiate with a bandit, a terrorist. End of story. Across the board, irrespective. Even if it's your family member. It should be illegal. But because the government is so useless at guaranteeing everybody's safety, it will be impossible to pass a law that criminalizes paying bandits. Do you see the logic I'm trying to bring to it now? The big problem with us is a flaw of government.
You see Arrow. This is why we keep emphasizing, because you see the gap between the citizen and the government. Like the current generation, I think they don't really understand what governance means. And that's why some of these governors, they are escaping with this criminality. You understand? You call someone your leader, a bandit, a terrorist came to your community, carry pregnant women, molested, forced into labor, and you now carry the kid, gave it to dog, and one weary, odori buruku, those people will not go better for. They now sat down somewhere and start justifying why these people are behaving this way, why they are. So I am now saying that we should be paying them from whose pocket? From now, if someone that is a banker that you work up 5:30 a.m. to work and return 9 p.m. Someone in the telecom and someone working in oil and gas that maybe for 3, 4, 5 weeks you are on the rig and you are coming back and they are taxing you heavily to go and pay one useless, one criminal in the bush. And some people, okay. See, that is why sometimes we need to start getting the credential. We need to start. I think before we even recommend anybody for the political for the leadership position in that country, I think there should be some kind of requirement, mandatory requirement that should let INEC or the agency conduct both local and international, a background check on all this kind of
evaluation.
Psychiatric evaluation. Exactly. It's only a mad person that will come and you with that level of criminality, and you will be campaigning for amnesty for terrorists.
Mr. Ola, do you think that they even believe in what they are saying? Everything is politics.
I don't even care. But for you to even have that, for them to even have got to even say it. You see, let me tell you one thing. Anything can be everything. Anything can be anything. But when you are crossing the boundary, you can play politics. But when you start playing politics with terrorism, it doesn't make sense. You are playing politics with existential threat. It doesn't make. You are playing politics with human life.
Because as a people, we are not serious, and as a people, we also have this serious problem of that we don't have a nation. You see, the problems that we have is this: it's plenty, it's plentiful.
But realistically, look, I wonder the fiber from which these people were created. For the life of me, you lie somebody on the floor, a woman for that matter, tie her up and clean up her neck and apply and start by saying Allahu Akbar before you put that person to slaughter and you put it on film.
It's the act of ignorance, as though God will forgive you.
What are you trying to do to drive fear into the other people, the populace? What are you trying to achieve? I think you are just simply animal.
Oh, beyond animal. Even animals wouldn't do that.
And you will see Gumi. We're just saying now they are just looking for money. They're looking for money. I don't know where that criminal got a British accent. That will be
Ola.
He's a medical doctor.
He's a medical doctor. I know. In the army.
Yeah,
he's the army. In fact,
retired captain also, major.
Major even, yeah.
That he referred to them. It could have been a VP.
A gentleman.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. His father was only a second generation immigrant.
I mean, it's from Mauritania, for God. It's
not even Nigerian. Yeah. It's only a first. It's only what do we call him? A first or second generation?
It's first generation.
Because I'm not even sure his father was a Nigerian citizen.
No. The father gave birth to them in Nigeria. Nigeria came from Mauritania.
So the father himself is not even Nigerian. So even when we even look at our nationalization laws, is he actually truly legally nationalized? Does the father not need to be Nigerian for him to actually pass on citizenship to the children? So was the father a citizen when he actually birthed them? When they gave birth to them?
Well, it's in the north. Anything goes.
So has anyone actually contested that?
This is a very critical information, honestly.
So when his father gave back to them, when the father gave back to them, was the father a Nigerian citizen? That's the question.
Even though it's not in Nigeria, even if you are going to deport him, he needs to go to jail if he have anything to criminal.
And your mom cannot give you. Was their mom Nigerian? Is your mom Nigerian?
It doesn't matter. The mom cannot pass it quite as directly.
Okay.
It's their father. It's through their father that it's easier through the father than the mother.
They said that if Fulani is in Nigeria from any part of the West Africa.
We'll find out out in court, in Supreme Court.
No, that's why we say that with Madam Fodio.
That's their belief now.
No, that's with Madam Fodio ideology now. You know, they said Fulani in Africa and Nigeria.
You know what? All these 2-bit lawyers that I like to shout around on social media from the south. What are they waiting for? We'll take the matter to court, contest his citizenship.
After all, during Shagari time, they deported a sugar bar, a prominent northern politician, I think to Niger or so.
Yes, Cameroon, I remember that.
Yeah.
What about that man that was selling that Zad? Was it Zad or was his name in Ibadan? That dealt with.
Yeah. So most of these people, they don't have full stake in Nigerian nationhood. Actually, they are just half and half. They have where to go. For all you know, the Datis could still be holding Mauritanian passports. They still have a home there. Their first wife could be even Mauritanian.
No, okay. Are we talking of Dati now, or we are talking of Gumi? Which of them are we talking?
All of them together.
Dati especially, but Gumi could be.
Until you exonerate yourself, as far as I'm concerned, as a northerner, you are a terrorist.
I think if there's anybody that we have to take our database seriously, it has to be Tinubu. It has to be Tinubu because
Baba, we were talking about census just a few months ago. What has happened to census? We are going to enter 2026 now. In less than 30 days, we'll be in 2026.
We're supposed to be this year, right?
Yeah.
Well, stalling it is part of the kind of situation upheaval they've sowed in our country. So they are stalling it on a lot of grounds. They don't want the country to move forward. It's as simple as that. They are static people, and I don't want to remain static. That's why I lay emphasis on the fact that as far as my own neck of the woods is calm a little bit, I'm fine, but I'm threatened because they are gaining incursions into my own side, and that I will not stand for. If they let them finish millions of themselves every day. As I'm a fool. Doesn't concern me.
BT and Baba, please help me. I know I'm speaking a lot, but I want to ask these questions about 2026 and the consequence of 2026. So, first thing first, we have the possibility of a census. We have an electoral reform that is proposing to move the elections to sometimes around late Q4 2026. So, 2026 is of consequence right now. So are we going to be able to have, number one, state police as well? The way it's being pushed, it will seem that everybody has an appetite that state police needs to be put into law latest end of Q1 or start of Q2 2026.
Honestly, nothing stopping.
Ola, please, I beg, moderator. This instability is serving them. It's a multi-purpose tool they are using. If this terror continues, there will be no census. Why? Because do you want to send enumerators to the heartland of Borno to count people? They will not come back alive. You can't send enumerators there. So this is serving their purpose. These people, they have this, I don't know, their cranial thinking is quite different. That's why I say they are static people. And if they want to remain static, let them remain static. But they should leave me alone to step forward the way I want to go. Because there is no way they can change their position. It has been like this from the 60s. Pre-independence, post-independence. They are even on record. The house of Uthman Danfodio, the foremost man leading that house then, Asa Ahmadu Bello University, Asa Ahmadu Bello, said they are not in a hurry. That's why they didn't support the advocacy for independence then. They were not in a hurry. They want to go slowly. I respect that. But don't hold me down. Let me move forward.
Sir, that means that we need to then go beyond state police. We need to look at the actual Nigerian structure itself holistically, beyond just policing and security. When it comes to resources, education, health, religions, interference in secular state. So we need to actually look at Nigeria and decide what we want. Because to your point, you can't have a region dragging the other one down. Clearly, it's evidence. You can see it. So we need to actually sit down and discuss the Nigerian state once again.
But I learned that the constitutional review they are doing is very loaded.
Let's see now. Make it public now.
They say it's very loaded that it will really. It's going to mar or break Nigeria.
Remy, I hear your point, but shouldn't we be having town hall meetings across the country right now? Let's know what you guys are discussing behind it.
I think they have done the town. I think they are done with the town hall
meeting. On all issues, not just security. Is my point.
I think the first thing
there is more to discuss about Nigerian states.
Me, personally, I'm an advocate of total resource control. Okay.
No, there's a lot to discuss. Can we allow John to speak? Because I don't know, he's just joining us. John, you can unmute and speak if you need, if you want to contribute. Please unmute. No, you can please unmute. Oh, okay.
Two Nigeria is there too.
You know why I know one called two Nigeria?
Two Nigeria. Two Nigeria. They fire to Nigeria on top. Doctor Damages the other day. Watch out. They fire where the guy don't talk anything.
Anyway, this is one man show anyway.
It's unemployed.
I was here before two Nigeria, so you need to give me my place.
We did not know now.
Yeah, go ahead. I know two Nigeria can jump in at any time. That's why I don't bother. Comparable file. Please go ahead.
So I don't know where you was. I have not been listening. I mean, I was here earlier.
You have not been listening, and you are claiming this.
Who is that making that noise? Will it be
making the noise? It's Remy. I'm just kidding with you.
Okay. Comparable fight. Hold on. It's like John is back. Let John speak, then you come after John.
Can you all hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your deliberation. You guys are doing a good job, depending on what you have in your thoughts. But it's okay. We are working towards a better Nigeria. Well, I've been listening to all your conversation. Well, that's fine. That's fine. It's a good conversation. But for me, I think the security situation in Nigeria is a tough one. And it has to do with willpower. It has to do with if Tinubu will go ahead and then deal with a lot of these terrorists. It's all about politics. They have their own plans. They are very forceful people in the north, and what they are doing is you have to do our own biddings, and if you don't do our own biddings, we're not going to follow you. So in this situation, Tinubu is in a tight corner. I don't know if he can be able to align with the Americans, just like the other brother said, if he can align with the Americans, for Americans to come into the country, move around with their drones, with intelligence and information, and definitely I think they can do a good job. But at the same time, the people who are controlling Nigeria, most especially from the northern part, they are the one that actually put Tinubu there. And it is going to be very difficult for Tinubu to relinquish them. I mean, to put them aside, like naming all the sponsors. We've been hearing about our vice president is one of the sponsors of Boko Haram. It's going to be very difficult, my brothers, because first of all, what interest do you have for Nigeria? That is the most important question we should ask. Does Tinubu has the interest of Nigerians? If he has the interest of Nigerians, let's not talk about the second term. Like the other of my brothers said, Tinubu is not politicking. He's is normal. It's not normal. You know what is going on in Nigeria? You know, I felt so bad that as a result of maybe second term, the security situation is very, very alarming. So I will urge Tinubu, to go all around and make sure that he dealt with these terrorists. I mean, wipe them away, make the country safe. If he can make this country safe, everybody will be happy, like the other of my brothers said. Every other person will be happy in the society. And I think he has another chance. Make the economy better, make the security good. These are the two vital points. If he can do this, I don't think anybody can challenge him. That's with this vulnerable situation, definitely the war still continues. But I will urge the president to go ahead and name all those terrorists and also put them aside, make sure that they are, they are giving tough stance and make the country better, aligning with the Americans. Then coming to Reno Omokri, for anyone that is supporting that Reno should be our ambassador, I think that person is not doing good to the country. We know that politics is all about interest, it's all about two-mouthed. I mean, you come in the morning, you talk about the president is a drug peddler, people like Wala, who said even if you give Tinubu 30 years, he will not achieve anything. Those are the kind of people he works with. The other day in this platform, somebody was saying that Tinubu is just about propagandists. He wants to work with those who can, being propagandists, do all sort of nonsense. I mean, trying to sell it cheap, but it's not going to be augur well for our country. I mean, why will you send somebody like Reno to a country to represent our country as an ambassador? With his
what exactly? Sorry to interject you. What exactly does Reno do that you don't really like? Can you give us one?
Yeah, let me tell you one or two things. First you said the other person said because of the other group did not win the election. No, even in the National Assembly, the APC people are even objecting to that. That's to tell you the kind of person he is. The APC senators. The APC senators are objecting for him to even be an ambassador. We're not talking about whether he has issue with the Obidients. It's not about being an obedient, having issues with the Obidients.
Exactly one thing you have against him. That's where I'm waiting.
Yes, one thing I have against him is talking with the two sides of his mouth. Just because he's a cheap article. No, wait. Listen to me.
Okay. Hold on. I know clearly that you know Atiku very well, right? And then you know Peter Obi very well. Can you tell me how many political parties these two people have cross-carpet to since 1999?
It's not about cross-carpeting. I'm talking about the morality. I'm talking about
it's an harmless question. I just asked
every politician in Nigeria has been cross-carpeting, including Tinubu.
Do you know why? So it doesn't matter. Do you know why I asked you that question?
Yes.
Tinubu never cross-carpeted.
Tinubu has cross-carpeted.
What's your interpretation about that? Oh, wait, Remy. Let's clear that point first. Yes, go ahead, please, John.
Yeah, I said Tinubu has been cross-carpeting because forming an alliance is cross-carpeting. Without forming an alliance,
that's not
Tinubu
true.
wouldn't have been here.
No. That's your definition.
That's
It's not
true.
true. It's not correct.
But that's not true. That's not true.
That's not the correct interpretation
Tinubu
of
has never left.
cross-carpeting.
He has never left the party.
It's part of politicking. Without
No.
Tinubu,
You have to deal with that, your interpretation
I'm
first.
the one talking. Without
Tinubu, you've made your point, and I want to counter it.
I have to make my point. You allow me to make my point. You can counter my point.
Relax.
You can counter my point. He has been in almost 3 parties.
Remy, will you let the man speak? Just because you don't like what he's saying, let that man speak, please.
No. You have
the problem.
Okay, hold on, John.
No. I will not hold on. Let me make my point. I have to make my point.
I'm the moderator.
So in this platform, everybody
hold on.
John, can you hold on? Let Ola is the moderator, so he decide what happened. But Remy interjecting is very, it's very disingenuous of him because you don't like what the man is saying. I don't like what he says a lot of the time. Let the man speak, please.
Everybody.
Let Ola clean us now.
Everybody, hold on. John, I want Baba to interject. I want Baba to cross-examine you. So when we speak, we allow for interjection. So because if you say something that's not factual, so if you are
no, you are the one that is saying that it's not factual. No, you are the moderator.
Okay.
You are the moderator. You're not saying it's not factual, but I'm factual.
I want Baba to respond to you. Then you and Baba.
No, you wouldn't say
to have something.
Sir, being a moderator, you will not say that I'm not factual. You will say, Baba,
okay,
I
agree with you.
Okay,
hold on. I said if. I didn't say you are not factual. I said if you are not factual. So now let's take the guy. So Baba, please go ahead and interrogate him.
John, do you permit that?
Of course you can. You can. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can.
I've had your interpretation on cross-carpeting. I think it doesn't even meet the lowest bar possible. Because when you say somebody cross-carpets, that means leaving one active political party to another one. But Tinubu has never. He was in AD and then formed ACN. ACN transmuted into AC. Listen carefully, transmuted into AC. It is like when you have a CAC certificate of, let's say, Patrick and Sons, and you remove and Sons and make it Patrick PLC. So from ACN to AC, then they form an alliance called APC, where they all killed their political party, CPC, ACM, part of ABGA, and part of NNPP. They all form and then killed their own political party to create another life entirely. That is not cross-carpeting. Cross-carpeting is, wait for it, what Atiku has done from PDP to APC, back to PDP, back to or what other party even contested under AC before. ACN. That is ACN. That is cross-carpeting. That is the proper definition. What Obi has done from PDP to from ABGA to PDP, from PDP now to Labour Party, and now speculatively to ADC. That is cross-carpeting. You can't compare that to what Tinubu has done. That's my own.
Well, Baba, I won't agree with you because everybody is looking for the best for the future, where he can go and make it work. So all are part of cross
No, I
carpeting.
know, yeah,
Whether you
that's
have,
but that's
yeah,
okay. It's part of life, growing.
whether you
we have
understood
a
it,
dictionary. We can check it out.
whether you understood. I don't care about dictionary. It's politics. All is politics. All is politics. What I understand here is this: if Tinubu has not left AD to form another party, maybe he wouldn't have been where he is today. So it's part of cross carpeting. So the people really want to leave their uncomfortable zone, or what will I say, to go to where it's better for them, like what they are doing now. You understand? So for me, I still believe it's part of cross carpeting. Without Tinubu forming an alliance with the North, I don't think by now he would have been the president. So it's part of the interest.
That is not the definition of cross carpeting. That's anyone is allowed to form their own party. If you are the founder of a party, you're allowed to do that. Cross carpeting means
you understood it your own way. Me, I understand it my own way.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you, but don't make it sound like your definition is the universal definition of what you're talking about, because that's not true.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for agreeing with me that without that, I don't know where Tinubu would have been today.
Joe, sorry, let me come in again.
Yes, sir.
I just want to talk
Yes,
about
sir.
Reno. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Don't say that we are the same. So I just want to talk about Reno. Reno, if you see Reno was the aide to Jonathan, and Jonathan was the PDP, blah blah blah. And then if you look at Reno also, I think there was a time he's trying to support Obi or whatever or something like that. And Reno have not really crossed paths from one party to another party. It's a good example of people that showcase the culture and tradition of Nigeria, which is good. Everybody have interest. For him to call Tinubu, blah, 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 all sort of name. So many people have called Tinubu all sort of name. It's a public figure. The same thing they call Obi all sort of name. So if he called Tinubu all sort of name, let me finish. You know what I'm trying to tell you is that this guy did not do anything terrible to Nigeria as a country.
Yeah, he did.
So he has a right.
Remy, can I put something to everyone that I don't think Reno is actually a card-carrying member of any registered political party.
Thank you. Yes.
I've seen, because when you look at it, Reno, number one, has never contested any political office under the banner of any political party.
Exactly.
Reno, however, he is usually allied to the PDP interest because he has been part of the campaign of a number of PDP candidates at the national level. However, beyond that, Reno, I don't think, has been particularly individually aligned in terms of his own personal political interests to any particular party. I think we need to realize that fact as well.
No, I think the people that are against Reno is because of his antagonistic way against Peter Obi.
It's not about that only, sir. You know why I don't like when people. You know why I don't like when people talk.
Let me finish. In conclusion, to me,
okay, sir.
Based on the way he showcased the country, the way he portrayed Nigeria outside there, he really deserved that ambassadorial position, and nothing anybody can do about it. And the Senate will clear him. Go and write it down today.
No, sure. It's not a rubber stamp Senate. They will still clear him. There's no doubt about that.
This is not about rubber stamp Senate.
It's a rubber stamp Senate. They will clear him. It's what Tinubu wanted. It's what Tinubu wants. They will still clear him. There's no doubt about that.
We can go to another person.
No, if I may ask you a question, why did you? Okay, go ahead.
Have I finished?
Go ahead. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've not finished about Reno. Morally speaking, if somebody who can call my president a drug lord, he's not even supposed to come near there. And another thing is that you said he portrayed the country in good faith. Go and see what people are talking about him. Even the one that he collaborated to come and deceive Nigerians. They have been writing a report about him. He's not a good candidate for him to go and represent Nigeria as an ambassador. He is not. There are millions of people in Nigeria who can do that. The best thing Tinubu would have allowed Reno is to continue as a PR to Tinubu. That's the best thing. He would have even given him an image maker, like, set up maybe like a network that he can continue to be castigating others, especially the obedient. That is his job. You understand?
I think
So
the
that would have been the best.
position
But somebody else should have been there. And please, the people that will represent our country are people who are sincere, not people who speak with their two-mouthed. You know, it's not for our image. Anybody who is saying that Reno is the best for us, I don't think he is. Thank you so much. I rest my case. God bless you all.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Comparable facts.
So I've already spoken about the ambassadorial list, Reno, Mahmoud, and some other things, but it's very, I mean, the one that never surprised me. You have people like Remy who are partisan to the core. Here supporting supporting an evil stuff. I mean, what could be more evil than Reno? You have, I mean, Tinubu may have the right to nominate anybody he chooses to be. He chooses to nominate, but you have to put this in context. They represent Nigeria. You have somebody of Reno character, not just because of.
Can you tell us exactly one thing he has done that you don't like?
It's so numerous that I can't even start mentioning them. Reno does not have the character. He's the worst of the worst. Forget about what he called Tinubu Ole. The highest drug dealer. That's politics. Now he has been forgiven. Now he's singing like he has won a lottery.
I think you are just biased.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on, Remy. Let me ask you.
Who's not biased here? You tell me politics is not about biasness. So call what it is. Yeah, I'm biased. And you're not biased.
Can you hear me?
There's nobody that is, there's no central person here. The only person that I can think that is central here, in my own opinion, is Tunaja. I mean, of course, he talk both ways. That's the only person I can think about. But every other person here is biased.
Spoken now. He has not even spoken at all now.
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm just saying. Forget about. I'm just knowing people where we are. I see Tunaja here. I see Tunaja in Dr. Damage, just the way he talk. I mean, he may not like his view, but he's the most unbiased person. Everybody here is in his partisan, have their own speak on interest. I do too. So let's not, I'm not going to say I don't.
When it comes to Nigerian politics, I'm not partisan.
I thought you was talking about whether Tinubu is capable of ruling Nigeria. I mean, it's capable of
can anybody hear me?
Taking care of the terrorists.
Over spilled milk.
Remy, can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Mr. Ola, we can hear you. Take charge.
Okay. Now, comparable facts. Why are you afraid? All I've heard about you and
hello. I think I'm having a problem with my listening.
Okay.
Phone. I don't know what man did to my phone.
Okay. Let me just see. Guys.
But anyway, let Tunaja go on.
Okay. So one thing that I want to separate is this. You understand? If you try to disagree with Reno, you should be able to put it in legal perspective, because sometimes we tend to be moral police. We use our morality, you understand, to deal with something of legality. And to me, I think if it is by morals, you understand, none of us will even be qualified to do anything. I'm almost certain of that. Then you see what Reno has been doing since. Yeah, he has issue with Tinubu, but he has been promoting Nigeria. Whether it is for political reason or where Nigeria thinks Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, he has been promoting Nigeria. So what is the duty of an ambassador if it's not to promote the policy of the government? You understand?
That's not the issue. I know the fact. Because when the one who he denied killing me, he denied the use in Nigeria. He denied it. That guy to me.
Oh, what happened to? Oh God, my goodness! What happened to? No. See, sometimes I know that sometimes we use our own morality, and from our own moral us, we just politically. Don't forget that Reno is a politician. You understand? If it is by politics, then I think Atiku and Obasanjo and Tinubu, they should not be seeing themselves as great each other. So This is so there's a difference between permanent interest and permanent enemy. So to me, I don't know. I don't know why people are criticizing Reno. Reno is just being a politician, and that's what politicians do. So what's the problem there? This guy's not a criminal.
My point with Reno, I mean, I agree with the guy that spoke earlier, John, somewhat.
Can I come in and
hold
finish?
Hold on, Prestigious. It's your mic. See, Reno is two-faced. Reno said a lot of stuff, but just like I said a lot, at the end of the day, it is politics. And trust me, if Tinubu sees it fit to appoint Reno, I have zero problem with it. I don't have any problem with it.
Yeah,
He knows best.
in addition to just what you said, if you are a politician anywhere in the world, you're already a double-faced person, because you will tell people what they want to hear, and then you criticize your opponent or the people you don't like in a more negative way. So this guy have not done nothing to Nigeria. It's just some politics. He call him a sort of name, and then he
Remy, sorry, I won't call Reno a politician. See, he's never run for any office.
What I'm trying to say is this: in politics, sometimes there is no principle or that high morality we are talking about.
I understand that. I agree with you. But hold on. See, in the Nigerian space, Reno likes to position himself as something like that, or someone that cares about is the conscience of Nigerian people. The way he talks, he doesn't talk like a politician, and he's not a true politician. But he's two-faced in the sense that, look, it would take the bag or we take the money opposition when presented to him. He could have turned it down if he has a conscience. And he said it before, actually, that he was doing whatever he was doing, not because of a position or any political appointment or benefit. He said it himself many times on air, in his own mouth. So, but again, I don't blame him. He's just not a human being. There's nothing special about him.
So, what do you talk about individual interest? Everybody wants to continue to improve their position politically or whatever you can call it. So
okay, let me come in.
No, sorry, let me finish this. So for him to be nominated as an ambassador, if it is clear at the end of the day, he's a non-career ambassador. You don't know which country they are going to post him to. So I think
we don't know the country yet.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know the country yet. They are not saying that they are giving him this country or that. You don't know. So
I think it'd be good for Madagascar.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is this: everybody in this world, you continue to fester your position positively. You cannot stand still in a position for a long time. So if you play his game very well and the reward is ambassadorial, fine. If you comparable fact, if you also play your game very well, maybe you can be a minister in the future. Who knows? But that is the world. Anywhere you find yourself, play your game very well, and then you can find yourself in a position you really desire for. That is it. There's no big deal about it at all. I don't know why people are unnecessarily antagonistic about it. So, comparing fact, you can go ahead. Sorry.
Comparable facts.
Okay, thank you very much. So, in reference to what we are talking about, so character can play a role in what we are talking about. What am I saying? I mean, you don't necessarily don't have to have a high a college education to be nominated. That's true. But in section 1, in my understanding, section 171, require the president to nominate anybody that he deemed fit, and for the Senate to confirm. So technically, Reno can be nominated as a career diplomat, even though he doesn't have a qualification, in that regard. But I know he's a lawyer, he's a political commentator, he's a former aide to President Jonathan, and he's a social media influencer. But he doesn't have any press experience when it comes to diplomat. He has he has never led any embassy like negotiation, treaty, or otherwise. So in that regard, he doesn't have. But perception matter. He may be intelligent, he may be articulate, maybe more persuasive, practically, or politically, he's very active. That's one. But there's a lot of concern. This guy is a very polarizing human being. Let's call it what it is, I mean, because he speaks from both sides of his mouth. I mean, he can be very provocative. That's one. I mean, he attacked various countries, you know. I mean, his utterances is undiplomatic. So call it what it is. Just a
So,
controversial human being, you know. And this is who you want to nominate to represent the country. I mean,
Comparable
public
fact,
perception matter.
are you not confusing Reno and FFK? I have not had Reno flog other countries, other than selling Nigeria.
No,
And
I'm not confused. I'm talking about Reno specifically. That's the subject.
Man of Presi, quickly.
I've
When you
not
talk
had
about
him anyway poo-pooing other countries.
Sorry, Baba. When you talk about morality, there is a presidential candidate that qualified his opponent as structure of criminality. Today is in bed with this structure of criminality. What do you have to say about that morality for this man?
Oh, this platform.
Who are you referring to? Mention name.
Come on, tell me you're not a Nigerian. If you don't know that one, you can ask other people, they will tell you. He said that.
No, what, Remy, what did you say? I missed that.
He's talking about morality. And that was the presidential candidate that qualified his opponent as structure of criminality that will never have anything to do with them. But today, he is deep in bed with them, even sleeping and eating with them. So I'm asking man of prestige.
And catching fleas in the process.
In terms of morality, how would you qualify such a person?
Who is the person? Please just mention the name. I don't know.
He knows now. So
okay.
Let me don't catch comparable facts for corner.
So comparable fact. Comparable fact. Do you want to respond to that? Any response? Comparative fact. Okay.
I don't know who he's talking about, but more or less he's talking about. Are you referring to Obi? If that serves me right?
Yes, he said he's referring to Obi. Yeah, he mentioned Peter Obi. Yeah.
Because I don't see how that characteristic, you know, measure Obi in any way.
Remy.
Yes.
Do you want to let him know better?
Okay, I will let him know. Look, like Obi was saying that it has nothing to do with some people. He labeled them as criminals, jester men, evil men, those ones that have destabilized the country. They have stolen our wealth. They are terrible people. We cannot do anything with them. Based on that morality, a lot of people also supported him. They jeered towards him. Okay, this is the Messiah we are looking for. This is a clean man out of the rest. And because of that, some people voted for him. But Wallace, under 2 years, he is back to these people he labeled criminals. He's now in bed with them. He formed alliance with them. He's sleeping with them. He's doing a lot of things with them. So I'm asking you, man of prestige, in terms of morality, do you think this is a moral upright guy? I'm talking about Peter Obi.
A man of prestige.
No, I think you are confusing two things to not to be true, because that one we are talking about politics. You play politics within the country. But the Reno character is going to represent the country outside the country. That's not. I mean,
the same thing. If Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, it will.
That's politics. Tinubu, everybody did it. So there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing unusual about playing politics in that way that Obi did. I mean, you're not even making any sense.
Man of prestige, can I help to centralize this question?
No, you don't have to help me, because
wait, I'm not helping you. I'm helping. Sam, this is for the benefit of all of us. This question is not a political question. It's a question premised on morality, which you have brought forward. So you have decided, you've appointed yourself to be the adjudicator when it comes to the matter of morality. And to that end, Mr. Remy has put it to you, that can an individual who chastises his opponents as a den of immorality and a structure, Mr. Remy, what's that term again? Structure of corruption or
criminality. Structure of criminality.
Structure of criminality, whose premise for his candidature was that he was unlike them, that he is clean, that his hands are clean. Can that same individual, within less than 3 years, also start to form an alliance as the opposition and propose that, in fact, that he would like to be the uncontested candidate of that alliance, of that structure of criminality, that he would like to represent them as their political candidate in the forthcoming election? Because to the best of all our understanding, that was what Peter Obi has been negotiating at ADC, that he wants to go to the primaries unopposed. So can we then say, okay, from a moral standpoint, okay, that individual is justified? That's the question.
Okay, I understand where Remy is coming from. I understand what you said, but you all are conflicting two different
So
things.
why are
Because
you trying
hold on. Let
why
me
no no
finish.
no 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 no
We
no
are
we're not
talking about
confusing.
Nigerian politics. There's no doctrine, in Nigerian politics. They don't have principle. They move from one party to one party, and there's immorality will be the last thing somebody will talk about when it comes to Nigerian politics. I mean, they are immoral to the highest level. But we are talking about somebody, an ambassador, representing us outside the country. That is where character, matter. You're just confusing the whole thing. It's not even comparable. Politics is different from ambassador. It's a representative of the country. And character is very paramount in that regard. Why you're
I
just
see. Okay.
making,
Okay.
comparing two things that is not even close to, to
Comparable
talk
facts. You
about.
are really
It doesn't even make sense.
compa-
You all come here
comparable
deceiving people,
facts.
try to bring
Comparable
about
facts. You are
immorality when
really
it comes to
ignorant.
Nigeria. Immorality matter when it comes to representing Nigeria as a Nigeria. But when it comes to
Okay.
Nigeria, that's not even in America, immorality, there's nothing like that. Immorality is at the bottom of everything. And Nigeria is probably one of the worst in the country. I mean in the world. What are you all talking about?
Okay. Comparable facts. Answer this. If Peter Obi had become the president of the country, between an ambassador and the president of the country, so who do you think the international community will be looking at majorly? Will it be the ambassador that represents your country in just one country, or the president that the global community is focused on? Because based on your justification. Comparable facts.
So I'm even surprised. You brought this up, and you brought Obi. If Obi has been the president, you can't even compare. You can't hold on. You can't even compare Obi. Or you can't even compare Obi character. When it comes to international
What do you mean
platform
character?
with
Obi that serve
Tinubu.
food. Obi
I
that
mean,
serve food.
look at Tinubu character. We don't know where he was born. He was accused of being a drug dealer or whatever. We know what transpired in that area. So don't even say that. I mean, I'm talking about our ambassador. If Tinubu, is being our president, is okay by the world. Obi will be the less, they'll be concerned about. But regardless of that, Tinubu flaw and otherwise, a lot of people has flaw in Nigeria. But I have an issue about, having Reno to represent us. That's just my own opinion in that regard. But with this thing confirm it, or probably, yeah, definitely. I will say 99%. The Senate is going to confirm him, because they are rubber stamped to the president. So that don't surprise me.
Well, when it comes
But
to the
that's Tinubu and Nigerian prerogative. That's your prerogative. All these Nigerians here. It's your problem. It's not my problem.
okay, Prestige. Sometimes Prestige can be overly pious when it comes to Nigeria many times. And for example, in Trump's first term, he appointed out Kushner, Jared Kushner's dad, to be the ambassador of France, if I'm not mistaken. And this guy was convicted and went to jail, was in prison for years. So that's a good example, Prestige. So Reno, what is Reno's crime? I mean,
No, come on, man. It's the dad. It's not him. Don't bring false information here.
what? Hold on. What did I say? What did I say right now that is false? False.
Jared Kushner has no criminal record. Don't be saying that.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, hold on.
You said
Hold on, guy.
Kushner was
Somebody else.
convicted or
Hold
whatever.
on.
Is
Did
that not what you
somebody?
said?
Okay, you have a hearing problem. Did somebody else hear me say that?
We have an update. So when you are ready, we have an update.
Okay, I didn't say that, President. I say his dad was imprisoned for years and was appointed the ambassador of France. Is that wrong?
Okay, what has that got to do with Kushner? Kushner is not his dad. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me put another color in this.
We're talking about the president appointing the
Prince
ambassadors.
Daddy. No, Prince Daddy. Let me even make it simpler for comparable fact. During the campaign, did you hear what DeSantis said about Trump and what Trump said about him? And Rubio and the other one who is talking for the genocide now, the
Baba, even the VP, Baba, even
are
the
they all
current
not
VP.
in bed now? That is politics for you. They are strange bedfellows. There's nothing they have not talked about themselves. So it's politics.
Even including their wives.
Exactly.
Their wives.
They even went to that extent. So what I'm trying to say is, look, I can't do it, what Tinubu is doing. Not because I'm evil. I don't have a forgiving mind. But as much as I remember things, I try to give that person a wide berth. I will not make Tubosun my minister. But Tubosun today is one of the best ministers we have, despite going against Tinubu and calling him names when he was an obedient, or maybe when he is still an obedient, we don't know. So this faulting or mockery, I find it disingenuous, actually.
I agree with you, Baba, and that's why I said one of the qualities of a good leader is that they don't take things too personally. You cannot, as a leader, as a true leader, you can't take things too personally.
Guys, I just got a news now that I don't know how far it is true that a bandit and Boko Haram storm Iwo Road at Ibadan for special operations. So, are we really winning this war against the
No, that
terrorism?
can be true. You know Iwo Road now. That can be true. Forget it. A lot of stuff coming out from a certain area trying to portray the West as very weak. But they should not forget.
Baba, but this is a Yoruba man saying it, so and I don't just want to mention his
No,
last name.
there are. Wait, let me put this thing in perspective. There are now Almajiris Yorubas, and there are Ipobians Yorubas. So discount them.
Okay. Because me, fear they catch me.
I also want to bring it to your notice that there are some criminals elements in the Southwest. What they do now is just to dress like Fulani as well, also to go and commit.
I know, Remy, you know, say me and you go they fight on this matter. When we are talking of a serious matter, I don't wait. I don't want us to.
Let's say the truth.
I don't want us to keep diluting this thing.
Let's move on. I'm just saying that.
No, that I'm trying to move on. That's why I'm just so any other topic you want to bring, anyone want to speak on this Adeleke that is that has just spotted.
No, it's still Nigeria here, or we don't want to. It's not.
No,
Nigeria is still Nigeria. We speak. I trust him now.
He will speak now. I think Adeleke already.
Hold on. You see the problem? When something happens, you don't want to talk about it. The story is true. It happened, there's kidnapping, robbery, and bandit, style attack in Iwori. And you're here doubting that it's not true. Until they come to your neighbor.
Except you want to have egg on your face. Except you want to have egg on your face. Dwell on that story. That is fake story.
Survival facts. Number one, I live in the Ibadan. Iwo Road is one place where you wouldn't be there. Because
it's like Western Avenue in Lagos.
There's police command. There's police command just along the road over there. One of the biggest police barracks in the whole of Ibadan.
Very open.
Is along,
very open place.
It's a densely populated area. It's no bush.
You don't know where Iwo Road is, so don't talk about this.
And the whole road is not. It's not a place where you can easily do a job in the whole road and then get away easily. If you say maybe gates, or you say maybe
it's urban center. It's urban center.
Do you know where Iwo Road is? It's like saying like I don't know. I don't know where how to compare. How can I compare Iwo Road? Where can I compare Iwo Road?
Maybe you can say
No,
Arrow, maybe those that side to Adegba inside. Alakia side, maybe that is the place.
Alakia about only Iwo Road. How would you say
But that's the Wuro there. No, that one is impossible. Maybe others Alakia, they all call it like that. It's not possible now.
No, I think what is happening nowadays is that there are so many people use AI or whatever to do something, put them on social media.
So comparative fact, my friend, verify before you amplify.
Okay. Let's talk about Adeleke. Ola, I think Adeleke.
Baba, I've already verified. I've already verified. I cannot confirm that Aworo Road has been attacked by the bandit.
You can't.
There is no verified evidence yet.
Comparative fact.
How did the bandit want to attack the Wuro? Wow, yeah. How did they want to attack? Is it the air or beer? I don't know.
Can we air shots, either shots or Tunaija? I'm surprised that Tunaija you can be this quiet. Honestly, you impress me.
Tunaija is in another platform. You just put himself here.
I'm sorry. I know you guys don't.
No. Tunaija, hold on. Let's just speak. Then you come after shots.
Maybe you can take comparable fact to mute.
When me doesn't believe it, you hard to me. It's a fact. This ban is still in Nigeria. It's a fact. What we denying?
No, but we are talking. No, we are being specific now. We are talking of a Iwo Road specifically.
People are dying in Nigeria. Not enough. People are dying.
No, we know that, but we are just. No, Shas, hold on. We know that we are surrounded. No, nobody is denying that. Anybody that is denying that, the person better wake up. We know that. Nigeria is where they now use helicopter now to, to adopt. These people, they've upgraded. You understand? But what we are saying in particular, because I just got that information now that Iwo Road, that they got some bandit there. But on looking at those videos, the people that they apprehended, they were actually carrying knife. I did not see anybody with rifle. So I don't know why the headline came just like that.
Tell us where the bush is in Iwo Road.
They apprehended them in Ibadan.
No, because this plenty war.
Ola, please stop bringing fake news.
Okay, I take responsibility. At least I think I saw it somewhere. So okay, go ahead. You can talk about Adeleke. But let's just speak. Let's just speak, please, because he's there.
What do you mean I'm not there? You're just telling me some progress, eh? I am very much here now. What is wrong with you? All right. Settle down.
We'll talk about military here today.
Let's settle down. Look at this one, eh? I do not talk about anything that is going to solve the problem of bandits coming to take over a war road. What is wrong with you? What is enemies of progress? Shut up, eh? Let people talk. Okay. See, this morning.
I like you as a person.
This morning, I had a live stream that I said, you know what? Nobody over 60 should rule Nigeria again. They should barely even have any say in the running of the country. What they should do is sit back and be respected as elders and leave the younger ones to do the job, because they don't have it in them to see the world for what it truly is. These people grew up when Nigeria was a subject of the crown. They don't know anything else. Like when Galadima came out and said we should be recolonized, and talked about how Mbakwe also said the same thing.
What a disgusting statement.
So
he should be arrested.
You see that it does, but we are talking about him, but that's what they all are. They never see their country as actually free people with their own agency that can run their country and maybe die for their country. They don't see that. That's why many of them ask for mercenaries and they want foreign help all the time. And it also dawned on me. Second thing that dawned on me was that they are all complicit in it. From P2B to Kwakwaso, Tinubu, all of them, they are all complicit in keeping Nigeria like this. Because during the campaign, they all knew about our security problem. And they all promised to recruit heavily into the security services. P2BO promised 1 million. Tinubu promised more than 100,000. They were bragging about it at Chatham House. The same thing for Kwakwanso and Atiku. Guess what? When they get into office, all four of them kept quiet about it. That shows you how complicit they all are into this. So it means that your political elites, and they don't have any interest in securing the country for whatever reason, whether they are being blackmailed by outsiders, threatened, whatever is going on, they don't want to do it. They know what the problem is. This is why now when they threaten Tinubu, guess what he's doing now? He's rushing around, and the only real move he's making that is going to make a difference is trying to recruit more. When you create national, this even state police, what do you think is going to happen? The only reason why state police is going to even be effective in any way is because you create more security officers. If you don't create more security officers, you just take the national police and put it inside the states, forget it, the same situation will remain. Because you don't have enough people securing your country, especially when facing such security challenges. And the third problem is the common sense thing that I never bothered to do. You know, people like to accuse me of using AI. They forget that for my own analysis was based on just gathering data and doing statistics and observing other nations on how their security posture is and how they have more security than Nigeria. But when you check all AI, the question I asked in an AI platform like ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Cloud, you ask them, do a deep dive on the Nigerian insecurity situation and recommend solutions. The first thing they highlight is very low manpower. So if all AI is able to detect that we have very low manpower, why is it that all our security experts can't pick up on that? And when I discovered, like, this is madness. They are all, because your politicians know. They already know the truth about the situation already. Then AI knows about it. Then why is it that all officials come out and say the same thing, like, oh, we need to improve the economic situation. We need to do this. We need to do... Like India had worse economic situation sometimes than Nigeria. There was a time they were living, they call it ship to mouth. The ship brings the food and they eat. If the ship doesn't show up, they have to ration like crazy. They went through that. You didn't see the kind of crime rate that you are seeing in Nigeria. In the UK, there is 1 million criminal convictions every year. Do you know, in the UK, with all this wealth that they have, 100 million. So it doesn't mean that they don't have criminals. It's just that there is law enforcement to ensure those criminals are kept in check. So you see that the narrative they've been selling to us, that is corruption, that is living standard that is causing all this, it doesn't add up. They know what the problem is. The only thing they never done was recruiting to that security force. That's the only thing they never done. And it's done
to Nigeria. I want to take
you. Not getting anywhere.
I want to take you up on that personality, because I believe that it is strategy. Now the question is this: now you have police, you have the personnel, right? But you don't have the equipment. You understand? So now, do you think the number of police we have, if they are better equipped and they have equipment like drone and other surveillance equipment, don't you think that that would make them to be more efficient and to be more effective than just recruiting people?
Yeah, if it had been like America with all their technology, the best technology in the world in terms of security, and Israel and all the other countries that have technology don't have more manpower, I would have said, oh yeah, it makes sense, because it correlates, isn't it? Because they have more technology and they don't have more manpower. So why should we bother going for technology? So in other words, the people that have more technology than us still have more manpower than us. What does that tell you? It tells you that we are deficits in both. Fix the one you can fix, which is the people you have already. Then get more technology.
But our situation is not purely manpower. Okay, now I heard something, but I don't want to believe it. Anyway, maybe I didn't get it well. When I was listening to Ndume, when they were chasing, when this brigadier the brigade commander Ubarite, that was spied by the ISWAP. They said they were chasing, they were going on Okada. So that's why I'm saying, I'm not sure whether I heard that very well.
No, let me put a perspective in this, Ola, with permission from to Nigeria. You see, Nigeria is very peculiar. Very, very peculiar. We have what is called federal character. And we find out that both in police first, in the army, air force, navy, you have some part of the country having the upper hand in terms of recruitment. And we've seen clips here, even during police recruitment. For Lagos State, for instance, a lot of northern youths carrying Lagos State local government paper certificate saying that they are indigents. And this is how they've been getting into the police. So until we properly counter ourselves, we may not be able to respect federal character in recruitment. And that is what I think maybe is slowing down that process until we have this emergency now. If not, we will end up having 66, 70% of recruitment from one side of the country. And that is becoming very dangerous. Thank you.
I understand that the Nigerian state made an effort to even introduce federal character. Most nations don't care about that, and the recruitment tend to be lopsided, either for poor or different regions of the country. But if they introduce federal character to kind of make sure that everybody is represented, then there are ways to ensure those things are enforced. See, the way I look at it is that the government never made any move to try to recruit more, because the recruiting capacity they have is only 12,000 per annum. They still have that today. They've not increased it. That is why they are saying they should use NYSC premises and properties to train recruits now. Do you see how our people behave? These are the same people that went to the campaign. All the major candidates promised to recruit more, and every single one of them kept quiet after it. If Peter Obi believed in 1 million soldiers, when Tinubu got into office, what do you think he should have started doing? Why are you not recruiting to the military? Why are you not recruiting to the security forces? Every time they attack people, and Peter Obi will be getting more popular. But why does he not do that?
Forefathers, can I? Because I know we talked about this like a couple of years ago on the platform, and you said 1 million. Now, when it comes to scaling up, how many do you think we need right now, and how soon can we get to that million in? And what time frame
to get up to 1 million? And it's
like the short term, to scale it up, like what would be the immediate need right now that we can quickly train and they can go to battlefield as soon as possible?
Yes,
and how soon can we scale 1 million?
I think you have to start building momentum. I think it's not unrealistic to expect Nigerians to be able to recruit 1 million competent security forces in 1 year, given where we are right now. So
because there's also training. So you must also train and all this before they're battle ready and all that. Yeah.
Yes, you have to start from around 100 to 200. Use all the facilities that you've got. If you have to use church premises, you use them. After all, I'm not sure what they are doing for us. You use whatever you need to use to train as many as possible. Because remember, while you are doing that, the bandits know you are scaling up. They know their time of enjoyment of their business is at an end. And the security forces themselves, their morale is going to increase. They are going to be on the front foot now, knowing that they are going to be reinforced and knowing that their welfare too is going to be taken care of. So you can see, if you flip the dynamics, have you seen, like, an example of what I'm talking about is, this is when before Trump even came into office, the illegal immigrants coming to the border even dropped. You see what I mean? Because you have already created an atmosphere whereby, okay, you are on the losing side. This is not going to end well for you. And they will start seeking other forms of income, whatever else they are going to do. If they go cattle ranching or whatever they have to do, they will have to do that. Otherwise, sooner or later, when that security forces ramp up and the morale is high, they will be able to wipe them out and clean the entire this thing. Not clean anywhere in the south that there is remnant, they will clean them out, because you form a national grid. Every inch of Nigeria should be protected for the next 10 to 20 years, because when the situation stabilizes, you can scale back a little bit and send some of them to become like reserves, like other nations do.
Okay, forefathers. Also, in that 1 million, because we also discussed when it comes to gathering intelligence, that we don't pick that was your worry, that we don't focus on gathering intelligence. How many do you think we can deploy in a short time? Because it also involves the community as well, right? Community relationship, and So how would you also do that in the short term, so you can get info?
From what I gather in Nigeria, they do get intelligence. I think even the last one where the soldiers left the building and then they came and took the children from the school, they did get intelligence. I think the intelligence is there, but I think they should scale it up because most Nigerians they are too inward looking. They are not seeing how the threats are emerging from outside. So personally, I will quadruple the size of our intelligence services, not necessarily to be always inward looking, but outward looking too, so that we can actually be gaining
Like
control over
the neighboring countries, right? We have people in
the
Mali,
world,
Niger,
anywhere,
Chad. Yeah, okay.
anywhere that
But
threats
to
can
Nigeria,
emerge, we have to focus on it.
there's an aspect to Nigeria we are not even looking to. That is the hypocrisy of the West. Look at the 24 Tucano jets. Do you know we paid money for this? It's not wholly an American product, except that Brazil owns it and they produce it in the Sierra Nevada. They produce it there. But America has some of the components. We purchasing it and you give us conditionalities. We cannot modify it. We can not also use it for certain operations. It's in the agreement. We can't carpet bomb Sambisa Forest, for instance, without taking permission from America.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on record. Check. Fact check me on this. These are the hypocrisy.
Baba, why are we even use Tocano's Kiloque? There's a lot of Turkey. Some of the best small to medium sized drones are produced by the Turkish. Why should we?
I think we can clean the country. After all, the bandits don't have any.
We have fundamental problems. You understand? The only thing is, though I can understand the urgency of now. You get my point, but we need to have a long-term strategy because this is going to be a long, drawn-out war because of the participation of the northern political elites in these terror activities. We have to look and start producing our own weaponry.
I don't think it's going to be a long term if you approach it right.
Can we produce like what would be what can we?
No, the Air Force is producing drone now, and there is this private companies too.
The Air Force has drones, but BT.
That means it's an array of just beyond drones. There's many.
Yeah.
So how much can we really produce that?
BT. The real issue is this: even if we are able to, because when you look at the drone, okay, let's say a drone. You're gonna look at the fuselage, okay? So this is just the body of the drone, okay? That is relatively straightforward to produce, just hydraulics and stuff that any Nigerian engineer can engineer that. The problem is advanced avionics and the camera systems. The reality of this is this: the camera systems and a lot of the avionics we are still going to have to procure from the Americans. When the Americans are selling those technologies to us, they sell it to us under the same Lee laws. So the Lee law that covers firearms also in a way covers that because it's all seen as American tech or British tech or so the problem is this: we are still going to be
seeking their permission to deliver firepower.
You still be seeking their permission in a way because the avionics, the camera systems that the drones are going to be very reliant on. Will be supplied by them.
The ones we can do, I'm asking, the ones that we can do on our own.
I suspect the ones that we are doing as well, and we are using a lot of their technology.
Can we then scale that up, like the drones that Baba said? Can we scale that, like fund that? If you have look at
Nigeria has not made significant effort.
No,
they made some effort, but not scaled up one yet.
Like
let me just add something to this one.
You know how they are making all these war vehicles in Ogun State that even they are buying in Belarus from Ogun.
Exactly.
Can we scale that up?
Yeah. Okay. So armored personnel carriers.
Please give me a minute. You understand? See, we are producing armored personnel carrier in Nigeria. I think this guy can even produce it too. Someone should correct me if wrong. Innocent Motor.
Innocent, he produces too.
So he produces for the military.
Yeah, he does.
So the guy,
they are very good. They are very good because Liberia, Sierra Leone, they are customers.
Yeah.
Now.
So we can even produce mine resistance vehicle in Nigeria. So the thing is this: for aircraft, we still need satellite. We need more. We need more satellite. Because when I look at why, and this is just my own thinking and own opinion. It's not a verifiable fact anyway. And based on what I've listened to. So I think one of the reasons that we are not allowed to use Tucano jet is just because of our accuracy, because that's a very long range aircraft that you can stay somewhere entirely while you launch attack on the enemy. And so the thing is this, you have to be very sure of the spot you want to eat. You understand? So when you have satellite now, for example, you can do the imaging, but you want to really know that whether those people are your target. You want to be able to get the image.
Let me disabuse you of this idea of technology. Let me give you an instance. Remember,
You've not even let me land it. You are disabusing
because there's not. I have to disabuse you now, so I will save ourselves time. Don't you want to save time? So, in 2013 November, there was an attack on Israel, and by terrorists, and the terrorists went back into Gaza, and Israel got 14,000 2,000-pound bombs, and they've got so many other missiles. And these terrorists were hemmed in. They were fenced in. They didn't even have Sambisa forest to run into. They were hemmed in, and they bombed them for straight 2 years. And they used 6 times equivalent of Hiroshima bomb on that territory, and the terrorists are still standing. You see what I mean? The only time. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. The only time Israel took something from them when Israel went on the ground and seized the territory. And the area that they seized, the terrorists cannot operate there. That is how it works. Human beings is what you need. It's not technology.
I agree with that. I agree. You need boots on ground, but at the same time,
no. Let me see. To Nigeria, you don't make it simplistic. The thing is this: nobody is saying there won't be troop efforts. At least the aircraft should be able to lead. You understand? Now, okay, look at the one they carried out in the northeast. Now, they look at where they have their weapon. Let me assume that the major target was their weapon, their camp. Now, for those people that are running around, when you want to do things like that, you have the troop on ground to finish them off. You understand? That I understand. But you cannot just discard.
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Can I come in?
I'm not saying that let's not over rely on it. That's all.
Okay, Chukwuemeka. I think Chukwuemeka is a new voice that hasn't spoken today. Chukwuemeka, please fire on.
Yeah, so I don't think the issue. I do think number of soldiers is the issue, but I don't think it's technology. I think what's going on is if you see Mali, someone told me that 40% of Mali was taken over by these groups, and I didn't believe them, but this is true. You can look it up. 40% of Mali and about half of Burkina Faso by the same group. I think they're, I don't know, I don't speak Arabic. Jamaat Nar al Islam wal Muslim, whatever that means. They want to establish, and then there's another group that has about, let me say, 20% of Mali. It's a different group, Islamic State of Greater Sahara. So that's not even ISWAP. This is going on in the Sahel. What you have going on in the north, I think Sheikh Gumi, one of the sheikhs, was saying that, oh, I even heard Goodluck Jonathan talking about it, that the kids in the forest, they're 12-year-olds with AKs. He even touched me. But that's not true. If the truth is that they're kids with AKs, we don't need more soldiers. If they're actually just kids with AKs, but I don't think they're kids. I think you have so much complicity going on. The only real solution is regional, state, and local policing because there's so many different narratives. There's so much complete. How can a group take over 40% of a country without there being some kind of local buy-in? And if you don't think that some of the people in the north or even the south or the north central are not just complicit but are in part of it, then there's no way we can solve this. This cannot be solved federally at all. I don't think it can be solved regional. It has to be state and local. That's my own take. Thank you.
No, I completely agree with you on that. Local
Me
police,
too. I
and
agree with you.
I totally
so
concur.
so I don't think anybody is going to disagree with you on that, and that's why I was telling to Nigeria the other time that our strategy was wrong, because even in the current federal policing structure we have, if we allow the state to, if we have a state recruiting structure instead of recruiting from Abuja, assuming okay you have federal police, you want to recruit for Lagos, you have to allow Lagos command to recruit the indigenous people in Lagos, those people that knows the nook and crannies of Lagos. You want to do the same in the Kitty, it will still be more effective than what they have currently. But then, most importantly, that command structure of that police, we have to go to the states. So for me, I won't even stay. I won't even stand at the level of state. I will even still go to local government level too. You understand?
Yeah,
So
I think both systems work in. If you look at the world, they have different systems, and depending on the country, some both can work. Just like capitalist, communist, Saudi Arabia, kingship, but all of them can work, depending on how you implement it. In the context of Nigeria, if you reduce the numbers, let's say because you want to create state government, state police, I mean, then you retire some of the, or you resign some of the national police, and then
Sorry,
replace
to
them.
Nigeria. Ola, somebody wants to come in. He says he's
Ola,
Benin descendant,
Ola,
PPJP or so.
Ola.
Benin.
yeah.
If you can
Take
bring
me to
in,
the
I
back.
can
Bring the person
withdraw to
up.
the
I'm still
background.
busy. I'm still busy. Bring the person up. Bring me to the party. Take me to the party.
Let the person come, then yeah, if the person wants to come, he can
Yeah.
come, but let me send the link.
So, man for man, if you replace the national police with state police and you didn't increase the numbers, the situation is not going to change significantly. If anything, you run the risk of creating a situation like the Congo DRC, whereby you have different regions and states that have their own security force, and that security force start eating the system up. They become their own lord to themselves. You see the situation, you might balkanize Nigeria without even knowing it. So these are things you have to learn from history based on what has happened already in the DRC. Because already, state governments are the ones that don't pay their staff. Now you want to give them security officers with guns that they are not paying. Before you know it, they become their own lords. And you have warlords in different areas of the country. So we have to think ahead and observe other systems where similar
See,
events have occurred.
let me tell you, I don't subscribe to that, because all this state security architecture. You understand? You have the process of arming and disarming them. So for all those police that okay, they become law to themselves, you understand? State can easily disarm all those people, because those people you are dealing with. It's not like all these terrorists, the bandit that you are dealing with. So I want you
You mean like
to know.
the disarmed IPOB? How can you disarm them when they are the ones guarding the area? And
That's not
the danger.
no. IPOB is not the same thing like as Amotekun. You understand? So it's just like, so IPOB is another unit
Amotekun
entirely.
can be disarmed because of the federal. Okay, let's put it this way: if you want to do it, the federal better be very, very strong. That the federal has to be their power has to be magnified.
Even that idea of that federal, I even want to even caution ourselves to even know, because we may ask someone like Buhari tomorrow, right? You understand? So the most important thing is that we need that state police. No matter every
We just
danger.
say, see, I think we just say it because that's what we've been conditioned to say. You have to
Oh,
ask critical questions.
hold on.
Why?
Let me land now. Then now we need to have that state police. Then every question on how we can make sure it's not abused, then we can now mitigate. You can ask questions and mitigate. That we don't need it, that we are running away from it. That cannot work for now, because already we've seen what the federal police can do, and we've seen how they can change everything just imagine. Now look at it this way: we were not having the level of insecurity we are having now. Yeah, before 2015, right? Now, but we now have some group of people that they colluded to the extent that the insecurity infiltrated the entire country. You understand? And one of those things they were doing that time, at least allegedly, you understand, was that we had a situation whereby they went to disarm people. After disarming people, and those terrorists will strike. You understand? Because there was a time that the Inspector General of Police that was asking people to start dropping their gun. Why will you ask people to drop their gun, their guns, when it was the time they needed to even use the same thing for self-defense? So we don't want a situation whereby where the federal will come and one strong president will just disarm the state police. We don't want that situation. We must have a base situation that we should be able to guide, control the state police in such a way that they are not going to abuse it. Because the tendency of abuse is very high. But should we run away from it because of abuse? No, because they are already abusing the federal police structure as we speak. They are abusing the military already.
I think you should not necessarily
No, you see, the thing here is balance of terror. If we have balance of terror, all this nonsense will stop. If you know what I mean by balance of terror, if we have state police, some states will be better armed than the others. And I don't see why maybe a police from, some terrorist group of the police of who have not been paid full salary for some time will now take it out on maybe Kwara State, for instance. The Kwara State police will resist. And if they are not, they don't have enough firepower, they can call the Plateau State police to help them.
See, they will take it out on their people. They will start exploiting the people. Anybody going to farm will have to pay them.
Well, the less we are, the merrier, don't you think? Let's be cold a little bit. We don't have to overthink this state police issue. If we overthink it, then we will not do anything about our situation. Recruited police today will not be of service until about 6 months later.
And you expect it to work. Let me tell you how you're going to do it. You expect it to work. You have to have a strong center that is stronger than any of the state police, and maybe even all the state police put together. If you have a strong center, let's say you have state police, but you have a kind of FBI kind of police that is very, very powerful, and they have access to the military, and the military is very, very strong. Let's say you have this 1 million standing military that is controlled by the federal government. Then that federal government is not going to be afraid of any police. You see what I mean? You have to have that. If you put a situation whereby the power differential between both the federal government and the states the gap is not big, you're going to start seeing that a couple of states will just break out of control, and then anarchy will ensue. Your country will become balkanized, complete dysfunction.
Maybe we need that.
Yes.
Maybe we need
that. Have you seen the ROC? Have you seen the ROC?
Not have you seen the Czech Republic own? There are other good ones we can copy from. There are other bad ones we can copy from. So let us look.
Hold on. Let me check Republic data. Carry on. Let me check the Republic data just to
see. And while at it too, check what happens. Unfortunate incident in former Yugoslavia too, Kosovo, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and all the rest. And check at it too when the Soviet Union balkanized. We have extensive copy from history, but I'm saying that it is not by force we must be one. If it has to take war for us to get our senses right, so be it. Because this thing has gone too far. Why can we be begging and paying bandits? And why can some political group be supporting bandits and making excuses for them? Hard-hand money we need for school, for health, facility, being paid to bandits so that they can buy more arms.
But you said something the other time about, let them be able to do their mess on their own side. It doesn't have anything to do with you.
Sure. I still stand by that.
Yeah. The reason why, this is the reason why I said we should not let elders talk anymore about
national issues. Now. Make you say, not come grow old again.
I recommend that Allah ensures that Baba doesn't say much.
You said not grow old, not one day on your age.
When my tongue comes, I will
if you agree that you will not grow one day more, I agree with you.
I will go old and step out of the way for the younger generation to take over.
Because
my mindset is not their own. Yes.
Tunaija, I think I disagree with your own.
I'm not going to leave alone.
Tunaija, you don't too old for social media, so make you resign now.
I could.
Oh, thank you, Midwest man. Thank you. Lie. We go use this Nigerian space. We build them or we scatter them. No problem.
See, to Nigeria, age is not the problem. As a matter of fact, age is a great asset.
Are you sure?
Yes, age is a great asset. Yeah, when you combine the experience, you know, maybe you don't. It's a great
In
asset.
in some aspects,
Hold on.
when you have been traumatized and all
Hold
you
on.
know
Age is not. Hold on
stuff into
now.
account, you can't.
Hold on. Age is not just age is not just about numbers. So you must get that right. Age is not just about numbers. Age is about what you've passed through. Let me tell you one thing. Someone can be a Methuselah and he has not done anything meaningful in his own life. Then we have age that are being through different things. You understand? You've been through politics, you've led organization, you've been innovative, you've done a lot of things. At 80 years, you are better than someone of 35 years that lacks zero experience. Or someone that is seeing politics as just employment.
Oh no. Let me give you my reasoning why I think the elders in Nigeria should be benched. One, they are less likely to change. Have you heard the term you can't teach your old dogs new tricks? They don't change. They don't respond to changes in the environment. They are
okay.
stuck.
Tinubu is the bold one that was bold enough to remove subsidy. What about that?
That one doesn't change now. He just remains in the same path. He's driven Nigeria almost into the underground. Like he came in, and by the time he came in, the last budget that they read was around $49 billion. And by the time he took over, he was ready to $8 billion in
Bello
budget.
Yaya was Kogi State governor that
You
was
know what I'm
digging.
saying is true. Elders are less likely to change.
Okay, let me chime in.
You need younger people.
Hold on.
I don't think
we
we spend a lot of
going
time
anywhere
on
to Nigeria.
Tunaija's hypothesis.
For your info.
Tunaija never comes. His ideas are always work in progress. He thinks about he thinks about things and he concludes.
Fact.
Hold on.
It's actually facts. I'm just telling you.
You think about something and you conclude. I mean, just like Ola said, it's all about really about your experience. I don't buy into because you're young, then you're a better leader. I'm not sure where that comes from. See, these people like Tinubu, okay, they've built experience over many years that are vital experience that can be used for good in that country. You know, you always want to lean towards the anomaly. You always want to lean towards the anomaly for your.
I know it's not absolute, but you have to know when you need. You know, during the time of war, you need a leader that is very, very commanding of authority.
Yes,
during the time of peace, you need a collegiate leader. So during the time when a nation requires change and innovation, you need leaders that are younger because they tend to be likely to change. Elders don't change. If you have stability, a good system that is going, you can have elders.
Nigeria, this is not true. Innovation has nothing to do with age. Innovation has something to do.
Actually.
So Tunisia, we need a Nigerian Obama.
So Tunisia, what is happening in Ukraine now? Is their president not young?
See, let me tell you something, Tunisia. Let me tell you, Tunisia. I'm telling you, youth that you are talking about, they are the one that brought us to this level we are. But meanwhile, old person like Obasanjo was a person that still managed to keep our democracy because what he did. Now, how did youth bring us to this level? Who carried out the 1966 coup? Who carried it? The youth. Yeah. Now, when you look at it again, all this Alimodu Sheriff.
Jonathan was even a youth when he took over anyway. Jonathan was a youth.
Jonathan was
considered opinion.
Hold on.
Gowon was 31 years. Moritala.
Alamessier, you understand?
Now.
Hold on, was a youth. Ibori was a youth. All these other leaders that you see that are sympathizers of terrorists today, they got there as youth. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about leaders of the nation that drives the agenda of the nation. The people that should
what
be
do you
driving
mean?
Let's count from 1960 now.
What do you mean? No, look at all the nations, all the great leaders that transformed their nation. Most of them were younger ones. I'm telling you.
Moritala was less than
you are making
all of them.
You are looking at age. You are looking at age. You are not looking at the experience. You understand? Let me tell you one thing. Hold on.
They don't want to change.
Hold on. Awolowo and Akintola, they were youth, but go and look at their profile before they become the premier of the state. Go and look at it. As at that time, they've already formed their own ideology of what they wanted. Now, that was why they were moving on very well. But look at the emergency youth.
What age was Awo when he became the premier?
It was not even the age that mattered.
Okay, answer the question.
It was, I think, 37. I'm not too sure. I'll check that
you see
out.
what I mean? He was transformative. Why did he not bring all the old kakos during that time to come and rule?
Okay, Aguiyi Ironsi was a youth too. You understand? That crashed our system.
You are making my point.
No.
I'm
telling you that I'm telling you it's not about age as figure. It's about your experience and your ability. You can go and carry all the youth in your village that lack direction, that they've not done well for some people. Some of them, rather. I know. I don't want to be offended.
I see. Sometimes it's not best to have young people.
Is changing election result today. The youth service, youth corps.
I'm not saying it's absolute. Sometimes it's not good to have young people, when you have good things happening and you have.
Let me tell you one thing. All the leaders you have there today, they got there as youth. You understand? Alimadu Sharif, you understand that the under name that Boko Haram first start was a youth. Yerima that passed Yerima that passed Sharia law that happened to be part of the
sorry, Ola. Obafemi Awolowo was 45 years when he became premier of Western Region in 1954.
That was relatively young compared to what we have
now. So now when we look at all those youth that you are saying, it has nothing to do with youth. But okay, look at this youth now. As a youth, you build an empire, you build empire like Dangote. That's a youth, the type of youth we are talking about. Okay, you are a youth, you have an empire like let's say who is the owner of this Tesla guy, or you build an empire like
Elon Musk,
like Bill Gates, Elon Musk and Bill Gates. Then you can see that these are the people that are principled. They know they can run, they can create something, they can be innovative.
It's like you are making my argument for me.
Hold on, 100-year-old man can be creative, that can be more creative than 30-year-old.
How many times do you see old people making a breakthrough? How many of them? How many Bill Gates have used emerged when they are 60 or 70? How many of them?
Let me tell you one thing. Let me ask you a question. You understand? What do you define as youth? What do you define as youth?
I think people below 50. I will just tolerate people.
Okay.
Just 55,
now I want you to use your LLM and say the average age of entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Okay. Let me do that.
You understand? So go average age of entrepreneurs. Today I will know whether your ChatGPT they tell you the truth.
Entrepreneurs. So you want to disagree with this? Whatever I give you is what I'm
in world no.
It's
in
not
a certain
ChatGPT.
region.
It's 46 now. It's 46, 42, 46.
It's more than that. Average age of entrepreneurs should be early 50s.
You see that you want to disagree now. Look at that.
No. That's right.
It says it's 46 in the UK founders and 45 for founders in high growth ventures in the US. Some in other places 42, and it goes even as low as
it depends on demography.
See, this is obvious. Think about it. Young people feel more invisible. Young people are stronger. They don't feel like anything hurts them. And their ideas are rummaging through their head. If you look at the recent Charlie Kirk assassination, before his assassination, his ideas were changing. But if it was an old person, if you look at all the old people in America, their views remain the same. They keep supporting Israel. Even if Israel is committing the worst crime, they'll keep supporting it because they don't change their views. Old people don't change. And it's a problem for Nigeria now. If you have
so two Naija. So according to you,
who is moderating? Now let two Naija go they talk. I'm not still telling me
I've been quiet now. I've been quiet all this while.
Okay, two Naija is one of the moderators that we respect as moderators. So by reference power, you understand? So he's one of the moderators.
So I want to put it to Naija that the reason he has come to one man's platform to come and assault some of our revered older gentlemen on this platform is because of the trashing,
It's not him.
trashing.
It's from
The,
Galadima and all those people. They have to go.
wait. Two Nigerians because of the trashing you got on Doctor on the other platform. Don't let me call the name because I was very much aware of the assault that the way you were verbally assaulted on the other platform. But individuals who, to my my view, look like over the age of 60, the vast majority of those individuals speaking there. So you now want to come and take your anger out on us on one man meant to
Look
know.
at that. I'm used to that. Like, you know that.
Okay, let me tell you something too, Niger. You see, creativity and innovation is not inbuilt. It's something that you can learn. It's intentional. You understand? You think you came from heaven with creativity? No. Yeah, it is true that the younger people, maybe especially those people in the early 20s, you understand, they can be imaginative, but the process of creativity and innovation, you understand, is more than that. It's intentional. You see, when you want to be innovative, you look at the process on ground, you evaluate, you document what works and what those things that are not working. Then you now brainstorm. How do we go ahead? Okay, if we turn this in around, what will be the result? You document. That is how you achieve creativity and innovation. It has nothing to do with age. Otherwise, now go. Okay, hold on. If you're in business school, you are doing maybe graduate study. You understand?
Okay.
You will see that the professors that were attached to you, they are the matured one. They are the experienced one. They won't go and carry someone that maybe a doctor in 30s to deal with you. No, it's not going to work.
Tonight just confusing being a manager and being a leader. He doesn't know that. That's why I say his ideas are always a work in progress. But simply because you're good at what you do doesn't make you a leader. So the quality of a leader is the ability to organize and bring people together. And that tends to be done mostly by people with experience over many years doing that. So that's boisterous, like a young person. Yeah, they have ideas, they want to do stuff, but it doesn't mean they have that skill or the ability to implement what they're trying to do. Because usually in life, unless you're military, you have to get a buy-in from the people. So your idea falls flat on its face to Nigeria. It does not work. I believe that young people can lead. Young people can absolutely lead. There's no problem with that. But you come here with this catalytic idea that, young people should take over Nigeria. BS. I call that.
I think the reason why I said that, like I said, young people, especially the ones that were ex-military, and I don't know whether there's a reason why that is. Most nations, transformative leaders tend to be ex-military anyway, like George Washington, Lin Kuan Yew, this thing, what's his name, Stalin, Lenin, all of them. They tend to be ex-military, even Churchill, ex-military. So, and military tends to give you leadership skills because you tend to
I
command.
disagree. Kennedy, who started the moon odyssey, was not military.
Moon is not Kennedy is
Baba,
not
he
was just living on the
Make
power of
we
come down to our country. Yawa we dig ground. Let's come back to Nigeria.
Midwest.
I'm just saying that older people right now are not suitable for Nigeria. You will prepare them. Yes.
To Nigeria, hold on. Let me tell you one thing now. You did your own the other time. I asked you to search for average age of entrepreneur. So this is according to OECD now. I'm quoting now. This is World Bank Enterprise Surveys. The average age of entrepreneurs, you understand, is between 50 and 52 years. Now, you know what it means before you can get between 50.
I don't know where you got that. What link?
I said according
they are just
to
one source. They are not just one source.
Listen. I said according to OECD, Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, World Bank Enterprise Survey. Hear me very well and listen good. Now, according to their own survey, the average age of entrepreneur, that's a global average. You understand? Is between 50 and 52 years old. And so simple. I will tell you. And hold on. And I will tell you why. Hold on. And I will tell you. And I can testify to it. There's an age you get to in the Western world, especially in this Canada. You start applying for job, and suddenly you realize that nobody is responding to your resume again. And you want to survive. When you want to survive, you've got to do something. You start registering for business and start looking for what to do. So I tell you that these statistics, this one I can testify to it that it works. It works. This 50. That's why you see people, they start doing their own business by the time they don't get job again.
So
You
how
understand?
does that this thing? Let me put it this way: most of
Now,
the great entrepreneurs that you know in the world today were they 50 years when they discovered what they discovered.
see, don't look at outliers like
there's no need to not outliers. All the top
don't look
10
at
that you know,
outliers like hold
top
on now.
20.
Don't look
Let's
like
start from top
outliers
20.
like Elon Musk. Hold on. You don't look at outliers like
Oh
Elon
my
Musk.
God! You see, even when you get data, you want to fight it. Look at the top 20 biggest companies that was founded by that is still being run by the founder. You find out that the founders were relatively young.
I just told you that global average. You see, let me tell you one thing.
Global
You may
average
go
are
to
like, do you know what entrepreneurship means? It means, oh, somebody wants to sell ice water. Oh, take I'll sponsor it. So now I'm an entrepreneur.
To Niger, you're fixating on the Mr. Ola said, you are using the outliers, and that is and from people that understand
Those
data
outliers
analytics.
are clustered very,
Wait,
very
no,
young.
individuals
And they are
that
all
studied
entrepreneurs, the
to
highest
Niger.
achieving entrepreneurs.
To Niger, I know the reason that Mr. Ola is giving you that statement is because he studied data analytics. He understands data. Okay, the outlier is dangerous. The reason it's
But they
so
are not
dangerous.
outliers now. They are not outliers. How can
They
they
are
be
outliers.
Hold on. How can they be outliers?
And not only are they
When
outliers,
they are the most powerful entrepreneurs? How can they be the outliers?
not only are they outliers, they're actually very terrible. They
We are
actually
trying to
don't help
measure
to inform.
entrepreneurs,
No,
and
yes,
the highest achieving ones tend to be the
no,
younger ones, and you just see the
Now,
pattern there.
now you're using a different terminology, highest achievement.
Yeah,
Whereas what we are
that's what he's
discussing
complaining
about is
about now.
no. What we are discussing over here is enterprise. And you need to understand that in the
I don't know where you
enterprise,
got that
so
data from.
now you're using the word higher
Hold
achievement. No.
on. Can he share the link of that data? Because I need to know where you
Okay,
got that data. I've not seen that data anywhere.
I ask you another question because you're arguing it's not
Two
outlier.
Niger said enterprise na person wey wan sell ice cream. Abi what? What do you mean by that?
Midwest, hold on.
It is enterprise. It is enterprise.
Hold on, guys. To Niger, I want to use your LLM model again. Try to search how many billionaires do we have globally?
Yes.
Search for me. How many billionaires do we have globally?
Okay.
And what percentage of the global population is the number of that billionaire? You are going to learn by force today. Don't worry.
I don't know what you are trying to imply. Is that when
Just
they founded the idea? They are going to be older people now. The billionaires tend to be 60,
it's not about
years
age. It's not about age. How many billionaires do we have globally? At least
they have over 3,000 billionaires worldwide. And
so
on average, they are 63.5 years.
What percentage of global population is 3,000?
What percentage of global? 3,000.
What percentage of global population is 3,000?
That would be very, very low, about out of 8 billion.
That must be like 0.4.
So what is in statistics? What is an outlier?
An outlier is when you are comparing a specific quality, and you go on to pick data that is out of the median of that property. So you go and select something that is not really
Outlier is based around standard deviation, not the median.
Yeah, standard deviation. What do you think standard deviation measures? It measures something that
but that's a simplicity to use the word median for standard deviation is simplifying it.
No. Look, if in the context of Malcolm Gladwell, who wrote the book Outlier and kind of propagate it, when you say an outlier, is somebody who is above average amongst his classmates or his age group,
or below average.
When you are shoulder above those with whom you are competing, you are an outlier, according to Malcolm Gladwell.
Now, to Nigeria, why I come to this contest is this. If you look at the 3,000 from the global population, you understand the capability of these 3,000 billionaires. We are assuming that those billionaires, because the premise is that those billionaires, they are entrepreneurs and they are creative people. Now, when you look at 3,028 as extremely creative people, innovative people that brought innovation to the global community, they are less than 0.001% of the global population. That's an outliers. You understand? So,
you are reading the data wrong.
Really?
You are reading the
Are
data wrong.
we joking?
He's reading the data absolutely correctly.
Because the way you interpret the data, you
are we joking?
No, you are losing the context that we are discussing. About the issue.
Why we got here is this. You understand? We were talking of innovation. You understand? Age has nothing to do with innovation. Age has nothing to do with creativity. Creativity and innovation.
That's your problem. It does.
Guy. I see. Must we be spelling everything here? You understand? Okay. You understand? Innovation and creativity, they have nothing to do with age. They are process. Anybody can learn the concept of innovation and creativity. You can be intentional. You understand? Okay. Let me tell you something. Like look at those people that built aircraft. What were they doing? They were studying how they were flying, how they were maneuvering, and they started
the Wright brothers who actually.
The Wright brothers. You understand? They look at nature. Okay, this thing we see in the nature, how can we replicate it? Now to translate it. You understand? When you want to talk of, okay, look at business analysts now. Business analysts, for example, they are example of innovative people because they gather information from people. They look at your current process. They always look at how to improve. They always look at how to improve on those stuff. That's the process of creativity and innovation. So innovation is not what.
Let's check which age groups are the most innovative. Then which?
Then we will take the average according to World Bank World this thing, which is 50-54.
See, the thing about billionaires is that when they make their money,
innovation and enterprise are not the same.
You're not listening. Yeah, exactly. When they get their money, they hire other people to do the innovative work for them, and they invest in them. That's why they have venture capitalists. They are mostly not doing the innovation themselves anymore. This is why in the scientific world, to accomplish something, to make breakthrough, they said you have to start from your early 20s. By the time you're 40s, you don't generally make serious breakthroughs anymore. That's why they say that.
So why are you conflating innovation and leadership? They are two different things.
Exactly. That's my point.
But your argument is that we should lock Baba up and put Baba up into the
There's what they call there is a leadership innovation. You understand? You can be innovative as a leader. You look at why your current leadership process is not okay. Look at it this way. Look at Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu now. You can look at his own process as being innovative. Look at everybody that succeeded after. Tell me one Lagos state governor that has not succeeded. You understand? He put an innovative approach. You understand? For bringing his own successor. Now
Ola, that's a good point. Tinubu is an outlier, and the Fasholas took it to a tipping point.
Exactly. So a lot of things. Go and take a leadership course to Nigeria. Don't argue. I know that AI. I know that
you don't even know the different. If I ask you to name different types of leaders, you don't necessarily know. See, my point is that leadership, there are different types. There are times that are suitable for people that are level-headed, stable, and not.
No, how many leadership types did you say there are three? There are three.
There are different types. There are multiple. I think at least 6 or so different types of leaders, and they are suitable for different times. This is why Churchill was one of the greatest war leaders in the UK. But the moment the war ended, they voted him out. That's his reward for winning the war for them. So you can have this in commanding leadership when it comes to war, but when it comes to economy, you may be terrible at it because you don't know anything about
that's correct
period. So my point is that where Nigeria is right now, it favors us to have innovative leadership, leaders that can change ideas, explore new ideas. Because this the foreigners, let's call them that, they prefer the old guard because the old guard, they know they don't change. They are less likely to change. They just want to carry on the old.
To Niger, what is stopping? Okay, let's say people less than 60. So what in the last election? Okay, there's a number of individuals that contested that are below the age of 60. Adewale Adebayo, Omo Yele Sowore, Mogalu. I think Fela Durotue contested in 2019. Dumebi Kachuku. So there's a number of individuals that contested. Nobody is owning them ransom. But why are you suggesting that we should put Baba in the whole people's room?
No,
I know it's just pulling Baba. I know it's pulling Baba anyway.
Let me chime in. Hold on, guys. The reason why Tunaya suggested that was because of his militaristic way of thinking. If given the opportunity, Tunaya would prefer military rule in Nigeria. I'm telling you, because I know the way he thinks. Well, let me line. So, but just like Ara said, it is a process. We had young people, way less than 60, that competed in the last election, and they didn't win. So it tells you that, it's, in the context of Nigeria politics in general, there are many moving parts that brings about a leader in a party or in a country. We have to go through the process. Tinubu was not born at 70 years old. He was a very young man when he became the governor of Lagos. Okay. He's gone through the process like many other people. So I don't see at this point in time, quite frankly, if you get a young leader in Nigeria, if you ask me, they probably in a dime want to maybe break up the country. But the innovation that Nigeria is talking about will not have that sustained approach in that country. At this point in time, if you ask me, and I said it before, months ago when Tinubu became the president, that look, Tinubu is probably the last of the Mohicans. I believe the next leader in Nigeria will be less than 60, actually. I thought about that. But at this very point, really, we need a leader like Tinubu, if you ask me, that can navigate this Nigerian project to a point whereby when this so-called young leader comes in, they are able to continue from there. Nigeria is a very dicey situation. We can't get an overly ambitious leader that's just going to jump. Okay, I don't care. I don't care about the North. I don't care about the East or whatever. Let's do whatever. No. We can't have that. Unless we want to plunge.
If you think you are going to get out of the mess you are in without having a dynamic leader that is unpredictable, because these people.
Let me line my point. See, we're not going to plunge into a civil war or some kind of chaos because we want a young leader that's so innovative. Leadership beyond that, I know you guys don't like to go spiritual, but if you ask me, there's something called the spirit of wisdom, and not everybody has that. It is a gift from God. Okay, you can be smart, you can be innovative. But leadership, it's essentially the seventh spirit of God. It's just beyond being smart and being innovative. It's just beyond that. And I know you don't know that too, Nigeria. It's just beyond that. Someone that can be in that position of leadership, of presidency, and have a calm approach to things and how to navigate, bring people together is key. Now, we talked earlier about Reno Omokri with all the nonsense he said about Tinubu and this and that, all this trash he did. And Tinubu didn't mind, trying to appoint him as an ambassador, a foreign minister of some sort. He didn't mind that. It takes somebody of such quality, leadership quality as Tinubu to be able to do that. And Nigeria is a Titanic. It is. I hope you guys know that. We talk, quick and rough on this platform as many other people do, but we are not in that position. We don't occupy that position that Tinubu does and many other people in that country. They are the ones seeing what is going on, seeing the fire, seeing everything going on. It is a delicate affair. I believe that it's truly a delicate affair. So to Nigeria, again, relax. Your ideas are great, but they're also a work in progress. When you come here and you engage people like Baba and Co., and we are able to help you bolster up your idea and make it more palatable, you should entertain that.
I applaud you, Prince Daddy. I applaud you.
I feel like they're Prince Daddy.
I'm just laughing because he says the ideas are not
Beat
done.
that,
Hold on.
beat that this weekend.
Let me come in a little bit because thank you, Baba Prince, Prince Daddy, because
Look at that.
your submission.
They're coming to rescue him. You're coming to rescue him.
No, the thing is, let me also put something. I've been waiting for so long, so let me also say my own point. You see, I want to talk about our country. When I hear that word, we don't want Nigeria to break. Sometimes I feel somehow like, do we really understand the situation we find ourselves? What if it comes? That's just the question we should ask ourselves. Because the way it is now, indeed, I agree with Prince Daddy. If I look at Nigeria, or the manner I did support Tinubu, I can see the kind of enormous challenges that is before him. He never expected it this way. How fast things are developing towards negativity. So if it was really an ambitious young guy, this time around, I tell you, everything might have exploded. So for that, I give it to him, and I pray for him to navigate the space. But however, if Tinubu failed not to restructure Nigeria, is equally more harm than good. Because originally, this is a country that is made up of different people, different ideology, different beliefs, different way of life.
Different temperaments.
Different temperament. And instead of allowing people to develop,
do you mean breaking it up? We should, because we
we are not advocating for breakup. We're already in. Excuse me. We must look for a way, because we lack ability to manage whom we are. That's why we're in this problem. Tinubu, frankly speaking, doesn't have solution to the Northerners' problem.
What restructuring are you looking for now? Tell us.
You listen to me, maybe you will get my level of restructuring. Tinubu cannot solve the grassroots of the Northerners and satisfy them. He can't solve the grassroots of the Southeasterners and satisfy them. And with the way they use states to deceive all of us, giving governors money and making them so lazy that they don't even type into the human resources in their state anymore. Get the money, we are building project. What about the people? You can't develop a country like that. So when I mean restructuring, I'm not saying break up, but if that be, let everybody go and save life. I'm just telling you the truth. My own form of restructuring.
You're changing the topic now, because let me respond to what the other. Hold on.
Let Midwest define your restructuring. Midwest.
You see, we're changing the topic now because
my restructuring. Listen, my restructuring.
Sorry, we come back to your.
My way of seeing Nigeria. Restructuring of Nigeria is two options at this stage. If you want to go back to region, you have to go back to the old map. If you want to maintain the states already created, every state can never be governed with this same idea. Let me give you an example from Edo State. We have multiple ethnic nationality. Give them what is called the local government that really define them. Either you call it commune, you call it province, and make sure they have authority, considered authority on how that place should be developed. They will be responsible for it. Even when the money is coming, they in return, they account to the federal how that money is spent. And that's what everybody is practicing in Europe here. So anything outside that we will not develop. If Edoma is ruling, somehow we will not be satisfied.
How is that different from what Tinubu is trying to do now? How is that different from with the local government autonomy and the current state structure?
What kind of local government that you balkanize, you take one people, you put here? Is it not local government that almost finish people in worry? Move one capital and put it in the other place. If Joe and Ishekiri has been in love, they marry, they live together, they have no quarrel. Until they move one local government from their one region, it become an ethnic crisis.
Okay, Midwest.
Why not give them two local government?
Midwest. We may come back to that. I want to Nigeria.
Let me respond to what this guy said. See,
Nigeria
I don't see. Hold on. Let me just. I need to respond. How can you just be coming to me and I'm
it
not allowed
doesn't
to
mean I
respond back?
just jab you now. Just a jab.
I'm not going to take long. I'm going to take 1 minute to respond.
for long. Hold on.
You see, everybody is trying to
You
protect him.
come, you change the topic. You come, you change the topic. Still, you want to talk. But you argue every time.
Let's
okay, I beg of
let's hear. Thank you. Sorry, I just came out. I was listening in the background, so I'm actually working. So I just came out of the office to address the talk. I first of all want to congratulate all of us for the appointment of General Musa as the Minister of Defense. That's a
has it been confirmed?
It has been confirmed.
Yeah, no, it's going to go.
But the northern elite, there is problem there. They didn't agree.
Let's talk.
They
Hold
Tinubu
on.
should change it.
He's gone. No. The guy is there. He's from Northwest, and he's a square peg in a square hole. That's the master stroke. When General Musa was going, I have a brother in the military that was saying, "What happened?" I say, "Just watch out. I think Tinubu has a better job for him," and I'm happy that has materialized today. So you expect some change in that space. Two, I was hearing about innovation, and those are the things that make me to come innovations, then surveillance and things like that. First and foremost, the innovation argument of my brother has a one fundamental flawed assumption. It's expected that innovation comes only from the leader. Innovation, it comes at every level of operations. Even the soldier that is on the field firing the weapon, you can come up with innovative idea on how to fire it better or how to treat your gun when your gun jams. So what the leader does is
Atoski, which of your brothers? So because I'm one of them, who among them? Let's just make it clear. Who?
No, I don't want somebody to be firing me back and firing and then we prolong the argument. But one of my brothers said it because I didn't want to spend
in the south. Okay.
So the point is that innovation comes at every level. Innovation is capability to solve problems in a very unique and new way. And anywhere where you have problems, innovation can come. And you agree with me that we have problems at all levels. So, but what a major leader does is one, create an environment where innovation is encouraged. That leader can be an old man. So an old man will be able to do it better. Create an environment where innovation is encouraged so that every kind of mind, whether young, old, small, can come up with ideas. And because they are motivated, they are encouraged to come up with the ideas, they are not considered as stupid ideas or foolish ideas. Two, a very good leader is one that has capability to be able to identify smart and intelligent people, because smart and intelligent people have more propensity for innovation than people who are not. You understand? Everybody can innovate to solve problems, but smart people can innovate more than non-smart people. But a lot of people are smart. But so this leader is able to also identify smart and intelligent people and create an environment for them to thrive and innovate. And you will agree with me that Tinubu has all these qualities I've mentioned, whether you like him or not. You understand? And he's doing that. So in the area of innovation, I think Tinubu is okay. But one information I even want to give is, and I think we can debate that, we're talking of technology and stuff like that. Why don't we use technology at our level? Surveillance, for example. You look at satellite, we need heavy satellite, we need this. We don't have satellites that is sufficient to cover all our space 24/7. Because by the time the satellite makes the first rotation, before it comes back, maybe around 24 hours. And if you have only 4 satellites, so you're able to scale it to maybe just about maybe 88 hours or 66 hours, picture of a particular location. So you don't have a live surveillance. But you see, we have mass drone system. I'm not even talking of military drone, I'm talking of commercial drones. Do you know that these militants, they
Sorry,
use
Pato, just to add to your point, Akpabio Also in the Senate has also changed committee leadership for intelligence. It's not going to be middle belt, livestock, aviation, Air Force, and intelligence committee in the Senate is now going to be. They are moving away from the Fulani side. It's going to be.
That's the way to go. Good one.
So
That's the way to go.
So they are removing them at all levels now. From
This
federal
is
to
called
Senate now.
emasculation of the Fulani.
Tinubu is disarming them. They are crying.
Total wipeout.
Yeah,
And
so
that's why we need to support this man.
any committee that involves livestock and that has to do with security now is now going to be held by middle belt in both houses now. That's the move.
Exactly. When we do better, when we do better with the. Although I won't talk of
Let me
Abubakar
just
anyway,
do
but
my talk and leave. Thank you, Brother T. What I'm saying is that when we don't have capacity for those drones, but because that even these militant, they modify civilian drones and use it. And I've seen China has a mass drone system. So why can't we have a mass drone of civilian drones that are just about $500? You understand? They have a battery life of maybe 45 or 50 minutes. That's the only limitation there. But we
You see,
can use it.
one thing. Can I put something there for you?
Sorry,
All these guys.
let me just finish.
Okay.
Let me just finish. We modify the battery life and launch like maybe 50,000 drones into Sambisa. You can have young people or retired soldiers, call them back, because I know that the Armed Forces Resettlement Center is retiring like 1,000 soldiers every year. Even this 2025, we still have them. Young people too. They are young, but they are putting 35 years in service. Those people will be glad to come back. I have spoken with a lot of retired soldiers too, who will be willing and say, why can't they call us? Some of them, I see people that say, I wish I am around. You know, they are eager. Why can't we? Because we know that recruitment process takes time, training them it takes time. So we call them, open the market. My father was in the army. At the point he was retired, then he was recalled during the Civil War. He was recalled. So why can't you open the market and let those who want to come? If nothing, use them for intelligence gathering, use them for training. If you want to recruit now, you need trainers too. If not, you'll be spread thin. They are using
Sorry, Patuski. Gentlemen, thanks for the pleasure of your company. I'm going to watch sports now. Newcastle versus Hotspur. Bye. Thank you. Thanks for the pleasure of your company. Bye.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's supporting us
you have
for a long
mass,
time.
you have a mass drone surveillance in those places. Then you're able to gather your intelligence in a cheap way. You are not developed, you are not depending on Western technology that are going to limit your capacity. And mind you, I have seen people man a rifle on a civilian drone. They carry rifle, put them on top civilian drone, automatic rifle, and they remotely fire the gun. I've seen drones because I was involved in cleaning. I've seen drones that clean skyscrapers. Those drones, they are carrying a water hose with very powerful nozzles. That's almost like carrying a rifle. And those drones will fly very high and clean the skyscraper. So if you can man a drone with very powerful jetting capacity on a commercial drone and man a hose on it, you can man a rifle on the same drone, and you can also and remotely just modify your rifle to
Can I
remote
ask
fire.
you a
Then
question? Can I ask you a
fire.
question? Can I ask you a
So what
question?
I'm saying is that we
Can
can
I
start
ask you a
modifying our
question?
drone.
Can I ask you a
Okay,
question? How long can that drone fly? What's the flight time?
that's what I'm saying. You can currently we have civilian drones that have 50 minutes flying time. You understand? You can now begin to modify their battery life to
Yeah,
fly
but
longer,
they
or
don't.
you can
They hardly do beyond that. And by the time
or
you
you
go
can
halfway, because
hold on. I'm
remember,
just
you have
giving you how you can
hold
increase it
on.
now.
You have to return to wherever you came from. So cut it in half, and
Hold
you
on
have to
now.
leave the battery. So hold on because people talk about things they don't understand. Before you have to,
You
because
don't
when you
really understand.
hold
Now
on,
me just tell you
let me
their
tell you what
battery
I'm
life,
saying.
and I'm trying to
Hold on.
come up.
Let me finish what I'm saying so you fully understand. When you go out with a drone, you have to return back, don't you? You don't go there and land and so that the enemy takes you away. So that 15 minutes is illusion. It's an illusion. You can't even fly 15 minutes because 25 minutes one direction and the other, you better get back on time. And you can't deplete the battery to 0. Otherwise, you won't be able to use that battery again. So we are looking at about 40% 30% battery that you have to return with. So you have less than 20 minutes or 15 minutes to even operate.
Okay, let me give you.
And we are relying on that technology to save us.
Okay, it's good. It's good because you have shared it. Some people don't know what you are trying to say. Now they are educated. I know what you are trying to say. And these are my propositions. One, you have drone centers in strategic places such that the flying time and the return time to base is reduced. You don't have a base in Medjugorje and you are flying a drone to cover Bauchi or cover yours. You have drone centers in strategic places in those locations where your return to base is reduced, the time to return to base is reduced. You are also coming up with idea on how to modify battery life. And then you are using mass drones. Once this drone goes and it does maybe 20 or 15 minutes, his battery life is still high. You are replacing him with another one. You are bringing the other one to come and charge. And mind you, you can have drones that have rechargeable batteries manned with panels that can recharge while it's using. We have solar cars now. Why can't we have solar drones? We have solar
No,
aircraft.
I was about saying that when people are saying 15 minutes, because that's a lot of wrong information. Because it depends on how you modify your drone. Your drone can actually fly 24 hours.
Are you talking about a multi-rotor or a fixed wing?
Forget about the name. You understand?
The name matters. The name matters.
You can modify any drone. You can modify any drone to fly as long as you want.
Yeah, but if that is the case, then why are they bothering to make bad drones that fly for 15 minutes? Why are they not doing?
Let me say something. Have you been following Ukrainian war? You can see a lot of innovation about drone there. So if you look at what the Ukrainians are doing to Russia, they modify so many conventional drones and they are able to use it effectively against a powerful enemy. So the thing is this. However, they are getting a lot of support from advanced countries who whether disguise or somehow and trying to support them. But in Nigeria case, we've not been investing and no country is willing to give that freely. You understand? So it's knowledge somehow these days is sharing. It's not just like one person will be stuck there doing it. But because nobody is willing to share with us, we never negotiated for it. And we are not also having that structure on ground to say we have reached this level. It's just like we have built fantastic one, but we need camera. Then you know that you need camera. You can sort that in China. You can sort it in Taiwan. You can sort it in Japan. You can sort it from America as well. So European country, you see. But our level somehow.
See, let me tell you before we even talk so long. See, there are some drones that you can lace their body. You can lace their body with solar panel. So basically, while flying, they'll be using they only use battery as backup. No, they only use battery as backup. You understand? So it depends on how you configure your things. So there's some drone can go for 32 hours. So and altitude really matters. Altitude and your camera, those are the things that they matter a lot. You have a very powerful camera with telescopic sights.
Most of those drones that can fly 30-something hours, these are advanced drones with America with superpowers, no? Like this commercial one that we need in Nigeria. These are just very cheap drones. If we have brain to modify them, we will go a long way to help ourselves. Even these guys that Nigerian government
what is commercial drone? Let me tell you one thing. See, any drone, I said we are not talking of gasoline, kerosene, aviation fuel drone. We are talking of fully electric. Now, the thing is this: once you have all those stuff, you can remodify the body to carry solar panel. They are drone. They are not commercial airplane. You understand?
Okay, look at what I'm saying. sorry whether I use the commercial. Commercial is something we use, not military, because like what happened here in Europe now, some of these drones that disrupted airline in Denmark, Sweden, and the other few, I think last month or 2 months ago, these were just minor commercial drones. The people flew it there. When they caught some, they see that they modify them, and they are so worried how to deal with them, how to defend them. But what I'm trying to say is this: if we want to use drone, the chances are there. It's just that this battle we are into, there were a lot of insiders, authority making people, decision making people that were involved in this crisis. And that is why we could not go far. Sometimes before you launch an attack, even the military, somebody have relayed the information to those bad guys. So let's see, even these changes they want to make, let them make it. Let people take responsibility for their region so we can save life. So, okay, take for example now, all these crises we have been passing through. Let's say one region, like what happened in Port Harcourt like that day, it became like everybody must go. Go. What will the Nigerian government do? You send army to go and put peace? The people may confront the army because everybody is fed up. Then the country will explode. You get what I'm saying now?
Okay. So let me address the point Babati made before.
No, you go ahead. Let me respond to a friend here. See, AB, Kwara State, that your Kwara. You are. We take all those area that I think you are from Ilorin. We live in Ilorin for you go and
are you talking to people on the chat?
Yes, but we will carry the other part of
you won't let me talk about people on the chat because you are trying to
just go ahead. No.
I don't know. You go use tactics all the time. It's old. It's getting old.
Go ahead.
Where your brother says something and they want to respond to him like, hey, let's protect it. Let's save it from.
Okay, from Nigeria, you take charge. You take charge. Right. I'll be back.
Yeah. So in terms of the argument about, I would have thought this is a settled fact already that elders generally don't change their views. If you look at it in terms of family structure, in terms of their politics, in terms of their religion, they don't tend to change their views compared to the younger ones. It's obvious. If you look at most countries, that's why they are the conservative ones. They tend to hold traditional views. Those traditional views, when they were younger, were once the hippie group. They are the ones that are more radical. But when they get older, they hold on to it. They don't change their views anymore because when they were young, they saw it as the right way to go. So this is a settled fact. It's not even like a debate. It's not. I'm just like, how do I put it? Bringing it to your attention. It's not even my fact. You know, there is objective truth out there that is already shown that elders don't tend to change their opinion. They are less likely to rock the boat. And if you have elders that want to keep Nigeria the way it is now, are you surprised that IMF, World Bank, all of them will prefer them? They prefer them because they will prefer this situation to remain like this. They don't want young leaders. I was surprised to see that Yar'Adua was around 52 years when he took over office. And that leader may have done something for Nigeria. I think he even has a master's degree, if I'm not mistaken. He probably would have done some good work for Nigeria. Even with the short time he was there, he did some things. And during that time, the Nigerian GDP, this is Yar'Adua, him and Jonathan, they were the youngest set of leaders Nigeria had. Nigeria had a chance. They achieved the highest GDP Nigeria has ever had. I think it was 500 and something billion. That was more than half a trillion. That was in 2000. That was a long time ago, more than 15 years ago.
That was escalation of what Obasanjo did.
However way you want to put it, but they achieved it. It's not by coincidence.
No, just to tell you that Obasanjo was an old man when he was there, when that thing happened. Just to tell you,
Obasanjo was 62. He wasn't when he took over office. To be fair to him, he wasn't even exceptionally old. You know, I was surprised given that he has ruled the country before and he stayed retired for more than a decade or even 2, 3. Then he came back again.